V15, Chapter 181 Going Down. Sadera Capital, Imperial Palace. Date, April 14th, 2026. Zorzel is at the dinner table eating a large steak. He is happy about the recent good news as the bulk Ticaret army has arrived to reinforce the Imperial position, and the Moon Elves have succeeded in destroying the bridge in Naktai that serves as primary supply route to the greater Elis region. Have you sent the delegate to meet Lashin yet? Zorzel asks. Yes, Your Highness. We sent them a week ago to meet Lashin to invite him and his Northernwood Elves Kingdom to join our league, Herm states. As part of his Falmart League agenda, he has been trying to recruit as many allies he can into the league. Not just countries, but warrior tribes as well. Anyone who can help defeat NATO. Excellent, Famulus states. Lord Lashin is one of the most skilled tactician and strategist of all the Wood Elves kingdoms. Despite his kingdom's army being smaller than the Swestuals Kingdom, he repelled my army many times in the past with wit alone. Having him on our side will give us more leverage against NATO. Tell me about it, he says as he eats. It is said that man even repelled many of the Imperial attacks on his kingdom too in the past. We recently had General Hasulo on our side, although it is quite difficult due to some careful persuasion involved, but nevertheless our strength is increasing tremendously. We will score a major victory against NATO, Svenhard Moon says. Zorzel looks around the table, seeing much optimism among his top generals. While there have been setbacks in the war, there has been some progress. He then sees 3 royal guards with a message with them walk in. Your Highness, I have news about the delegate who went to the Northern Kingdom, a messenger states. So will Lashin join us? I bet he will, since Princess Selena is the ultimate price for this alliance, Famulus confidently states. Princess Selena? Why does that name sound so familiar? He thinks to himself. Wasn't she promised to you by the Edras nobles? Svenhard points out. He snaps his fingers. I remember now. The Edras nobles sold her to me as part of a peace treaty. The Edras elites sold out the royal family as a way to gain power. They turn to the Empire for help in their coup. They become the new leaders of Edras, and in return, they become vassals to the Empire. Selena was promised to Zorzel as part of the peace process. I completely forgot about her, he says with a chuckle. The war has been distracting. I wonder what happened to her. Svenhard looks to Zorzel. We know Lashin has been waging war with Sharpe. That means the princess is with him, Famulus says, just like with Rory. Why is it that everything seems to revolve around this man? What I know from Jasus is that he is as tough as Christ as she failed to enslave his mind. There is something you must see, my lords, the messenger says. He brings in a large wooden box and opens it. The content shows the heads of all the delegate members that were sent to meet Lashin. Seeing the box full of heads, he stands up in shock. What the hell is this? He shouts in confusion. Your Highness, he also sent you a note too. The messenger gives the note to Zorzel and Famulus. The note simply reads, we want vengeance, not to commit suicide. Do not send any more people to come and persuade me and my kin to join your cause, or else no one will. Lashin. Lashin's words confuse everyone in the room. Zorzel throws his mug across the table. That pointy-eared bastard of an elf, he yells. I was even considering in allowing him to murder that brat, but no. He wants vengeance. I will show him vengeance. Svenhard. Prepare a force to punish them for their insolence. Dumas Mountain Range. Date, April 14th, 2026. Chief Warrant Officer Foradel Bell flips a switch on her UH-60M Black. That was a strange reading. Yes, sir. Chief Warrant Officer 2 Frank Delacruz replies. Do you think that is why we have been doing man missions? Fuck if I know, she replies, and I don't care. I don't want a drone to take my job away. I love flying. Chief, Corporal Isabel Pierce says. She glances back to the door gunner position behind her. What is it? The Air Force really has been hammering the Imperialists, Isabel says. I am so glad I am up. Western taxes at work. Corey, the other door gunner, says. I hear it can get bloody down there. The idea of looking up and seeing someone ramming a sword into me keeps me up at night. While she never would say it, she has had that dream before. It is not a pretty thought. However, it would be silly to assume they are above the danger because they are flying. I will say, our infantry has balls of steel to put up with that. Isabel continues in a joking manner. The current strategy is that the NATO air forces bomb the Dumas Mountains and then squeeze the enemy out of their tunnels. Then the 101st Airborne Division has been sweeping through this sector. Now that most of the sector has been cleared out, so the combat engineers can start building a highway through the mountains. This will allow heavy equipment to move through the mountain range, which would allow them to attack sadera directly. NATO has established a battalion-size FOB-1 all over the mountain range. They are flying supplies to the 1st Infantry Brigade combat team of the 101st. Why can't these people just admit when they lost? Isabel says. Listening to both of her door gunners annoys her. Frank, take control. Once Frank takes control of the helicopter, she turns around, glaring at them. Knock it off, you two. Show the enemy with some respect. I lost a lot of friends when one of our Blackhawks was shot down and half-christened by some mages with combined explosive magic that aimed directly at the main rotor. If you think you are above the danger before you are in the air, then get your head out of your ass and watch your sectors. This war won't end through the negotiation table. It will only end after we bomb them all to hell. Sorry, Lieutenant, Corey says. After hearing that, she looks back out of her station and watches their Apache escort. Fucking kids. Right, sir? Frank says with a chuckle. As she watches for hostiles, she suddenly sees a lightning strike hit the Apache from above. The Apache explodes and then crashes into the ground. Then the dragon swoops past them, heading up to the sky, and then banks left. On its back there is a blue glow. Adele sees 2 riders on its back. Fucking sky magic. We just lost our escort, she states. Frank, contact base. I want those miniguns going now. It is the Dragon Rider Corps. Isabel yells. Where the fuck did it come from? Corey asks. Why didn't the radar stations pick it up? Radar stations cannot pick targets on the ground. She yells. Stay focused. While the Empire is a classical era with some late Middle Age technology, what makes them different is that they have an Air Force, the Dragon Corps, and the Wyvern Corps. The U.S. Air Force and ground-based anti-air easily took them out and forced them to a defensive role. Because of the enemy Air Force, the U.S. military installed ground-based radar stations around NATO-occupied territory to keep an eye on the Empire Air Force. However, while Dragons and Wyverns are slower and lack long-range weapons, they are more maneuverable than helicopters, and they can almost anywhere. This is why supply lines are always escorted until now. I think I see a mage on one of them, Frank comments. She uses her helmet heads-up display and locks onto the dragon. Mage riding on the dragon confirmed. Shit, she says, start suppressing fire with the miniguns. Don't let them get close for another strike. She looks around trying to keep an eye out for that dragon rider. Her HUD locks on the dragon. There is the bastard. Frank, let's get some distance and height from that thing. Roger that, boss mama. Frank says as he presses a few buttons and flips switches on the dashboard. Her and Frank have been on Uros since early in the war. They learned how to read each other and work together without needing to speak. With that, they were able to get out of much trouble. As the Blackhawk picks up speed, the dragon gets in front of them, forcing them to dodge. They are trying to prevent us from leaving, Frank points out. She starts looking around for more enemies. She agrees with Frank's point. Something feels off. Everyone keep an eye out. Incoming. Cody says, I got 4, 5 bogeys. More dragons? Isabel asks as she starts up her minigun. I thought the Air Force cleared these skies. I see them. Corey says, there are no dragons. I think they are winged humanoids and harpies. Flying people? Great, she says. Abel hears both of her Blackhawk miniguns go off. She looks back and sees one of the enemies. While she cannot see what race it is clearly one of the winged races. A winged humanoid, harpy, or a monarch. She watches Isabel kill one of them. Nice shot. She then sees this glow from the mage on the dragon. A bright flare blinding her and Frank. As the Blackhawk takes a sharp turn, she hears a loud sound like something hit the Blackhawk. She looks back and sees a harpy on it. Get it off. She then hears more on the other side. She hears the left side door is ripped open. Corey is yelling and firing his sidearm. Take control, Frank. Adele pulls out her M9 pistol and aims at the intruders, but she hears a loud crashing sound next to her. She looks as a male monarch on the outer cockpit. You think you can punch through bullet-resistant glass? I dare you to try. The monarch smirks and looks up to the rotors. With one hand, he unleashes wind magic. The Black Hawk begins to shake violently as the master alarm goes off. She aims her pistol and fires at that monarch. It took a few bullets to break the bullet-resistant glass. By that point, she hears something break above the cockpit, and the Black Hawk starts spinning, heading towards the ground. Adele helps Frank in trying to stabilize the Black Hawk. She sees all the flying humanoids detach from the helicopter. "I lost all control of the rotors," Frank says. "Try to dash," she tries to say. "Too late," Frank says. She looks forward and sees the ground coming fast. "Hold on." 35 minutes later, Adele is screaming in pain as Frank lays her against the Black Hawk. The helicopter is on its side, and right now they are gathering supplies. She sees Isabel walk up. "I found Corey. He is over there dead." She takes a frustrated breath. Corey was thrown out before they hit the ground. If he was inside the helicopter, he might have survived. "I cannot believe we survived," Isabel says. "You're an idiot, Isabel," Frank says. "The Black Hawk is designed for crash landings." She starts wrapping her leg with bandages. In the 1970s, the Black Hawk crashed during a test. Normally, you think that would have ended a company's chance for winning the contract. However, the Army found the crash site. The Black Hawk was still intact. The crash helped convince the Army to pick this sexy machine. "Thank you very much, Warrant Officer," Frank says with a chuckle as he gets back inside the helicopter. "Not you, jackass," she replies with a smirk, enjoying the humor right now. "I am sorry," Isabel says. She looks at her with frustration. "Grow a pair and get your act together, Sergeant. You've been trained for this, so act like it." Isabel takes a deep breath. "Sorry. It is my first crash. Those things, it was a trap." She agrees with Isabel's conclusion. "The attack was too well executed. Check out the area and report back in 10. We might have to leave the crash site for cover." As Isabel leaves, she looks at her right arm. She feels a lot of pain, assuming her arm is broken. Frank leans over. "All the electronics are dead. I cannot send a message." "We are not that far off course," she replies. "Command should know where we are. We just have to hold out for help." Nesavir Floyana leans forward. She opens her eyes and points. "I can hear them, Primus Pilus. 3 alive at the crash site." "Good," Primus Pilus Decius Aselio says. He then raises his hand to rally everyone around him. He then gives the orders to advance. She looks at Decius. Decius is the one who proposed this plan to General Brition Hasulo. The proposal has 2 goals. One, to capture a pilot of these flying machines to learn their secrets. The other is to attack the enemy supply lines. It looks like his plan is going to work. "Nesavir," Decius says, "I expect you to do your duty. You know the price of failure." "I understand," she replies. Nesavir is a red-hair warrior bunny who is forced to work for the Empire. She knows the Otherworlders saved her Queen Tayil and are the best hope for her people. However, she cannot help them. The price was too high, and her master, Marquis II, Servius Colonna, commanded her to go fight. "Good," Decius replies. "They might be wounded, but they are still dangerous. We will distract them, and you go for the kill. Remember, we need at least one of them alive." She nods and looks back. With her bunny vision, she can see the targets. As the legionaries get into position for their attack, she hops down the boulders to get into position. She is glad to see her assassin senses are still sharp after being a slave for 6 years. Being part of the once mighty 4 Seasons assassins of the warrior bunnies. This was before the fall of her people 4 years ago. She slides down this path and then stops. She looks out and sees the crash site. She hears the 3 Otherworlders taking cover and firing their weapons as Decius forces attack directly. She closes her eyes and listens. She picks up their locations with her ears. She opens her eyes and charges forward. She moves past boulders, bushes, trees until she gets to the back of the flying machine. She jumps and lands on top of it. She sees this woman and man there with weapons, firing at her legendary's comrade's position. She sees another woman leaning against the flying machine, clearly wounded. Nesavir pulls out her sword and lunges towards the female warrior who is standing. She slashes the woman down. Once on the ground, she spins around and kicks the man hard into the flying machine before he could react. Hearing a click from the wounded woman's weapon, she jumps and lands back on the flying machine. "You furry bitch," the wounded woman yells. She watches as 2 arrows hit the left and right of the other world ahead, just missing. She looks out and sees a 20 of legionaries coming, half of them with bows and repeat crossbows aimed at the otherworlders. She looks down and smirks. I think it will be smart to just surrender. Nesavir watches as the woman slowly lowers her sidearm and surrenders. She looks at the male she kicked as surrenders. Smart choice, Decius says. I am Primus Pilus Decius Acelio. If you resist, your punishment will be brutal. Decius then takes off a necklace with 5 dog tags on them. Do not end up like these 5. He then singles his men to bound them. Schwartz Forest. Date, April 14th, 2026. Lieutenant Commander Daniel Richmond watches the feed on his NW-3 HUD. AMQ-9 Reaper is high above the operational area, providing IRS for the 4 NATO Special Forces units in the area, plus a Dark Elf group from Yao people. Each unit has some Dark Elves with them. He sees about 20 Wood Elves in the Nadris camp, however, he probably knows them more. Lord Lashen spread out his people, so they wouldn't get picked off in one strike. Lashen has proven to be an intelligent enemy in adopting modern technology and tactics. A man who understands who goal is and is willing to change to reach his goal. Yao explained that her people dealt with Wood Elves before, and as payment for Sharpe saving their people, they agreed to help. Furthermore, by discreetly and deliberately releasing the Wood Elf captured by Vanguard 5 with a tracking device implanted in his ankle without his knowledge, they are able to track down the Wood Elf's camp. The Wood Elf was initially drugged with a sleeping pill in his meal and being released far away from Alnus. So when he woke up and was confused about what was going on, his instinct kicked in and he went to the Wood camp that he knew without knowing that he had become a bait. Are all units ready? He asks. SAS team ready, Captain Albert Nelson says. Let's get the bastards, Captain Ryder Watson says. We are ready, comrades, Captain Carol Kowalski says. It is time to play offense. Daniel can hear the energy in everyone's voices. He looks around at his SEAL team and sees the thirst for revenge. He and everyone knows this mission isn't a normal mission. Being in Special Forces means they go on the most dangerous missions, sometimes dirty ones. While he isn't close to Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe or agrees with his methods, he does respect the man, and he was once in the Special Operations community before he was shafted for unjust reasons. Lord Lashen declared war against Sharpe in an attempt to kill his daughter Selena, a royal princess from Edris. In this personal war, Lashen has been retracing Sharpe's steps and killing people he has interacted with. First the farming family, then they killed one of the survivors from the dragon incident during a trading quest, set a trap with a rogue agent, and nearly got Sarah killed. Lashen came close in killing Selena twice now, and the entire Special Forces community is taking it personal. Let's do this, he says. Tanev is in his tent eating a salad with his fellow elves. He is in charge of this camp group. This makes it the second failure, an elf says. Each time we get closer, he says, calming everyone down. Each failure only happened because of an external issue. We lay low for now and continue pressing out assaults. We will continue Lord Lashen's policy of targeting individuals Sharpe has been with. If he wants to keep the Edris princess, then we will keep raising the cost. We already saw some group within their government willing to trade after just a few bodies. Another elf adds. The question is how much? They are humans, a third elf says as he drinks some wine. When not fighting other races, they sell each other out for nothing. Who is the next target? The first elf asks. A few villagers, he says, plus an assault on Countess Mui of Italica. She is supposedly close to Sharpe, so capturing her would make a fair trade. However, this mission is still in development. Our Lord wants to be careful with more direct tactics. As they talk about the future plans, he hears something. Quiet everyone. Everyone goes silent and looks at each other, all hearing this strange whisper. All of a sudden, the tent starts to wave around like a windstorm just came. Tanev and everyone else got up and rushed out of the tent. When he gets outside and stops and looks up, he sees one of the enemy's large flying machines hovering there. He cannot believe how large it is and how quiet it is, and he wonders what it is doing. For large objects come out of the back, and then the large flying machine starts flying away. One of the objects drops close to him. The box bursts open, and he sees something in the middle of it. For legs appear, and the center mass raises. To him, the machine looks like a headless dog. That is when he sees an enemy cannon on top of it. Arrows hit it, but either bounce off or get jammed somewhere. The cannon on top of the four-legged machine aims at two elf warriors and opens fire. Daniel kills the distracted sentries. His SEAL team 3 storms out of the tree line and enters the camp. What he sees is pure chaos in the camp. Because the Wood Elves have proven to be dangerous, so he decided to change up the game. A stealth CH-47 Chinook flew over the campsite. It dropped 4 M18 Big Dog infantry support vehicle, 4-legged UGV based on the mule designed by DARPA. They are all armed with a M2.50 caliber cannon. He can see on his net HUD the destruction the 4 UGVs are causing. While all the Elves are dealing with the UGVs, his assault force and attack without dealing with any defenses. SEAL Team 3 gets to the first line of tents. He fires his M4, killing a surprised Wood Elf. He sees more Elves turn around to face his forces, but quickly get gunned down. None of his SEALs need to communicate to know what to do. Everyone is calling out targets and killing them once it is clear and orders in advance. The SEALs form a line, and the Dark Elves form a line behind them. They all move through the camp. He hears weapons fire from the other teams. He sees a group of Wood Elves together. He then sees one of the big dogs jump out of the tent and kill part of the group. An elf uses flame magic at the UGV, trying to burn it alive. The fire does nothing and is gunned down by the .50 caliber on its back. He can tell that they don't understand what they are fighting yet. Secure the big dog, he orders. 5 of his SEALs and 2 Dark Elves rush forward. They kill all the Wood Elves around the big dog. He hears some Wood Elves to his right and turns. He kills 2 of them, and he sees one of the Dark Elves kills another one. Shoot the tent, he orders. Daniel and 3 other SEALs formed up and shot the tent. He can hear screams from within. He looks back to the main engagement and sees that one of his SEALs shot one of the wounded Wood Elves that was trying to crawl away. He looks away and moves forward. Mope them up. 38 minutes later. Daniel looks around. The tents are in smoke, Wood Elves' bodies littering the camp. The mission was a complete success. He watches as the big dogs patrol the area. The Dark Elves collect war trophies. The other special forces search the camp for any intelligence and survivors. We found him, sir, Lieutenant Junior Grade Vance says. He looks at his second-in-command and sees him. 2 SEALs and 2 Englishmen grabbing this Wood Elf. He points where he wants him. The soldiers toss the Wood Elf onto the ground. How dare you do this? The Wood Elf says. Shut the fuck up, Tanev, he says. Tanev looks at Daniel with surprise, not expecting him to know his name. I know many things about you, but you're not the one I care about, he says. He then pulls out a box of cigarettes and lights it. You are my leader, Tanev says. No, he replies as he takes his cigarette out. I want your fucking shoe size, you jackass. All of this was just a massive misunderstanding. Tanev looks around confused by what Daniel. Albert laughs. Fucking Americans. Elfman, you will learn that Americans are very dramatic and sarcastic. He smirks, seeing the sudden fear in Tanev's eyes. Don't look at them, you look at me. Once he gets Tanev full attention, he continues. Your kind crossed a very red line. Tanev tries to get up, but a Polish soldier threatens him. He looks back at Daniel. She is a princess of Edras, my people's archenemy. Her father and her people have murdered my people. They have killed many of our kin. She carried the blood of the man who killed Lord Lashen's family. Tanev then looks around waiting for a response. She is 13, mate, Albert states. I worked out with her, the sweetest thing on this planet. Does it sound like anyone cares about your people's drama story? He says and then smokes. We know nothing about your war with the Edras and we don't care. As my English mate here said, she is a kid. A sweet and beautiful kid. We all saw her and enjoyed her around. The fact that you're willing to kill a kid, kill others for this kid, wage a personal war against a buddy of ours. You're fucking lucky that the brass smart enough to send us rather that Father Sharpe. Shut up, humans, Tanev states. We offered a peaceful solution the first time. We choose not to kill anyone. She isn't even one of yours. Maybe not, but many think she is adorable, so she can get away with it, Daniel says. He then points at Tanev with his cigarette. We have a message for your leader. Tanev glares at him. No message is more powerful than Palapon's resolve. He finishes his smoke and flicks it away. I beg to differ. He then pulls out his SIG 226 pistol and aims at Tanev. Killing me won't stop our burning vengeance. But at least you can help me embracing Emroy. Tanev laughs as he is ready to die. He then shoots Tanev in the head. Schwartz Forest, Tanev Camp. Date: April 15th, 2026. Lord Lashen walks through the bodies. He cannot believe the sight. NATO massacred 37 of his people. This war is becoming bloody, my lord, Hallease points out. They will pay for this, he replies. We have passed the point of no return, Hallease says. We must lay low for now and regroup. We need to be smarter than this, or else we will end up like the doomed Falmart League sooner or later. I know, he says. He sees his elves call for him. He and Hallease rush over, and the sight horrifies him. He looks and sees Tanev's dead body laying on the ground with a bullet hole in the head. They executed him. Hallease says, shocked, barbarians? He looks at Tanev and says nothing. He fully understands what this message is. He pushed too far, and now NATO has taken him people seriously. He was hoping that the war against the Falmart League would distract them enough to not chase after him and his people. As he looks at his comrade's dead body, he realizes that his quest for revenge will come with a high price, a bloody price. V15, Chapter 182, The White House. With the upcoming delegation from Uros, many corporations are lining up to bid and sign contracts and agreements with many local governments on Falmart. The Falmart Economic Trade Agreement, FETA, will integrate many native economies, provide standard regulations, working conditions, knowledge transfer, professional training, and different kinds of responsibility and liability the corporations have. Because of the limitations of the gate, many facilities would need to be refined or manufactured there, the percentage depending on the country. Many companies have seen this as a new frontier for economic growth, a new and fresh market to sell to. An agreement was made with other nations who are part of the U.S. coalition have been granted bidding rights for contacts. Part of the agreement, forging companies only pay the one-time tariff for exports to Uros and shipments back to home countries. There is an expectation of a bloodbath between energy giants. Shell, ExxonMobil, BP, and others are expecting aggressively big exploration rights on Falmart. Many believe there are many large oil reserves and natural gas under the ground in Elis and Elba. Big oils are not the only energy companies who are interested. Renewable energies are interested in the new market. Renewables require rare earth minerals to be manufactured and are hoping to get a new supply line. Because of how little infrastructure there is on Falmart, renewable companies also see a chance to sell their products to help provide local towns. Another major bidding war that is expected is from the auto industry. Ford, Tesla, Toyota, Land Rover, and others are expected to compete. All these companies have been developing new automobile models that could not only be highly affordable, but also be driven easily by the native population, be able to operate with the current limited energy supply, and lack familiarity with technology, while keeping the vehicle affordable of a classical era civilization. Pharmaceuticals companies are eager to expand their research stations. Unlike other companies, they are looking to create research clinics to research plant life. Many are hopeful with alien plant life that they will discover cures for many Earth diseases. With the genetic diversity, they are hoping to do research on alien life. Many other companies and associations are bidding for the expansion of entertainment rights, medical field, mining rights, and so on. While most don't believe major developments won't happen until the war ends, following President Potts' policy of military needs first, she is open to establishing manufacturer supply to Falmart to aid in the war effort. Caspian Report. Earth, United States, Air Force 2. Date: April 18th, 2026. This is the captain speaking. We will be landing in 17 minutes, the pilot says, preparing descent. Sharpe looks around and sees the girls looking around and everyone else. They're looking out the windows, shocked by the experience. They have been in military helicopters before on missions, but this is the first time they have ever been on a plane. Everyone is dressed in professional clothing, the men in a suit or military suits. The women are in skirt suits or military skirt suits. He looks over to the Rose Knights, Pina, Gray, Hamilton, Panache, and Ginebra. Hamilton is holding on to Andrew's arm, scared of the plane. Pina and Ginebra are looking at the windows, mumbling to each other. Panache is laying back in the comfortable chair, enjoying being served on. He told them they cannot wear their noble robes to the capital. While they might be considered professional by their people's standards, it would leave a bad impression and show disrespect to Congress. He sees Tayul and Delia nearly having a panic attack. They buckled up in her seat as she looked around. They wonder if all her senses are going haywire because they're on a plane. Most of the delegation will be meeting the president and then Congress. Many senators have questions for the U.S. new allies. While the war is waging on, many see victory on the horizon, and many want to figure out how the U.S. will handle the natives after the war. Is flying like this normal, Daddy? Selena asks. You have seen planes take off from our home all the time, he replies. I know, Selena says as she looks out the window. I just never been so high before. Everything looks small. He chuckles hearing that. This is very low for a plane. The distance between Philadelphia and Washington, D.C. is short. Only about 30 minutes of flight time. 4 long flights, planes like this can go 10 kilometers or higher. Wow, Selena says, so everything should be smaller. Would be smaller, Selena. He corrects. What, sorry, Selena says. She then stands on the seats and looks at her father. Hey, Dad, I just had a thought. He glances up at her. Is it about the Eskimos? If not, go take a number. Sharpe looks at his daughter and sees this confused look. He smirks. I don't know what an Eskimo one is, so, yeah, Selena says, I want to ask Daddy, you have parents. Do they like Washington too? He is hesitant to respond to that question. No, they live on the other side of the country. Oh, Selena mumbles. I was wondering if they like me or not. He grabs her and brings her close. I don't think anyone could ever not like you, sweetheart. Even if you try. I'm confused about something about Sharpe. Tuke asks, if the flight time is so short, why are we flying? This is a diplomatic mission, he replies. The president is rolling the red carpet out for all of you. Plus, the traffic sucks down there. As he watches everyone, Sarah sits down next to him. Just like him, she is in her military dress uniform. That was fun, Sarah comments, watching the vice president talking to the delegations. I hate politics. In another section of Air Force 2 is the leadership delegation. Duran, Mui, Gallus, and others arrived to sign the Falmart Economic Trade Agreement, FETA, and the many different defense treaties, the main one being the NATO LB Defense Agreement and the US LB Defense Treaty. This treaty will increase trade and relations. The adventurers who caused trouble at the strip club the other days are also on board the plane, as Wellington has plans for them when he surprisingly releases them and invites them to Earth. It is a big moment for the two, he says. This is laying down the future right here. Hopefully it works. Well, Sarah says, it sounds like some of the city-states want to merge. I don't know the details, but many seem to want to become a state of some kind. That doesn't make any sense, he replies. They fought for their freedom, and how they want to give it up? It makes sense, Lelei says. Right now, these city-states are very important and profitable, but that is only because of the war. After the war, their importance and trade power will drop. It might take decades, but at some point the city-states like Italica and Valtris will become second-rate powers that will fall into the shadows of bigger nations. That was why your 13 colonies united into one republic. Better protection, better economy, better representation on the foreign scene, and more. He stares at Lelei, always surprised by her knowledge. You're grounded. Lelei blinks. What? Why? Because you are too smart, he says. No more watching School of Rock. 10 hours of American Dad 2 a week. I want an essay about the gray alien named Roger and his philosophy in life. I know that show, Lelei says. Fine, I accept your challenge. But I want to watch The Cosmos 3 by Neil deGrasse Tyson with you. Alone, she blushes slightly at that last part. Deal, he replies. Sharpe watches Lelei walk away. He then looks over at Sarah and wink. That was cruel, Sarah says, and cute at the same time. You two need to spend more time alone. She needs to learn, he says. If she doesn't learn street smart, the world will eat her alive. Come on, sir, Sarah replies. Lelei still hasn't figured out the age-old question. He says, is the bird equal to or greater than the word? Sarah wanted to respond but couldn't. She thinks about the manner. All right, I see your point. I am just happy you two don't hate each other. But you two should do a study club together. He laughs and thinks about Sarah's idea. She is hard to find time for. Everything is always a philosophy or intellectual conversation. I will. Does it matter if I know? Selena asks. Sharpe can see Selena's sweet smile. She understands the games he likes to play. They are dumb, jokes and tricks he picked up from adult cartoons. However, both have bonded over them a lot. It is our little secret. Selena giggles. I have another question, Daddy. Sharpe is impressed by the excitement coming from Selena. He wonders if she is excited to see the president again. President Potts has taken an interest just like with the other girls, and he wonders if it is because Selena is royalty, the heir of a kingdom, a future leader. What is it? Because we are no longer in Philadelphia? Am I going to meet your parents? Selena asks. That question froze him. He has been avoiding his parents' questions since he adopted Selena. No, they're on the other side of the country. They won't be able to come. Selena is upset after hearing that. Oh, maybe next time? I like to meet what you call grandparents. Maybe next time, Selena. He says, go pick on Tuke. He watches Selena go to Tuke. Why were you acting like a dick? Sarah asks. It is a fair question. We had enough time to make arrangements for your folks to come out here. It is personal, Sarah. He replies, drop it. Wait, Sarah says. Don't tell me you haven't told them about her yet. I know you can be distant how that's messed up. He looks at Sarah. He can see in her eyes that she will not let this go. Yes, it is hard to tell someone if you haven't spoken to them in 4 years. 4 years, Sarah says, shocked. I get jumpy when I don't speak with my folks at least once a month. I never pass on the opportunity to call home. Home is the army, he states, looking directly at Sarah. The army has been my home. Holy shit, Sarah says. I thought you were just exaggerating like always. I knew Harper took you in and helped you, but I never thought it was that literal. I cannot believe you haven't told them about your daughter. Sharpe is hesitant to say anything. I just don't want Selena to be weighed down by them. While I love my parents, I also hate them. Being screamed at in the middle of the night because she was drunk. Being constantly told you are not good enough. Telling a teenage boy that it was the only purpose is to make her happy. Sarah shakes her head, not believing it. So, you think your mother will hate her because she's an alien girl? She is the insane person I ever met, but no. He continues, she probably would like Selena. She likes kids. She likes kids, but tormented you? Sarah asks. She babysits my ex-girlfriend that cheated on me with my best friend's kids. He says, they have wine dates. Every time I called. She had to bring up my ex every time on how sad it was that I couldn't get past the affair. Makes sense. I am pretty sure mom cheated on dad, so. Sarah waits a moment to collect her thoughts. She looks directly at Sharpe. So, you haven't told them about us? You're a baby killer, he quickly replies. Sarah's eyes widen. Pardon me? You're a soldier, he says. She considers soldiers baby killers because we fight wars. I don't need to call her to know she is against this war because she believes in peace, love, happiness. When I left for West Point, she called me a baby killer. He holds up a figure to make a point. You know what is really messed up? She votes forever war hawk politicians. She ignores all the wars her political party does, but still calls the troops killers. She is the most unprincipled person I ever met. So no, I won't tell her about you, because she will hate you. You are strong, principled, beautiful, intelligent, wise, and motherly. That is what Selena and the girls need, not grandma. Selena must learn principles, that her word means something. Sarah takes a deep breath and smiles. Well, thank you. Glad you think of me so highly. But even as a drunk, I am struggling to believe this. Wasn't your father a soldier? I always assumed he helped inspire you to enlist. I didn't learn that he was in the army until junior year of high school. He replies, he had little input on my career choice. He had little impact on any choice I made. You have to be there to have an impact. I see that your mom is a bitch, Sarah says. What about your dad? He let it all happen because it was the easier option. He replies, there. Now you have the life story and why I have no intentions to include my parents in this. I'm happy. The girls are happy. Things are finally going right. Not go to botch it. Sarah takes a stressful breath, but then smiles. She places her arm around Sharpe and holds him close. Well, I think I can top that. I knew this guy, a jackass, by the way. He appeared one day. He was cold, distant, rude, failed to do any paperwork. The definition of a prick. Sharpe smirks at what Sarah is saying. As she makes fun of him by telling the story of when they first met, he then looks at her ribbons and medals. Not as many as him, however, he sees one that he doesn't, the Prisoner of War medal. She received it after she was taken by Crisis 4, and even though it was only a day, she was officially a prisoner. See something you like, sir? Sarah asks, noticing him looking at her chest area. Just checking out your medals, he replies. Right, Sarah replies. Jealous or just taking an interest? He thinks for a moment and smirks. Let's say both. Sarah rolls her eyes and then smirks. She looks at Sharpe. Are you okay? You look a little nervous. He thinks about Sarah's question, not wanting to answer. Last time I was in DC, I nearly was court-martialed. I see. Sarah says, everything will be fine. She then takes his hand. As Pina looks out the window, she cannot believe how high she is or how fast they are moving. Before coming to Philadelphia, she and the rest of her knights were extremely curious and full of excitement to see and experience what Earth is truly like compared to Sadran and other kingdoms in Falmart. While she and her knights had heard a lot about the marvelous cities and extraordinary level of civilization development from the words of Tail, Rory, Lelei, and Delia, who previously visited Earth, or even seeing some pictures of Earth cities, it was still difficult for her and her knights to comprehend the essence of the highly advanced realm of Earth. When she, her knights, and other native delegates as well as the adventurers for the first time were driven through the other side of the gate, she and all of them had their jaws fall off and became utterly shocked beyond awe and amazement as their sense of wonder overwhelmed all their minds and souls. Philadelphia is like a city built by gods with tall steel buildings that can easily laugh at any significant structures built in Uros. And the most shocking fact is that they are full of glass, showing the immense advancement of Earth and making the most luxurious thing in Uros to become incredibly cheap. Overall, for her and the Uros delegates as well as the adventurers, it was like stepping on the heaven realm itself. Do you see how marvelous and extraordinary Earth civilization is? Ginebra says with extreme excitement. They have tall buildings everywhere. Not even the best architect and dwarven engineers can ever hope to build, and glass and steel are so abundant that not even 100 years' worth treasury of the entire Sadran Empire can afford a tiny fraction of it. Not to mention cars, which we often seen as luxury goods that are so affordable that even common people can afford. I know, she states. Tail was right when she said compared to Philadelphia, Sadran capital looked insignificant, tiny and pathetic, and more like a rundown village in a countryside than a city. Heck, even now I see that the Ticaret capital city looked like a giant slum than a glamorous city, as even the most impressive palace in Falmart is unable to match an average tall building on Earth. Seeing with my own eyes really enlightening me a lot. This war was doomed from the start. The Empire never stood a chance, Gray comments. Their military only represents what is normal to them. Zorzal's ploy to unite all of Falmart against them will only delay the inevitable. Pina thinks about that as she thought back at the large towers and the impressive infrastructure. She thought Philadelphia was terrific, thinking that it was a crown jewel of America. She now knows most cities on Earth are like that, and more of them are even more impressive than Philadelphia, like the capital city Washington, D.C., New York City, Tokyo, London, or Beijing. I guess everything they said is true, she states. I wonder if we will ever develop like this. Not in the lifetime with the current social economic, the political and ideological state in Falmart, Gray answers. Because of my brother, she mumbles. No, Gray corrects. The Empire already saw this and rejected it, which clearly showed from those nobles that released back from the ill-fated attack on Philadelphia, when they keep regarding the Earth people as savages despite witnessing a far superior and godly civilization with their own eyes. The Empire had become inflexible, stick in the mud, and resistant to change long before your family took the throne, in which it blindly and ignorantly sees everything different from them as slightest as inferior and uncivilized. Your father and brother were only able to gain power because of how the Empire is structured now. We will need to be rebuilt from the ground up. At first, Pina struggled to agree with Gray. She always blamed her brother and father for the problems of the Empire. She never considered it was the Empire itself, or even the entire stagnant, underdeveloped, and backward state of Uros. I think I understand, she replies. It looks like the buildings are getting closer, Ginebra says. I wonder how many leagues we have traveled in this. She looks towards Hamilton. You are missing everything, Hamilton. Come and see. No! Hamilton yells. I am still not getting used to flight even with a helicopter. It is okay, Hamilton, Andrew says. We do this all the time. Pina laughs at Hamilton's innocence. Even though she is pregnant, Sharpe allowed her to come, being Pina's servant after all, and this isn't a combat mission. She sees Panache relaxing, enjoying being served on by the stewards. She finds it humorous that Panache has been the biggest critic of American culture, but is now loving it. This is the pilot, The pilot says, "We will be landing in 3 minutes. Washington, D.C., the White House." Pina stands there with Hamilton, both of them looking around at the White House lobby. "Pretty," Hamilton says. She sees beautiful marble, clean white pillars scattered around. Beautiful paintings in the highest of detail she has ever seen. Pictures and statues of men and women. She wonders what their stories are. She sees Sharpe talking to 3 Secret Service agents. Sharpe is introducing the girls to them. Based on how they are talking, they seem like they are war friends. What surprised her is how similar the White House is with some of the designs, installing this grand feeling, just like the Imperial Hall. At the same time, this home feeling. She doesn't feel threatened, but welcome, like she is walking among the greats. "You must have come here a lot, Sharpe," she asks. "This is my first time, Princess," Sharpe says. "When we met, I was a major, a low-level officer. Not just anyone is invited to the White House. Even as a lieutenant colonel, unless I was stationed here, I wouldn't be allowed here. Only reason I am is because I am escorting you all." One of the senior Secret Service agents walks up and starts escorting them. As they walk, she sees more paintings. "Sharpe," she says, "how does the government work in your country? I know you are a democracy." "We are not a democracy," Sharpe replies. "There are no democracies on Earth." She looks at Sharpe, confused. "But your people call yourself that all the time?" "I know," Sharpe replies. "Most Western governments have democratic-like elements in their institutions, but no one is a pure democracy." "How come?" Lelei asks. "I thought your people value the will of the people." "To an extent," Sharpe replies, "but direct democracy always ends up into mob rule, which ends up into a system of oppression by the majority. This system always ends up in a dictatorship. A government should be ruled by the people. However, you need to make sure the minority gets represented." "I don't get it," Panache says. "If the people have spoken, who cares?" Lelei looks at Panache with an annoyed look. "Tell that to all the non-humans on Falmart. You don't have the right to oppress someone else's right, even though the majority think it is right, regardless of who they are and what they believe in." "Is that correct, Colonel?" Sharpe is hesitant to reply. "That is correct, Lelei. Every soul has unalienable rights by its creator. No one is allowed to infringe on your rights. That is why we are a constitutional republic." She noticed the tension between Sharpe and Lelei in that exchange. She wonders what is going on, but decides to stay out of it. The Empire was once a republic ruled by nobles. "We call that plutocracy, 5, Sarah says. "How is your country structured then?" she asks. "From what I understand, you are one of the biggest." "The official name of our country is the United States of America." "Focus on the United States part," Sharpe says. "We have 52 semi-independent nations that are part of a federalized union. Each state sends elected representatives to Congress, like your Senate. They create laws for the nation, allowing each state and the people in those states to add impute. That is the democratic part. Each state electing representative for a set amount of terms." "That sounds similar to what we used to have," Panache says. "Who is that?" "That is Teddy Roosevelt, our 26th president," Sarah replies. "He was one of our wildest presidents. He was a high-ranking politician, but when we went to war with the Spain Empire, he stepped down and joined the war," Sharpe says. "They nicknamed him the Bull Moose. He took on the massive corporation, watched out for the people, brought pride and spirit into the country. He created the philosophy of peace through strength. If he was alive today, he would have gone through the gate and loved it. He took our pioneer spirit and dialed it to 11. As I said, we had a system like this before," Panache says. "However, we installed an emperor so the empire could respond quickly to a crisis. I don't see why you people spend so much time in diversifying your power structure." "I have to agree with Panache," she says. "Why don't you just give the power to your federal government? You would solve problems quicker." Sharpe looks at Panache, impressed. He then points to a picture. "This is Andrew Jackson, and one of my favorites. He was the 7th president and was a hero. Before he became president, he saved the nation in 1812 in the Battle of New Orleans. He then expanded voting rights, pushed for more power to the states, and was one of the first to break the political elite. However," Sharpe continues, "he is also the perfect example of when there is too much power in a central system. The Trail of Tears, the removal of natives from their lands for white settlers. No one was able to stop his order, forcing 60,000 people from their lands." Sharpe then points to another painting. "That man right there was our 32nd President Franklin D. Roosevelt. You all know of World War II. He moved all power to the federal government he could to wage the largest war in human history. Pina saw history videos of World War II, and to this day, she still cannot believe in the scale of the war. While she understands where Sharpe is coming from about consolidating power into one government branch, what he said about Franklin Roosevelt seems like a good counter. It seems like this Franklin man proves why you should have a strong central power. She says, "We had a great struggle, and we had to install an emperor. It seems like your country wouldn't have won the war if you didn't do the same. Tell that to the 100,000 Japanese-American citizens who were forced from their homes and into camps because of fear," Sharpe replies. Pina was shocked to hear that. Before meeting Sharpe, hearing that wouldn't be a second thought, but expected. The Empire has done that many times, and she knows nations of Earth have done similar things. She is surprised by how much her worldview has changed in such a short period. Once you give the government power, it could take decades to take that power back. Sharpe continues, "Everyone loves it when a strong, centralized government does what they want. The Indians' lands were taken away for someone else to settle. The West Coast felt safer by removing citizens from how they look. That is why all power must be spread out as much as possible. A strong federal government for the tasks it needs to do, to represent and protect the 52 states and let more local powers to improve the people's lives. Each one balancing each power structure out so neither can become tyrannical. Both the majority and minority are represented while the balance of power is maintained. If one side does something wrong or unethical, the other stops them, all without needed war." Pina was about to reply, but stopped herself. She thought about the Empire and remembers how the war started. Her father began a deadly war for himself. Many groups are oppressed for the sake of being persecuted. What is bothering her the most is how similar the United States and the Empire history is. However, how different it is too. Both nations have a remarkably diverse population, a history of oppressing people, expansion wars, great crisis, and such. Empire history is 3 times longer than the United States. However, the Americans have accomplished far more in a short period. The Empire could have made changes like this. And she begins to wonder if the Empire did. Maybe they would be far greater than they are today. Their escort then leads them to the Oval Office of the White House. Inside, she sees President Emily Potts, Vice President Christopher Gardner, Ambassador Harlan Willington, Secretary of State Bobby Gates, and some aides. "Hello, everyone," Potts says. "You finally made it here. This took too long. Welcome. Please have a seat." Hamilton walks over to her. "What a pretty room." "I agree," she says. "I can feel the history in here." While she was not expecting a throne, she is surprised how homey the office is. She sees the girls talking with the administration officials. She sees more paintings and head statues on the shelves, books everywhere on the walls. The Potts is moving around, saying hello to the girls. She can see that they respect each other. After the formalities are finished, Potts asks everyone to sit down. "Thank you all for showing up," Potts says. "Let me explain what will be happening for the next few days. After our little meeting here, you will be heading to the President's guest house. Tomorrow you will be going to Capitol Hill and address many congressional hearings, mainly the Senate. They have questions for you all." "Questions?" Rory asks. "What do you mean questions? Are we in trouble for something?" "Not at all," Gardner replies. "Most of these hearings are going to be photo ops. Expect basic questions. However, some senators and Congress representatives will have more direct questions. Many of them want to see your motives and what the future might be like. You must understand this will be the first public appearance from anyone from your world," Potts adds. While the people understand the situation, they are still uncertain. "The rest of the time you will be allowed to explore Washington, D.C. Gates says, "We already secured the area with more security. However, you are not allowed to leave the White House or President's guest house without a Secret Service escort." "What should we expect in the hearings?" she asks. Potts adjusts her glasses. "Each one of you is a leader in your areas. Lelei in magic, Rory with apostles and the supernatural, Tuke and Tyle will be representing the people who are oppressed. Pina, you and your knights will be talking about the Empire and your rebellion against them." "My rebellion?" she asks. "What rebellion? I oppose my brother, but—" "That is a rebellion," Potts says. "The Senate wants to know more about the Empire and what will end up replacing it once this war ends. We need to have a plan for when the war ends." "I understand," she says. "Speaking about the future, I want to know what your people are planning for our world." We both know, Man President, that your people are not fighting this war only for the good of mankind. You spend too many resources and blood. And from the impression I got from Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe, you don't like to lose and you like to be on top. Potts chuckled. That is true. Because of the gate, it has opened new opportunities for knowledge, discovery, science, economics, and more. I think Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe has shown you that the term American isn't just a place or a group of people. There is a meaning behind it. We have all come from different places, different cultures, and creeds. By our nature, we are explorers and pioneers. This summit is also about bridging our two peoples together. Gate says, we want economic opportunities on your world, and since we have a presence on Alnus, the trade will be profitable for both sides. We have technologies and knowledge your people want. You have the resources we need. Many of the city-states and nations that are allied with us are going to be signing a treaty this week. We also want to expand our understanding of our knowledge of the universe. Gardner says, up until last year, we thought we were the only species in the universe. Now we know we are not alone, and that galaxy is far stranger than we expected. Because of new resources and magic in your world, we are hoping to innovate. Is that why you created the Department of Research and Development? Lelei says, you're looking to find uses for what is on Falmart. That is a partly correct, young lady. Gardner says, we are also going to form a Department of Magic as a sub-agency under the Department of Research and Development. There's a lot to learn from your world with many great promises. Like what? Selena asks. We already made progress on new forms of ventilation. Gates says, after taking Legrath, we discovered this type of magical moss 6. They were using it as a ventilation system at the fortress with amazing properties. At least that is what the biologists say. They say it could radically transform ventilation systems, mainly in the heavy industries and space. NASA is already testing a prototype version of the upcoming Habitat module on the International Space Station. One of our mining companies in Brazil is already using a prototype version to help in mining operations. As you already know about the different types of ores we discovered like adamantium or, Willington says, we recently discovered another called Karmit. Karmit? Lelei says, that is an alchemical, or we use it rondel to help with manufacturing orbs and staff. That is what we assumed. Willington says, once we understand how magic works, we are hoping to use that to help increase efficiency and safety with nuclear energy. Nuclear energy? Lelei asks. I heard this before at Alnus. You people have something called a small modular reactor there. That is correct, Willington says. Alnus is powered by 4 NuScale power modular reactors while the TerraPower Natrium sodium fast reactor is being built. We are hoping to restart a nuclear age, cheap and clean energy. Nothing they said made sense to Pina. All she can tell is that whatever they are saying is important to them. I take it this is important. Very important. Willington says, our world is controlled by energy. What you have seen so far requires much energy resources. That is why your world is so important to us. Potts crosses her arm. I know this was a lot, and in time it will make more sense. But you did ask about motives, and I do think that is the most important. After the Revolutionary War, our country was in a situation that we call the Great Experiment. After the Civil War, we refined what it meant to be free and who God loved. Then after World War II, we took the mandate to lead and protect the free world from tyranny and oppression. In every global event since our birth, we had to step up. Just like in World War II, where we had to refine our place in the world, we now have to redefine our place among the stars. The gate is more than just a gateway to your world, but maybe to other worlds. What role will we place? How will we do it? Besides all the economic opportunities, this is the biggest prize, which will be our soul. She smiles after hearing that. She only met the president once before, and she liked her. Now she has gained a great amount of respect for the president, feeling like she can trust her. What you said sounds deeper than a philosophy question, Rory points out. That sounded more real. When everyone looks at her, she smiles. I've been around politicians for almost 1,000 years. Smart girl, Potts says, please don't ask the science question, because none of us in here will be able to explain it. Gardner, please tell them project bridge. Are you sure? Gardner asks. Potts nods. Gardner looks at everyone. Since the gate first appeared, we have been researching it. We have been hoping to find clues on Falmart, but it seems you knew as much as we did. Rondel would be your best bet, Lelei says. And Stanford and Sharpe agree with you. Willington says, that is a reason why we haven't bombed Rondell. Our agents believe there could be ancient knowledge there that might be useful. However, Rondell is still the enemy, so we cannot just go there. I am sorry. Lelei says, please continue. It is okay. Gardner says, in short, Project Bridge is developing how to artificially make our version of the gate. We concluded that the gate is a natural phenomenon, and sooner or later it will close. How did you conclude that? She asks. The fact you are human implies the gate appeared on Earth once before. Gardner answers, if not, it is clear on your world that the gate appeared on Alnus Hill dozens of times throughout history. Anything natural can be artificially recreated. If the project works, then that means we can explore the galaxy and beyond, Potts says. Wait, Rory says. You are telling me that you can create your own gate? Rory then points at Sharpe, and you didn't tell us? The Colonel didn't know, Potts says, and yes, we are developing our own gate system using the principle of Einstein-Rosen bridge, also known as the wormhole. My scientists are telling me it might be that. They already identified the new type of radiation the gate emits. Pina cannot believe that. She knew these people were powerful. They have strange weapons, impressive power units, the ability to go to their moon. And if they can control the gate to their will, she wonders if that will make them more powerful than the gods. Will you share this? She asks. Yes, Potts says. Really? Panache says, you would be that nice to share something like that? It's good for a PR stunt. Gates says, assuming we do develop this technology, there is no way the world would let us keep it. Besides, the French, British, and Japanese know about this project. It will be like our space programs. We own the project. We work without allies with it, and in return, they get to use it for their national interests too. I think that is enough for now. Potts says, for the next week, we can go into more details about this. How about you join me for dinner? 2 hours later. Pina puts down her fork, not believing the taste of the meal. Growing up at Sadera, she always had the best cooks, however this topped anything she has ever eaten before. And the diversity of the meals was also impressive. The meal was excellent, Madam President, Durant exclaims. The dish called filet mignon was delicious. The meat just melted right in my mouth. Not even my royal chef can cook this good. I also cannot believe I just ate raw fishes. How can the Japanese make uncooked fish that taste this good? Mui marvelous at the sushi dishes. How do you make raw fish edible? We always had to cook our fish from the roast stream. Potts laughs. I don't know myself, but I think we can share that secret. A maid walks over and refills her glass of wine. While she misses Sadera wine, she notices how refined American wine is. The wine actually from France, Potts replies. They make good wine. I feel useless, Hamilton whispers. Hamilton has been her faithful servant all her life. She has always been the one who got Pina food, drinks, clothes, everything that comes with a servant. She chuckles from that. This so-called curry is also exquisite. I wish to import this spice into my city, Gallus exclaims as he just finished his curry rice dishes. Lelei sets her wine glass down and looks at Sharpe. By the way, Sharpe, can you tell me more about nuclear energy? I heard this word many times on Alnus radio and your military reports. I saw the word over the internet. I know you told me not to research it, but it seems something very important to your people. If it was a secretary, most of your population wouldn't know about it, or you would do a better job of hiding it. Potts giggles. You are a smart one, Lelei. I think it is time. She then nods at Sharpe. Nuclear energy works by either splitting atoms or fusing atoms together to generate a massive amount of energy for practical use in both civilians and military purposes, Sharpe answers. What is an atom? Hamilton asks. An atom is what makes everything around you, Sharpe explains. You know how small sand is and scattered everywhere? It is just like that, but a million times smaller than sand. She finds herself struggling to follow the conversation. She learned a long time ago. She learned she won't understand everything. Sometimes she wonders if Sharpe understands all these concepts and just knows how to explain it. For example, she thought sand was the smallest object in the world, however it is clear she was wrong. So how is nuclear energy being used for military purposes? I don't see any military equipment with nuclear energy in it. Lelei, curious. This is clearly important to you people. Sharpe looks at the president again, looking for approval. Once he gets approval, he looks at Lelei. Nukes is considered one of the big 3 weapons of mass destruction, or WMDs. Weapon of mass destruction? Pina asks dreadfully. I don't want to ruin everyone's appetite or terrify you all, but I think you must know the fact that the military power you witnessed in Uros so far only represents 40% of the entire military power of the US. You have yet to face our most powerful weapons and technologies, the full might of the Air Force, and if you count the lack of naval force, which represent 20% of our armed forces. The rest is our arsenal of WMDs, in particular, the nuclear bomb, Sharpe states. For this, I will answer why Atami and I were reluctant to reveal why Japan lost WW2 earlier, because it involved the use of the nuclear weapon, 7, Sharpe states. Interesting, Rory asked with a chuckle. It is like some of your big bombs that blow things off. Like the Moab. Similar to that, but it is more terrifying than that. I will show all of you. Words of warning. What you are about to see can be too shocking and disturbing to all you, Emily says. She then asks for the TV in the room to be turned on. The aide turns on the TV and turns on Rumble 7 to a history channel. The screen shows the delegation of Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombing and the full details of the radiation effect. What you saw was an atomic bomb, Sharpe explains. What we use today are nuclear, which are 3,000 times stronger. Show them. The delegates, knights, adventurers, and the girls are terrified beyond belief at what they witnessed. The big mushroom cloud that vaporizes the two cities and everything in it in a blink of an eye. That is not even worse enough as they realize the aftermath of radiation from the weapons that rendered the landscapes completely uninhabitable for decades, or even centuries. I cannot believe this, she says. We never stood a chance? Do all you people have these weapons? No, Pot says. We and the Russians have the most from the Cold War. Both of us combined equals around 3,000 active nukes. The Chinese, British, and the French have hundreds of bombs. There are other countries who develop them like Israel, however, most countries agreed not to develop them. We have created international laws to prevent the spread of the militarization of nuclear energy. The only time in history these weapons were used in combat was during WW2, Sharpe adds. While dropping the two bombs ended the war 2 years early and saved about 3 to 5 million lives. The devastation showed these weapons shouldn't be treated like the ones you have seen. Basically, they are considered an endgame weapon. Peanut couldn't believe how strong Earth nations are. She knew they were more advanced, however, she struggled to believe how powerful they are. When she believes she finally figured out these other worlders, something like this appears and shows how little she knows. She then feels Hamilton and Jennifer grab her hands for comfort. She can see both of them are scared by what they saw, struggling to wrap their minds around how destructive the weapons are. She looks around and sees others in the delegation with the same reactions. Mui holding Gallus' hand. Gallus sits there frozen. Tayul and Delilah holding each other's arms, ears bent over. Panache nearly had a panic attack, and Beefeater tried to comfort her. She looks at the girls and sees Lelei staring at the screen. Tuke and Yao's ears are down as they talk to each other, scared. To her shock, Rory is just quiet, staring at the screen. Selena just hugs Sharpe's side. The only person who doesn't seem to have a negative reaction is King Duran for some reason. I never thought you people have the power to destroy the entire world. That's something only the gods can do. Rory fearfully tries her best to give out some words while shaking heavily, as even she, an apostle of war, unable to handle and comprehend the sheer destruction of the nuclear blast. Now I just realize while you people can create marvelous wonders, you can also be able to destroy all. It's as easy as flicking a fingertip. Luckily, you people refrain from using them freely or else the result would be apocalyptic. Lelei holds her heavy breath from the horror she just witnessed. Now you know why I never wanted you to see this, Lelei. Sharpe says, I don't want you to try and turn this into a magical spell somehow. However, you can do a small-scale version of spells based on nuclear reaction as long as it doesn't cause widespread destruction. Not going to happen, Lelei replies. I promise after watching this, I will make sure my new spells will never generate anything like the mushroom cloud. You people have been holding back the entire time. If you were ruthless enough to unleash your full power on Falmart, nothing would ever survive. Everything would become nothing but dust and wasteland, she says as she tried her best to control her tidal wave of dread and fear as she covered her face with both her hands while her eyes tearfully flowed with tears. She then looks at Duran, who is just sitting there. And how can you just sit there like you saw nothing? The moving images are impressive, Duran states. However, did you all really believe you saw their full might? You only use the weapons you need against your enemy and against weaker people like us. They don't need to use their mightiest weapons. I assumed long ago there were powerful weapons they wish not to use. Well, actually, it is not just nuclear weapons we can use to cause widespread destruction. We also have chemical and biological weapons that have the same level of calamity like nuclear weapons, but I think it is enough since I don't want to terrify all of you further, Emily states. Lucky none of you have nothing to fear, Gates says. Because of how destructive these weapons are, they have little use for frontline combat. They are either a first strike weapon because your opponent used such weapons themselves or defensive. Even the Russian and Chinese consider the weapons as defensive like us. Trust me, no one wants to use these weapons unless they have no choice. Thank you, Madam President. We really do not want to know further. Duran empties his glass of wine to calm himself down, showing that deep down he is terrified to the core, despite showing a bland face. Emily giggles. Thank you all. Now for dessert. We're going to have tiramisu. V15, Chapter 183 Hearings. Sir, 40 Fermentary members, 30 regular Oprichnina members, 20 elite Desert Scorpion assassins of the Ticaret Conglomerate, including the head of the Fermentary General Upson, have been successfully eliminated by the gift we sent to them 3 days ago during their celebration party in the mansion north of the Noble District in retaliation for the destruction of the bridge in Valtris. While the explosion indeed reduces the intelligence capability of the Oprichnina and the presence of the Imperial secret police in the capital, the vigilance of the Imperial force significantly will be much higher from now on, so it is wise that we lay low for now. We also managed to gather some intel from the Gonzori family moles that there are at least 3 dozen Fermentary agents present in Valtris and Naktai. We have their gathering locations, which are all in the file below, so that we can purge all of them in one go. If any situation arises, I will report you soon. Field report from Agent James Gracia. Earth, United States, Washington, D.C., President's Guest House. Date, April 20th, 2026. Rory is in the kitchen, cooking early. She is humming as she steers some batter. You know the cooking staff here could make pancakes for you, Lelei says as she rubs her eyes. I wanted to make Jackson some food, she replies. Because you feel bad because you beat the crap out of him twice now, Lelei says. No, I didn't, she states angrily. Once at the Darlco facility, one, when you went berserk, Lelei points out, and the other when you were punishing him for a week after the incident in the strip club too. For the strip club incident, he deserved that, she shoots back. And now I feel bad. She does feel bad for hurting Sharpe. She went berserk during the assault on the Darlco mages and couldn't stop herself. Her urges forced her to fight, and Sharpe was there. Plus, her feelings for him didn't help the situation. She sees Tuke walk into the room. What did you think of yesterday's bombshell? Lelei takes a deep breath. I spend most of the night thinking about it and understanding. Some part of me feels small after hearing that. So much power. It is surprising that they didn't destroy themselves. However, I am happy to learn the nations of this world are responsible enough. The 3 powers of this world. While they disagree, choose not to use them. Interesting outlook, Lelei. Tuke says, I don't know how to think about it. Life seems more complicated with these people. I like it when things are simple. Like everything has a major consequence, Lelei says. She thinks about past conversations with Sharpe. I remember Sharpe telling Pina that in his world, everything they have today had to be earned. Through wars, destruction, sweat, and blood, and so on. On Falmart, we fight for power while in this world. They fight to progress. Rory agreed with what Lelei said. One of the reasons she joined the Americans and their allies was because she saw much potential in them. She knew the Americans are powerful, however. She also noticed they were childish. Not childish in knowledge per se, but ready to take responsibility as the Empire replacement. Handling the different races, the power struggle, the new reality like magic, the gods, and so on. She saw them as an immature child that has a powerful weapon. She knew early on that without guidance, these Americans and their allies, with all their power and the new reality, they are not alone among the stars, would descend into another empire. When the president started talking about their place among the stars, she was thrilled. She has been waiting to hear that for a while now. signs that the Americans are fitting into those shoes. And that is why they need guidance. She says, I am glad this world has shown some restraint, even though they have their issues. She finishes putting the pancakes on the plate. She looks at them, proud of her creation. Perfect. Maybe, Lelei says and points to the oven, except for the fact the oven is on. And why did you have the oven on for pancaked? Shut up, she replies. She turns all the kitchen equipment off. She then grabs the plate of pancakes and rushes to Sharpe's room. Should we tell her that her pancake is a little bit? Tuke said. Just don't. She put so much heart in that breakfast, so let her be, but it is better that I can tell her to read cookbook later, Lelei replies. Rory knocks on the door and hears Sharpe say, come in. She opens the door. She sees him shirtless as he does push-ups. She smirks at the shirtless sight, seeing all the battle scars over his body. She loves to see them, each telling a beautiful story of war and character. And there is hers on the rib section. While she feels bad for hurting him, she is thrilled that she left a permanent mark on him, a mark no one can talk away. I brought you pancakes, she says. Sharpe stops at 35 push-ups and stands up. You know, Rory, 25 push-ups and sit-ups daily does wonders to the body. Oh, I bet it does, she replies in a sexual tone. She then looks around to make sure they are alone. Where is Selena? With Sarah getting dressed, Sharpe replies, she has a big day today. You all do. She smiles hearing that. She hands the plate to him with much eagerness. Sharpe takes a bite out of one and froze for a moment. It is good. She smiles and claps that Sharpe likes her food. Are you going to leave? Sharpe asks. She shakes her head no. I want to watch. She then watches Sharpe eat. Sarah opens Sharpe's door. We are leaving soon? She then sees Sharpe sitting on the bed, holding his chest. Are you okay? Rory made breakfast, Sharpe replies. Sarah quickly realizes what the problem is. While Rory is amazing at many things, she isn't known for her cooking skills. Rory was trying to be nice, but might have poisoned Sharpe. She walks inside and helps him stand up. What did Rory make? Pancakes, Sharpe answers as he stands. They were so soggy and I think I tasted bourbon. Once she got Sharpe up, she started putting his medals and ribbons on his dress uniform. You cannot be sick today. You have a big day. The girls are relying on you in these hearings. I know, Sharpe replies. She smiles at him. All right, let me go get some Pepto for your stomach and get you a quick breakfast. Just get out there and kick ass. She then kisses him on the cheek. Capitol Hill, Senate Chamber, Uros Committee and Committee. Date, April 20th, 2026. Selena is sitting at a long table inside the Senate chambers. To her right is her father, and to her left is Ambassador Wellington. She's impressed by how big and fancy the room is. The Edras Kingdom has a grand council of nobles that helped her old father govern the kingdom. The building was made of wood with many clothes for decoration. Nothing like this. In front of her are 13 senators sitting at their booths. You have nothing to fear, Sharpe says. They're just normal people looking for a photo op. They're not interested in attacking you. It would look bad. Why does the president want me to speak? She asks. Wellington leans over. Because you are royalty, a princess of your kingdom. You have a story people want to hear. You can inspire greatness if you speak. And if you get stuck, I am here to help. She nods and looks at the senators. Miss, Senator Ryan Lehman from Texas, head of the Uros Committee and Committee says, do you mind telling everyone your name? She leans into the microphone. I am Selena Mir Sharpe, Princess of the Edras Kingdom, but a citizen of America. Thank you, Miss Sharpe, Lehman says. For the record, how did you end up with the military at Alness Hill? She takes a deep breath as she begins explaining. She tells the story of how her family was murdered in a noble coup backed by the Empire. She describes how she was sold into slavery and was forced to march for 5 months with slave traders until she met Sharpe in the Cone Forest. She explains how Sharpe killed the slave traders and took her in. She then describes how she was adopted by Sharpe and how she is extremely happy about it. Fascinating story, Miss Sharpe, Lehman says. I think it is a beautiful story of a soldier taking care of a native of Falmart, proving our worlds can be corporate. However, we do have some questions, Princess. I now give the floor to Senator Natalie Ellis from Washington. Thank you, Chairman, Ellis says. Princess, are you a political refugee or in political exile? She looks at her father, not understanding the question. He gives her the answer, and she looks at the female Senator Ellis. I think I am in political exile. The nobles removed my family from power against our will. If they see me, they will kill me. Wellington leans forward. During the classical era, it was a custom to purge the old ruling class for the coup to be successful. As long as Princess Sharpe is alive, the current ruling class will be seen as illegitimate and will look for ways to assassinate her. That is why we let her live in Alness and live under Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe and his team's protection. However, Ellis asks, none of you learned that Princess Sharpe here was royalty until 9 months later? Your reports say you didn't know about her true status until those terrorist Nadris Wood elves kidnapped her. Or, did you know? And we're covering it up? Sharpe leans forward. Slavery is common on Falmart. So at the time, I assumed Selena was just another girl. There are no age laws, which means a 6-year-old is considered old enough for abuse. Based on how she talked, I assumed she might have been a noble. However, I did not deem it important because I believed she would tell me when she was ready, and she's my daughter, and that's all that matters. I decided it was more important to treat her as a young girl who needed support. It was my fault, she says. When I first met my father and your people, I was scared, and I didn't know who you were. Once I learned you could be trusted, I was scared to share my identity because I didn't want to lose how I was being treated. My new father took an interest in my education and happiness, and I made lots of friends. I thought if I told you that I wouldn't be able to stay with my dad and with everyone else. I was happy, and I didn't want to lose it. Selena leans back in her seat, feeling her heart pound. She cannot think of a more nervous moment in her life. She has been scared many times, but not this tense. She feels her father rub her back to relax her. The official position from the State Department is that we nor the military knew about Princess Sharpe royalty. However, we fully support that she kept it a secret. Wellington states, in her situation, she has to protect herself. And while we are regretful, we didn't know early to prevent the Nadris terrorists from hunting her. We understand. She leans to Sharpe. Why is he talking like that? Political speech, Selena. Sharpe answers. It is a skill. You say as much as you can as vaguely as possible. Personally, I never could speak like that. I prefer to be direct and clear in my meaning. Unless I am trolling someone, Senator Sullivan Foley from Puerto Rico has the floor, Lehman says. Thank you, Chairman, Foley says, and then looks at Selena. Princess Sharpe, why are these terrorists after you? My reports state that these terrorists tried to kill her twice, almost accomplishing that goal both times. I'd like to know why. Lord Lashin told me, because my Edra's father's blood flows through my veins, so he thinks I will continue the decades-long wars between our people, she says. They see her as their last chance to remove an old enemy, Sharpe adds. Lashin is a zealot. I know this because I fought him twice. The military has devoted resources to remove this terrorist threat. Can you handle that, Lieutenant Colonel? Foley asks. He nearly killed her twice, and it seems he has murdered others. Maybe it would be better to relocate Princess Sharpe here for protection. Sharpe takes a deep breath. When I adopted Selena, I had no idea of her royalty. I adopted the girl, not the title. Lashin won't get away from what he has done, and about the protection of my daughter, I am a father now. There is no limit for how far I will protect her, and if she wants to reclaim her title, I will aid and protect her. Is that what you want, Princess Sharpe? Lehman asked. Based on our report, you had mixed feelings about going back to your people. I can understand why, but what are the specifics of your future plans? Selena takes a deep breath as she figures out what to say. She has hated the nobles in her country for killing her family and the horrors they inflicted on her. However, she also has learned from Tayul III that she has a responsibility to her people, Pina fighting for her people, and she admires her father's strength. In the beginning, she was running away from her past, hiding behind her father for protection. Now she has a better idea of what she should do in life. It is Senator Lehman? She asks. I thought about what my POC Pacific plans are. I will follow my father's wishes and go to school and learn more so I can be a better fighter and leader like my dad. Then I will free my people from the corrupt nobles who killed my family and sold themselves to the Empire. Just like Queen Tayul and Princess Pina, I wish for my people to be free. A very strong statement from someone as young as yourself, Lehman says. A model citizen. Now I have a few more questions, and we will be done. Pina rubs her head after hearing the questions by these senators. She always thought the Imperial senators were dull. However, these American senators seem to practice being boring. So far, they have been asking about her days with the Empire and what it was like. And that is why you left the Empire? Senator Glenn Walker from New Hampshire asks. Yes, she replies. After returning all the American prisoners, I decided I wanted to help fight against my father and brother. She almost called the American prisoners slaves again. 20 years of upbringing can be a hard change. It was until she met Sharpe and Lelei in Italica 4 that she ever thought about the lower classes of society and the differences of prisoners and slaves. And why did you go against your family and your people? Walker asks. I didn't go against my people, she yells. Willington covers her microphone and leans at her. Don't yell. Just answer the question calmly. I am sorry, she replies. Princess Lotta, Layman says. What do you mean that you didn't go against your people? Are you still fighting for the Empire? She takes a deep breath to calm herself down. My father knew the gate was going to reappear and was promised riches and forever lasting glory if he conquered your world. My brother is willing to burn the continent to the ground just to keep his throne. When I say I am not fighting against my people, I mean I joined you people to protect my people. My brother has to be stopped. I give Senator William Dean from Guam the floor. Layman says. Thank you, Chairman. Dean says, Princess, your brother, Emperor Caesar created a continental-sized military alliance called the Falmart League. If these are your people, then why are they siding with your brother? Because they don't see an alternative yet, she replies. They are mostly consumed by fear and paranoia about the bad things they ignorantly assume NATO is going to do to them. Many of them are good, honest, decent people who truly believe that they are protecting their homes. Right now, many only see the bullet or work for my brother. They need to see if it is okay to switch sides, that protecting their homes means siding with you, not my brother. You must understand, the Imperial Army is prideful, almost to the point of being suicidal. Many would rather die until their superiors tell them to stop, or a leader they respect. Respect? Foley asks. The Imperial Army seems prideful, however you think they will follow a 20-year-old girl like you? Princess or not? Be careful, Pina, Sharpe says. It is just a direct question, a character question. They want to know if they should put these careers on the line to back you. I don't know if any of you know about the Ely's campaign, she says. My brother Chrysis led the Imperial Army in that region against your forces during that campaign. However, we later learned he never was fighting us, but the Empire core values itself. He wanted to surrender with honor. 5. His goal was to instill pride in the army, so they could accept surrender without disgrace, she says. By fighting in the trenches with the Legion, he showed them there was another path. They respected him, and not my father or brother. But his plan failed, Walker says. Chrysis and Wilk were murdered by General Herm and the Oprichnina. His army was crucified for their treason. It was not a complete failure, though, she replies. During the Battle of Legrath, many of its defenders defected to our side. 6. I can verify this, Senators, Sharpe says. You all know of Guardian Beludi. She and her forces switched sides. And you think you will carry this mantle? Foley asks. She thinks about that question, feeling bugs in her stomach. She leans into the microphone. Yes. Chrysis had a vision, and he placed it with me. The Empire is corrupted, and it lost its way long ago. When this war ends, something will need to replace it. The Empire was once a powerful republic like yours, and my vision is to bring back a republic, free for all people. Tayo bends her ear and glances over at Willington. Are they idiots? No, Willington replies. They are politicians. Be careful of Layman, though. He actually cares. She chuckles a little. She realizes that even though these Americans are more advanced in every way, the wheels of bureaucracy are the same everywhere. Oh, she replies, I was expecting giants. You were in sadera for 3 years, Sharpe says. You should know politicians are lazy. Tayul smirks, enjoying Sharpe's humor. She cannot believe she was scared of him for so long. I think I can speak for this committee and the American people that we are all sorry for what happened to your country, Layman says. However, how does this affect us? I mean no disrespect, but the United States cannot be responsible for every civilian on Falmart. I am not asking you to, she replies. All you need to do is start the abolition movement, and others will carry that torch. She understands why the senators are hesitant about her slavery abolishment proposal. Falmart has a population of over 300 million of all races. She knows the nations of Earth are not required to help her people, however she understands the game they are playing. There are millions of slaves who were stolen from their homes, she explains. I am not just talking about bunnies like myself. But you must remember these people are not property people. You all heard the stories of people from this world taken and brought to my world to be enslaved. Many are raped, abused, killed for sport, hard labor, and more. What happens to slaves like me every day? To give you a context thing about the Holocaust during World War II, she says, dozens of ethnic groups suffered horrors from a people who considered themselves the master race, just like the Empire. The Blood Diamond Mines, which uses people as slave labor for the rich and powerful. The Empire is all of that into one organization. We understand, Your Highness, Layman says. You want this government to send more of our boys and girls to abolish these slaves? An entire continent? Falmart the size of Europe and Northern Asia combined. The war must be our priority, not a moral crusade. She sees Wellington leaning toward her to comment. She brushes him off and smiles. Then we are in agreement, she replies. She sees all the senators, Wellington and Sharpe, stunned by her response. What do you mean? Foley asks. That the Empire must be our priority? Yes, she says. All I am requesting is your voice and stance. Alnus is a beacon of liberty, something Falmart has never seen before. Your presence is showing my world there is another path. Many people in Alnus were once slaves and now they are free. Many have started building business, trading with the people of Philadelphia. I was in Philadelphia, 7, and I saw people from both worlds trading, and it was beautiful. All I need is your voice, so we can free slaves ourselves, she continues. Like when you people fought for your freedom hundreds of years ago against your empire, the British Empire. We need to fight just like you did. So please, just lend us your voice and presence. Thank you. Tayul leans back looking at the senators. She can see them thinking and talking among themselves. Everything is going according to her plan. She can see Sharpe and Wellington sitting there confused. Jackson, I listened to all your little lectures very carefully over the past 6 months. You really like to run your mouth on subjects like these. I wanted to see if you walked the talk, or were just another Zorzal. She then looks at Wellington. Also, I know how to handle politicians. I am a queen after all. I am impressed, Wellington comments with a chuckle. I didn't realize I wouldn't be needed. Let me get this straight, Sharpe asks. I thought you came here to enlist more support, not to go solo. She nods. I assumed because you are the most powerful nation in this world, people and countries ask for your help all the time. I asked for your help, however, unlike everyone else, I didn't ask for your muscle. So I separated myself. I linked my motivations to your people and your world's horrific history. You see, Jackson, she continues. I put your pride on the line because I asked for so little. Now they feel like they can offer everything I wanted, making it seem like they're doing me a service by doing more than I asked. Now they get to go to the people they represent and act how great they are for going above and beyond. In the end, I get what I wanted, your military to assist in my goals to free my people and end slavery without having to deal with politics. Sharpe blinks, impressed. I should never debate with you. She smiles, enjoying that comment. Tuke takes a drink of water. So far, she explained her story about how her people spent 8 years on the run, migrating town to town. She told them how they had to fight local knights, adventurers, guild mercenaries, and the Empire before they were captured at Legrath. She then told the senators that she convinced her people to stay at Alnus for protection, and in return her people have been assisting the Rangers on their missions. However, her people miss the woods. While Alnus is great, it isn't the elf way. That is correct, Senator Layman, she says. Unlike the many slaves who never had a home, my people did. We still have a culture and identity. We are not the ones who think this. You speak of the Schwartz tribes? Layman says, what you are asking for us to recognize current land sovereignty and to grant it to your people. That is correct, she says. Before coming to D.C., she agreed to represent many tribes who wish to maintain control over their lands. The Schwartz tribe, the Vilbla tribe 8, and others the military has made agreements with. These tribes want assurances that they will be able to keep their lands once the war is over. We have agreements with such groups, however, they have been mixed results, Layman says. In a report on May 21, 2025, one of our Ranger Vanguard teams, Vanguard 5, I believe, was attacked by one of these tribes, Dean says. 4 Rangers died in an ambush. I can speak to that, Sharpe says. I work with Vanguard 5 and was ambushed by a rogue elf. The tribal leader agreed to all terms as an apology, allowing our forces through the forest unchallenged. You must remember, senators, that in this world, racial distrust is the norm, Wellington adds. Different races can be friends, work together. However, everyone always watches the others with suspicion. It has been hard to build trust with these tribes. Up to this point, our advantage has been that we are not from Uros, so there is no negative historical context between us and the natives. I understand, Dean says. Do you believe making these agreements more official will build trust? Correct, Tuke says. Elves are very territorial. We need to be clear about this, Foley says. These sovereignty treaties can only be made by tribes that are under NATO occupation. Outside these territories, we cannot provide support. Based on your story, Miss Marceau, Layman says, your lands are over 2,000 miles, 9 away by ground. Unlike the other tribes, you are asking for us to give you land. That will require us to take away land from others who place their trust in us. That is what General Stanford told us. However, my proposal doesn't require you to take anyone's land, she says. My people would never want to steal someone's land. However, this is a forest called the Cone Forest that is unoccupied right now. After a year, no one has resettled the area. We are asking to settle in that forest and turn it into our home. How has no one resettled it by now? Foley asks. All the villages were destroyed or abandoned in the Cone Forest, Sharpe says. My team was the one when the flame dragon attacked the Cone Forest. The villages that were not destroyed were evacuated. My team helped escorted them out of the danger zone. Miss Marceau is correct. No one will be coming back because they think it is too dangerous. If you grant this territory to us, we will develop it and be happy to enter relations, just like the other tribes I am representing today, she says. In return, we will help your people defeat the Empire. We will help fight, track, scout, whatever is needed as allies. To do this, each tribe state will need to agree to a Protectorate Nations program. Layman says, everyone will maintain their territory that is agreed to, and the United States will be the security guarantee. Just like what we do with the Pacific Islands Compact of Free Association Treaty. 9. Yao is in the hall looking into the hearings. She is upset that she isn't allowed to speak like everyone else. Why won't you let me speak? Because you might strip again, Sarah replies. You still mad about that? She asks. Very, Sarah replies. Besides, the State Department wants to talk to you about Mount Tube. She looks at Sarah confused. To me? What about Mount Tube? Follow me, Sarah says. She follows Sarah. She wonders why Sharpe picked Sarah as a mate. She seemed too strict, lacked the willingness to give Sharpe a son, and doesn't seem to be a warrior like the other girls. Am I in trouble? She asks. No, Sarah says. She stops at a door and looks at Yao. They're going to offer you a lot. All of their agreements. Before you say, yes, make sure you get a lawyer to look it over. Understand? She nods, not fully understanding what that means, but not wanting to anger Sarah. Sarah opens the door and walks in. As she walks in, she sees a bunch of men and women in suits sitting at the tables. Welcome, Yao Hadusher, a woman says. We have been expecting you. Please have a seat. She sits down nervously. Hi there, Dash. I am Ambassador Melissa Clark, Clark says. I am here to represent the State Department for the Forming Protectorate Nations program. I was informed that you will be representing your people on this tribe. Kinda, but I thought Tuke was in the hearing, she asks, confused. In the hearings, yes, Clark replies. But she cannot make economic agreements for you, as she isn't a citizen of your people or appointed by your people. She blinks at how she talks, baffled by how Clark is speaking. Can you speak plainly, please? She then feels an elbow nudge by Sarah. That reason why I asked Captain Rose to bring you here is that the Office of Surface Mining and the United States Geological Survey discovered a large deposit of adamantium at Mount Tube. Clark says, the largest yet. Really? She asks. I don't understand. We don't use it. I know, but we will, Clark says. We believe that is why the flame dragon nested there. The dragon was attracted by thee or in some way. Yao heard stories that the flame dragon nested at Mount Tube. Her people stayed away as much as possible not to anger it. That was until Giselle awakened it to destroy her people. So, what do you need me for? She asks. Tao watches Clark, and her aides look at each other confused. Clark looks back at Yao. We are asking for mining rights of Mount Tube and other deposits that are discovered. These rare earth metals are vital to the US and NATO militaries and economies. Of course, your people will be compensated, Clark says. We can work out the details in further talks. How much money is the deposit worth? She asks. I assume it is a lot for you to go through all this troubles. Our current estimates are $400 billion of adamantium. Clark says. We are still working out the currency exchange rates, however we believe this equals out to 2 trillion Cinque 10. We will give your people 2% in royalties monthly on your profits. That sounds like a lot, she says, and then looks to Sarah. Is it? I didn't major in ancient currency conversation or mining law. I think that is a lot, Sarah replies. Let's say your people's problems will be gone for a long time. She looks at Clark. This sounds great and all, but my people are not miners. We are farmers and hunters. That is no issue, Clark says. Your people won't have to lift ant dirt. If you agree to the contract, then the contract will go into open competition. Corporations who specialize in mining will bid for the mining rights. Whoever wins will do all the work while your treasury collects the royalties every month. We already have 7 ongoing mining operations. We are also willing to help in the construction of new homes and infrastructure. Clark says we will need to establish a mining post and refinery there. We also believe the British Geological Survey found promising findings for other rare earth metals in the Tube Mountains, so we will need a base of operation. We are taking great interest in the Schwartz Forest. She blinks, finally realizing what the offer is. I thank you for the offers and wishing to aid my people. Before I agree to anything, though, I'd like to see a lawyer to review the treaty. Rory is leaning back in her chair, feet on the desk. I see that you are an expressive woman, Miss Mercury, Foley points out. Just doing what a lovely woman like me has to do, she replies. Can you please tell the world how you are over 900 years old, but you are in a 12-year-old body? Foley asks. Is it common for your world gods to pick children as apostles? She can see the confusion in all of the senator's eyes. She understands. She remembers this issue when she first met the Americans. It took a while to see past her body age over her actual age. She has already explained what happens when a god picks someone to become their apostle. That they gain supernatural speed, strength, intelligence, and special magical abilities. Most apostles are at adult ages, however it is common for gods to pick children, she states. You must remember, they are gods. The age of us means nothing to them. And besides, when our enemy sees an apostle like me, we are setting them up for jailbait. Then off with their heads. After saying that, she laughs. She heard some chuckles from aides and senators, some trying to hold in the humor. Rory, Sharpe says. She glances over and smirks. Jackson. She looks back at the senators and sees their confusion from the mannerisms. She can tell they are unsure how to handle her personality. The impression she got is that everyone who comes here has to be professional and act the part, or in her terms, boring. She has no intention to just be another suit, but leave an impression. I see, Foley replies. In the reports, you said the reason you joined our side was to assist us in the war. Can you clarify that, please? Don't you trust my motives? She asks. I started it many times with your commanders. It isn't about trusting Miss Mercury, Foley replies. The American people wish to know more about you and your kind. You and the other apostles. Many have seen you in live feeds on your trip to Earth and heard the story of a young warrior fighting alongside our soldiers, saving lives. She glances to Sharpe. Why is she speaking like that? She is giving you a chance to tell your story and to tell the world that you are friendly, Sharpe says. Rory smirks and looks back at the senators. To my fellow Americans and the people of Earth, she says as she holds up her right hand and points to the female senators and aides. I have 2 main reasons why I have sided with you. The first one, and every woman out there will understand this one. Once you find a tough, action-packed, handsome man, wild man, he's yours. She hears some of the women in the chamber chuckle as Layman calls for order. Rory, Sharpe says in his command tone, warning her to stop. Jackson, she replies, ignoring Sharpe's warning again. She knows she is in trouble now and wonders how that will play out later tonight. Don't worry, I'm not talking about yet. She then gives him a wink. The second is that I believe in your people's values, she says in a more serious tone. I know you all know about the Empire. However, this cycle has been going on for thousands of years. The Empire was originally built to stop this cycle. However, they became what they were designed to stop. I believe you had a hand in building the Empire? Ellis asks. That is correct, she says. I was working with another named Talon 11, the Apostle of Edos. Edos is the god of tranquility and stability, just like our moon. He had the vision to forge an empire that would bring tranquility and stability to Falmart. I later learned his definition of tranquility and stability was different than mine, so I left. Ruling with an iron fist is not the way to bring peace. And now you join us to destroy your creation, Foley asks. She takes her feet off the table and looks forward into the mic. Yes. Talon forgot the one thing that he needed the most for his plan to work, and that is why the Empire failed. And that is, Layman asks, as you all know, I represent the god Emroy, she says. For those who don't know, Emroy is the god of darkness, war, warrior death, insanity, crime, execution, and most important of all, love. Love is the greatest motivator of all. Everything that is done is related to love. When I first met you people last year, she says, with all of your power, I noticed something different. You love your people. You love your history. Everything that motivated you was for love, right or wrong. Your history about rising above tradition, defying oppression, and the rules of nature. Rules of nature? Walker asks. I have read that in reports before. Can you explain what this means? I love how innocent you people are, she replies. It is a term in our world. It means that the strong rules over the weak. That is the natural order of things. If you can be enslaved, you should be. If you can be killed or controlled, you should be. My world encourages abusing others for personal power and wealth. You are expected to rise above it, or you deserve your fate. You people found a different way, she continues. Not just you Americans, but others throughout your history. All attributing blocks to who you are today. With every war, with every challenge, you find a way to grow from it. The history of Falmart goes back hundreds of thousands of years, and yet everything is still the same. With you people, everything that has happened in a fraction of that time, and it has led you to this point. All because of love. She meant everything she said. She knows that she was being a bit hyperbolic, however, Willington said, this is a public relations stunt to help gain public support for the war, to show a more positive side of Falmart. She knows why humanity of Earth changed. Aphrodite told her that the gods of Earth stepped back to let humanity grow on their own. 12. Rory also doesn't want to tell them the truth that she is trying to shepherd them to the ideal empire she hopes they can be. She was not lying when she called them innocent. While the Americans and their allies are powerful, they lack experience with dealing with other races, mythical creatures and monsters, gods and more. She remembers the deep fear and confusion they had when they first meet, and that their technology was the only security they had. The last thing she wants is them reverting to the evil empire because they don't understand Falmart. Very interesting, Miss Mercury, Walker says. Please tell us about the other apostles. How many are there? Last time I checked there were 22, she says. However, I cannot confirm if that is the total number. That is just what I know from my travels around the world and talking to other temples. I have only been to 3 continents, Falmart being my home continent. Not all apostles are as outgoing as myself, scared of my amazing beauty. Some, like Fryen, like to stay among themselves or in their communities. We know about the apostles Talon, Fryen, Giselle, and Jasis, Walker says. Are all these apostles hostiles? Let me make a correction, she says. Fryen and Carlin are your ally now. You have 3 apostles who are actively helping you win the war. Giselle is not an enemy nor a friend. She is a prisoner. Right now, she is being punished in Alnus for her crimes against the Dark Elves. Apostles are agents of our gods, she says. Our duty on Uros is to maintain balance. We don't let the other apostles spread their religion too far. We spread out God's will to people. We are the balance. In your world, gods? Walker asks. Should the United States consider them a threat? She laughs after hearing that. Of course not. The gods rarely intervene in mortal life. That is why we apostles exist. We do their work for them. However, they are there and have the power to intervene. But to answer your question, Senator, is no. As long as you don't cross their lines, directly attacking them or commit a great sin, they probably will leave you alone. But they can be a threat. Layman asks again. She realizes she made a mistake. Willington told her to be clear in what she said. Don't leave anything to interpretation like she just did. Possibly, however highly unlikely. It is just as likely the Russians are going to nuke you tomorrow because they felt like it. You would have to do something so extreme for them to take notice. In addition to that, some gods like mine and Hardy are no fans of the Empire, so you are doing their bidding in removing a stain on Falmart's history. This world seems to be vastly different than ours, Layman says as he rubs his head. Everything we once thought was make-believe turned out to be all true. Let me tell you this, Senator, she says. You have yet to see everything Uros has to offer. There will be many things you have yet to see. People, creatures, and subjects that will defy everything you know. However, always remember this. You are not alone. I vowed to assist you through this journey, and I am not alone. Many are willing to help. You are not alone among the stars, and we are all not hostile. Miss Lelei, Dean says, Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe has stated in his reports that you are an expert in magical activities. Is that correct? I wouldn't say I am an expert, she replies, but I know a lot about magic. I never graduated from the Mage Academy because I joined Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe's team, but I have been working on expanding my knowledge of magic from your science, so I like to say thank you so much for your people's knowledge. I promise I have been respectful of your knowledge. Thank you, Dean says. That knowledge took generations to be earned, so I am glad you are being responsible with it. Now, explain how magic works. Our scientists are still puzzled on how it is even possible. To start with, magic isn't a science, she replies. They can overlap like everything in life. The best comparison I can think of is art. You people need to relearn how to think beyond currently. What do you mean by relearn? Walker asks. I mean, you once knew how to do magic, but lost that knowledge for a more scientific mindset, she says. I think I traced it to the golden age of Islam when they developed and spread advanced mathematics during the 9th and 10th centuries. Did you just say we once had magic on Earth? Layman asked in a shocked tone. That is correct, she replies. Senators, Sharpe says. This is just a current theory on a thought experiment. Looking back in history to see if anything else we wrote off as fantasy and debate if it was true. We currently have no evidence there was ever magic in Earth history. She looks at Sharpe, annoyed by what he said. Sharpe looks at her. You're on a live feed. There are a billion people watching right now. You cannot just say things like that on live TV. But it is the truth. You just need to wait and see, she says. It is not true, but just a theory, Sharpe replies. You're going to start a global panic. This is meant to reassure people that everything they know in the world isn't crashing down on them. Not scaring people. She takes an annoying breath. Miss Lelei, Ellis says, you got your education from a city called Rondell. For your report, Rondell is considered a crown jewel of the Empire, the third most important city. That is correct, she says. Most of the top academies, guilds, and universities are in Rondell. If you seek knowledge, that is the place you want to go to. However, they are an imperial city, Dean states. From your recommendation, General Stanford has limited attacks to that city. Since the city is so important to the Empire war effort, why did you request us to limit attacks on the city? Do you have a conflict of loyalties between your commitments for us and your home? My loyalties are not divided, Senator, she says. Your people wish for knowledge on how magic works, knowledge about the gate, about all the different races, and more. If you want this knowledge, destroying Rondell would destroy much of this knowledge that you seek. Falmart doesn't have the kind of backing up abilities like your computers do when it comes to information. Most information only has the master copy. Only the most important of knowledge has copies, but that is expensive. I know this because my sister is a scribe. What Miss Lelei proposed was that we pick what our priorities are, Sharpe adds. We can destroy an important economic and research hub of the Empire and lose anything of value that city has, or invest in ways to take the city without destroying it, claiming the knowledge we need. I see, Layman says, gaining that knowledge is a priority of ours. However, if the city is hostile, according to recent reports from our agents and our drones, if we cannot get that information, it seems a waste of our resources not to remove Rondell as a threat. We believe there is another option, Willington says. Miss Lelei has friends in Rondell, many in the Rondell High Council like Grandmaster Cato L. Alteston and Mimosa La Mare. Based on her letters, there is a movement within Rondell that they want to reach out to us diplomatically. The information is still in development. However, we believe many in the city don't see us as the enemy as we once thought, thanks to Miss Lelei's letters. Assuming if this is true, this will show other cities of interest that can switch sides and benefit. Falmart is a large continent, and we cannot occupy it all. We need to show diplomatic outreach to the cities and counts that are out of our military reach to help bring the war to an end. She notices a strange silence in the chamber as the senators talk to each other. Miss Lelei, Layman says, are you saying with the right pressure and diplomatic outreach that Rondell could switch sides in the war? I believe so, she replies. While many in Rondell might not like you, many see the future is with you. The Empire only encourages the correct opinions in Rondell, and there are many there who will enjoy your First Amendment beliefs. I have been informing my master about some of your freedoms, and they have taken interest. I see, Layman says. By the way, I know that NATO is still struggling with the problem of magic in Uros, and there is a great chance that magic can help you people advance greatly. Trying to reach Rondell at the same time is very time-consuming. So why not get your own mages to help, Lelei states. What do you mean our mages? Layman replies. Everyone in the room is confused by Lelei's words. I mean the Wiccans, Gypsy, and Native Indian shamans. They are the mages of Earth. To be frank with all of you and everyone in this world, magic does exist on Earth, she loudly states. A massive O echoes across the Senate floor. Lelei, you shouldn't talk like that, we discussed this already, Sharpe states. Willington quickly moves to the microphone. Senators, this is just a theory and not endorsed by the military or State Department. I know it is hard to believe what I said, and you properly think that I am joking, so I would like the real mage of your world to present here. Lelei then pulls out her phone and speak. You come here now, Grand High Witch, Lelei speaks. A huge black smoke bursts through the door of the Senate room and lands in front of the podium and manifests in the form of a middle-aged woman in Gothic dress. Greeting, ladies and gentlemen. I am Grand High Witch Verona Swordin of the North American Coven Council and descendant of the Merlin bloodline. I am here to talk, the woman says. A mass panic starts to emerge. She watches as senators get from their seats, terrified. All the aides and guests move back, all terrified. She sees panic all over the chamber. Everything she is watching is confusing her. She watches as 4 Secret Service agents rush up, aiming their weapons at her Earth mage. She gets between the agents and the Wiccans delegations. Don't shoot. She means you no harm. She sees this confused and scared look on Wellington's face as 2 agents grab him and start dragging him away. She looks at Sharpe and sees this baffled look in his eyes. I came to disclose my people's presence to the world, Swordin says. No need to be angry. Here, you can restrain me if you want, and then we can clear out the confusion in the interrogation room. Swordin calmly raises her hands to be handcuffed as she anticipated this situation might happen. The Secret Service agents handcuff Swordin and takes her away as Lelei watches on. As Sharpe still baffled about the situation, she gets to his side. Lelei, Sharpe says, follow me? V15, Chapter 184 Earth Mages. After signing the new Falmart Economic Trade Agreement, FETA, the establishment of the Falmart Investment Fund, access to the World Bank and International Monetary Fund, the big winners of the current are farming and other labor equipment. As part of the treaty, all signatures from Uros agree to a goal to abolish the institution of slavery no later than 5 years. This is to allow time to transition each country and city-state to implement the policy. The treaty also lays down regulations on labor laws, that all companies must employ natives and establish charter schools, trade schools, and other educational opportunities to give the technical knowledge they need for the modern era. As part of the abolishment movement, farming and labor equipment has been given low-interest and subsidy loans to help transform the native economy into a more industrialized and merchant-style economy. Italica, Valtris, and Alter agreed to the SpaceX Starlink program to provide internet to these 3 cities. The goal with these internet markets is to allow farmers and other merchants to sell their goods faster and easier. After signing the USLB Defense Treaty, the Elba fiefdom signed 7 defense contracts. Many of the other city-states like Italica and Valtris signed smaller defense deals to help shore up their defenses. With the expectations that the treaty would be signed, for the last 6 months defense companies have been developing exportable weapons or versions of the current fleet of equipment that can be used by Elba and other nations and city-states. In the light terrain vehicle competition, Polish DZD Tymincy Company proposed the Tarpan Honker. The main contender American Growler is proposing their M1161 Growler and the GM Defense Infantry Squad Vehicle, ISV, or the British Land Rover Wolf design. The contact states Elba will buy 20 vehicles with an option to buy 20 more later. In a surprise bid, King Duran stated he wants to transform his Wyvern into a NATO-style air force. While funding is still being sorted out, there are two contenders for this new contract. Because of the lack of experience with modern aircraft, it was decided to sell turboprop light attack aircraft. The only remaining company that makes military is the Brazilian Embraer Defense and Security/Sierra Nevada Corporation in their Embraer EMB 314 Super Tucano. Textron Aviation submitted their AT-6B Wolverine design, a combat version of the well-known trainer aircraft. However, Boeing made a shocking announcement that shook up the aviation competition. They announced plans to start production on 3 designs with 3 more in development. For the possible emerging civilian air travel, Boeing said they will bring back the famous Boeing 247 and Douglas DC-2 passenger planes. For the emerging military, Boeing announced they will be introducing 2 versions of the famous WW2-era aircraft, the P-51 Mustang, the F divided by a -51A air superiority, and the A-51B close air support. Boeing said they were planning on pitching the aircraft for the war against the Empire and sees Elba and other low-tech nations as future customers. By law, Congress has placed limits and bans on certain offensive weapons until better regulations and control management can be established, like firearms. The main reason is that some members of Congress are afraid that small-scale weapons like firearms and explosives might be used against U.S. and NATO forces. According to the FETA, all companies are required to employ native employees to train a local base and fund trade schools. Every company will establish training centers. Most of the commercial and military contacts are small, barely enough to be considered profitable. However, most companies see this as whoever gets a foothold into the new market will be rewarded in the future with larger contracts as the Falmart economy adjusts and grows. It is a rush to see who will become the dominant player within their market. Most controls seem to be small-scale equipment like handheld radios, night vision goggles and sensors, medical supplies, and other basic military equipment. In the short term, the biggest winners for passing the FETA is the agriculture industry. Companies like John Deere, U.S. base, Viterra, Canadian base, C&H Industrial, U.S.-UK Italian base, AGCO Corporation, U.S. base, Kubota, Japanese base, and Manitou Group, French base, are lining up to compete bids. Some companies are already announcing joint bids like AGCO and Viterra. Because 80% of the Falmart economy is an agricultural base, the agriculture industry is the biggest winner. Congress, many other NATO countries have stated that they want to introduce agriculture equipment to Falmart to help transition away from slaves. These companies are a key factor in ending slavery in the 5-year timetable. Many companies, both civilian and military, are also looking back to their 1940s and 1950s designs, believing they will be easier and cheaper to sell to the Falmart market. Many of the designs would be easy for natives to manufacture themselves, easier to maintain, and more affordable. National interest: Earth, United States. Washington, D.C. Oval Office. Date: April 21st, 2026. You have to be kidding me, Potts says. Lelei looks around and sees the president at her desk, Vice President Gardner, Willington, and Sharpe next to her. Senate Majority Leader Thomas Evans of Wisconsin, Senator Ryan Lehman of Texas, and Speaker of the House Lawson Roman of Pennsylvania. After yesterday's events, Sharpe chewed her out for setting this ploy up. After that, what she saw over the internet was chaos as people about the Earth mages. Riots in cities across the world. She never intended to upset so many people. All she wanted to show the truth. Latest reports say there is a large group of protesters at the Gate compound in Philadelphia, Roman says. The governor has deployed the National Guard to prevent a riot. Is that your top concern? Gardner says. People are wondering who these mages are and what threat they are. They are not a threat, she states. Lelei, Sharpe says. Don't push it. I know you think this, Miss Lelina, Lehman says, but I was sitting right there. This woman appears out of nowhere in one of the most secure places on Earth, bypassing all of our security with ease. If she wanted to kill us, we would be dead. But they are not a threat, she says again. She just wanted to talk to you. The entire planet saw what happened, Lehman states. You scared everyone. Miss Lelina, Willington says. You don't just teleport inside Congress like that. Lelei, Potts says. This might cost us the war. You do realize the gravity of the situation? No country, no society believed that magic was a real thing in our world. How could this make you lose the war? She asks. Confused, Colonel Potts says, part of our arrangement you agreed to take full responsibility for all of their actions. You explain it to her. Sharpe lets out a stressful breath. During the Vietnam War, there was a campaign called the Tet Offensive by our enemies. While we militarily crushed the North Vietnam Army during that offensive, we lost the public relations war. It showed that we lost control of the situation on the ground and that the government had no idea what they were doing. It ended all public support for the war. In short, Roman says, for all people know their neighbors could be wizards who do witchcraft. If something terribly wrong happens like house fire, the neighbors will be to blame. All right, Potts says. Gardner, tell the governors that we have a plan. We need to get control of this situation, so I will make a public address. The FBI will begin a search for more of these mages. I want the director on the line in 35 minutes. Lelei watches the American politicians talk about how they are going to deal with the Wiccan's mages. In her stunt to help normalize the mage community on Earth, she realizes she might have started the second witch hunt. She looks to Sharpe. I messed up, didn't I? Sharpe looks at her. Yes, you did. We agreed that you would show me your evidence when we came to D.C. But you did this. But you kept blowing me off, she says. I've been busy for the past 3 days, Sharpe says. I wasn't expecting you to do something like this. Rory, probably. You never. I just wanted to help these people, she says. You always talk about how it is wrong to oppress people, that they should be able to live free and the way they want. These people have lived in the shadows fearing the prosecution of general society for having magic. I just wanted to help. Sharpe just takes a deep breath. She looks back at the American politicians. It sounds like they agree to begin a large-scale search for these Wiccan's mages. She wonders if they will put them in jail like Sordin. All right, everyone, Potts says. I will talk to you all later. I need to talk to the FBI director and the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Madam President, she says. Can I please explain? Let me tell people the truth. Potts looks at Lelei. You have done enough, Lelei. She sees everyone stand up and leave the room. She gets up and follows everyone. Sharpe heard what Lelei said. As everyone leaves the office, he stops and closes the door. Can I help you, Colonel? Potts says. I said everyone needs to leave. He takes a deep breath and looks at the president. He places his hands behind his back at attention. Permission to speak freely, Madam President? I had a feeling you had an opinion, Potts says. Speak quickly. You should let Lelei explain herself, madam, he says. After the stunt she did? Potts says. You of all people should understand the gravity of the situation. You are correct, Madam President, he says. However, Lelei is right. People are scared, Potts explains. Not just here, but all across the world. This is the second shock in 1.5 years. Everything we thought was reality is starting to be torn apart. For all we know at this point, the Star Wars galaxy is real, and all the alphabet news networks, are honest, truth-telling moral people who have outstanding character and principles. He takes a breath as he collects his thoughts. And that gives us the right to oppress a group of people because of their beliefs and who they are. How could we oppress them if we didn't know they exist? Potts asks. Because we would react the way we are now, he says. Lelei said they were scared to reveal themselves. And can you blame them? Potts adjusts her glasses and looked directly at him. Sharpe, just tell me what is on your mind. You're a soldier just like me, he says. You already know what I am thinking. I do think Lelei should explain this. Fine, Potts says. She has 10 minutes. He nods and opens the door. He sees Lelei standing there confused, upset, and waiting on him. You're up. What do you mean? Lelei asks. I thought it was over. Nothing's ever over, he says. Hurry and go make your case. Lelei's eyes widen. She gets up and quickly rushes into the Oval Office. Lelei is confused about why she is back and wonders what Sharpe said to the president. She watches Sharpe stand behind her, making her slightly nervous as she can feel the tension in the air. Miss Lelina, Potts says, you said you had more to add to this? Yes, Madam President, she says. I first learned of the existence of Earth mages during our last trip to Earth, too. So, you had contact with them all this time? Potts asks. Not exactly, she says. I met a gypsy after shopping in a convenience store, which I started to realize that the possibility of magic might exist on Earth after detecting Mana's signature from the old woman. This even became stronger after Tuke and Yao also came into contact with other mages as well as like the Wiccan witch, voodoo practitioner, and a Native American shaman. A week ago, the Wiccan Coven of Pennsylvania, led by Sword-In, sent me the Book of Shadow, their grimoire to me in Alnus, through mail along with a letter stating their intention, if they wanted to know if I could be trusted when they reveal themselves to the world. They also sent me a contact number, and two called them to discuss and plan this whole event with them. Why you? Potts asks. Saradin said that because I was a mage and I was popular on the internet along with Tuke and Yao, that maybe Earth would be more accepting of magic practitioners like her people now. She says, the reason they remained in the shadows is that they are scared of prosecution from society. How could they be scared of prosecution from us if we never knew they existed? Potts asks, why is there no recorded history of this? Something like this just doesn't disappear. Because of all the witch hunts in your history, she explains. The evidence was replaced and erased by religious leaders and those in charge all around the world throughout history. For a lot of unsavory reasons and the act of a few evil mages in the past, your world rejected magic. Reading your history, I see magical events everywhere. It is because you already rejected magic you are biased against seeing that perspective. Potts thinks on what Lelei said. That actually makes sense even though it is hard to believe. So, what are you asking for? I want you to embrace magic, she says. These people are part of this world. It is part of you if you remember it or not. Sword-In wants to be part of your people's society. They want to be free and be accepted. Free? Potts says. This Sword-In woman appeared inside Congress. What if one of them wants to appear inside a nuclear facility? Or a bank? They could start a war. Tomorrow morning on the news, a mage breaks into someone's home, burns them alive, and steals everything. This radically changes everything. She struggles to think of a response. The president is correct that this will change everything in their society, and she doesn't know how it will turn out. Sharpe takes a step forward. Madam President, all that happens daily already, and we accept it because it is part of life. The situation here isn't that mages could do this, that they always could, but haven't. At least not on a scale that we would notice. Besides, freedom is not given by the state. We don't have the right to push them out of society. She looks at Sharpe, happy that he backed her up. She looks back to the president. He is correct. Throughout history, people who are different are oppressed. For the first time in 2,000 years, they believe they can be free. That is why Sword-In did what she did. And at the end of the day, we need them, Sharpe states. It isn't like we can put them in a camp and lock them away, and we need them for the war effort. If we don't use them, then other countries will, and we will lose any advantage we could have. In the hearings today, your people express interest in learning magic, she adds. Yesterday, you said you created a department of magic just to learn magic. Sword-In and the mage population of this world want to help you. This is the natural first step. Earth mages won't. The situation is that we are out there on Falmart daily, trying to show these people we are not going to lock them up and throw away the key, because they are different, Sharpe says. How can we stand here and talk about sending the FBI after these mages when we are asking mages from Falmart while we ignore the ones here? Plus, other nations will look for their mages and research magic. Potts sits there quietly, leaving an uneasy silence in the room. You really trust this Sword-In woman, do you? Potts asks. Yes, she replies. Another uneasy silence emanates in the room. Fine, Potts says. I will speak with Sword-In. An hour later, Sword-In walks into the Oval Office. She has seen only a picture of this office, and now seeing it with her own eyes, she is impressed by it. She is surrounded by 6 Secret Service agents as they take off her handcuffs. Lelei walks up. I am sorry about this. It is my fault. She smiles at Lelei. I knew this was going to happen, but like Rose Parks 3, you must make bold stands to make progress. Lelei blinks, confused. I hope you know what you are doing. Well, she replies. I just needed to make a statement, and you would eventually enable me to speak with the president herself. Please explain yourself. Potts orders. She takes a step forward. I apologize for what I did. Please do not be angry at Lelei, as I convinced her that this was the best path. I was trying to make a statement. Well, you made a statement, all right, Potts says. You have caused a lot of damage, and I have to explain this to the world for what you did. Now explain yourself. By now you already know my name and where I live. From the outside, I am just a secluded socialite who lives in a secluded mansion in Abbottstown, Pennsylvania, she says. However, in truth, I'm the Grand High, Witch of the North American Coven Council, and 2 am also the direct descendant of the great wizard Merlin. Merlin? The legendary wizard, who served as advisor to King Arthur. That means? Potts says, stunned. Sordin looks around and sees that everyone but Lelei is shocked. She understands this confusion, realizing that their legends are more truthful than they thought. Madam President, she says, I'd like to show you something, a relic of history. I promise it won't be dangerous. I just don't want your protection to kill me. Fine, Potts replies. But I am warning you, I am in no mood for your games. If you pull another trick, Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe there won't hesitate to bring you down. I understand, she says. Sordin fully understands why everyone is angry at her. She knew what she did was a gamble, but she hopes her efforts will pay off in the long run. I understand, she says. She then pulls out a tiny sharp object from her breast, and it enlarges into a sword. The Arthurian legend is real, Madam President, and so is this. What are you doing? Sharpe asks, getting in front of Sordin. Everything is okay, she says. This is Excalibur, an old and powerful sword. That is the Excalibur? Sharpe asks. He watches the sword as a possible threat, but finds himself impressed by it. I thought that was just some make-believe movie. Yes, it is. The very sword that was used by King Arthur to slay the Dark Witch, Morgana le Fay herself. She states as she puts the sword at her side while the secret agent points a gun at her. Seeing the sword, the Secret Service agents aim their weapons at Sordin. Stand down, agents. She is not stupid enough to use it in here. Pot orders the agents to put their gun down. That is surprising, Mrs. Sordin, Gardner says. However, what bothers me about all this? You are telling me there are thousands of mages walking among the population, and they are just normal citizens who never do anything wrong. When your people are scared to show their true sides because of prosecution, then yes, she states. We have strict rules about engaging in magic. If one goes against our rules, it risks all of us. However, that is not true, she continues. There are many examples in the history of rogue mages. For example, during the 1871 Great Chicago Fire, legend said it was caused by a cow of the O'Leary family that kicked the oil lamp into the bush in the barn that caused the fire, but it was actually a work of a mage whose family was murdered by a mob, so he started the fires out of revenge. Another example is that one powerful and insane mage who was responsible for creating the dancing plague before other European mages stopped him in 1374. I told you they were a threat, Secretary of Defense Grayson Norman says. If these mages start appearing, it will be a hassle to stop them. They could destroy many civilian facilities before we could respond. We are not God's secretary, she says. We cannot wipe out mankind with a snap of a finger. That is why we hid. The non-mage population outstrips us, mages. You must know that during the witch hunt, it did not take a huge army to kill a powerful mage, as an angry mob was more than enough to take down a powerful witch. Much like any gun with bullets, mages can be helpless if they run out of mana or being outmaneuvered, outsmarted, or being taken out by surprise. She is right, Sharpe says. We fight mages all the time on Falmart. While they are a formal enemy, they are not the biggest game changer. We have been able to handle them. Besides, we are actually responsible to keep a lot of dark mages from wreaking havoc by either restraining or eliminating for centuries, so society can function normally with the fear of dark magic. Moreover, we are also responsible for helping people combat supernatural creatures and threats too, to prevent many innocent people's death. As a result, some families, towns, and communities in this country and across the world actually know the existence of mages long before I reveal myself to Congress because of our good deeds. They know the risk of prosecution, so these people and communities pretend to not know anything about magic or mages in front of anyone else outside their families or communities. What do you mean by supernatural creatures? Lelei asks. Like on Falmart. She shakes her head no. Not like the images I saw from Falmart. I mean like ghosts. We all felt like something was there when nothing was. Or some crazy neighbor saying that she saw something even though it sounded unrealistic. You were talking about the show Ghost Hunters, Sharpe asks. Actually no, she replies. They were frauds, but they're a good example of what we do in the shadows. Is everything you said true? Pot inquires. It is all true. Just ask J.K. Rowling or Judy Warren, daughter Ed and Lorraine Warren. They all know about the existence of mage. J.K. Rowling's success in the Harry Potter series contributed to the fact she did talk to a real mage of how to write some magic spells. However, the most important is if it wasn't for the Coven Council help, Ed and Lorraine wouldn't actually know how to contain Annabelle, Sorden states. That haunted doll actually contains a demon? Sharpe asks, shocked by that news. Of course, the closet containing the doll actually contains powerful magic seals provided by us to prevent the demon from wreaking havoc. We could actually banish the demon, but Ed and Lorraine decided to let him suffer his imprisonment, Sorden states. And since I reveal this, I have to make it clearer to you all. A lot of rumored haunted objects or houses are truly haunted. That right, ghosts are real, Sorden add on. All right, Pot says. Why did you people go into hiding then? She takes a deep breath. There was a time where mages like me were well known in society. We were part of many great dynasties and early empires. The Roman Empire had a grand council of magic. Just like on Falmart, magic was part of daily life. So what happened? Lelei asks. Hubris, she replies. For thousands of years prior to the Roman and Han empires, we were powerful influencers of humanity, as we alone can access magic. Just like on Falmart, only a select few are able to become mages, and we let our power and influence get the better of us, and we seek more control. The Roman Senate was forced to declare the Grand Council of Magic as enemies of the state, and a purge happened against the mages, which all of them were executed and punished with damnatio memoriae punishment. This results in the existence of the Grand Council of Magic, and the mages being erased from the page of history and memories of the next generation. The same thing happened in Han China when the group of royal mystics decided to conduct a coup. Since then, magic became a negative to society, she says. All across the world, magic was purged from society in favor of science, which is the power non-mage can access to, which can substitute magic. Why are you coming out now? Potts asks. If not now, then when? She asks. The gate has reopened that world to us. For the first time in over 2,000 years, magic has entered the mainstream of society. Scientists, historians, politicians are trying to relearn the lost arts of magic. Furthermore, science and technology have advanced so quickly after many centuries, and most of them are even more powerful than magic, like guns or even nuclear weapons, to equalize the power of magic. She then points to Lelei, and seeing how popular Lelei and her friends have become, we thought we might be accepted once again. That is my hope. And you thought we would just accept? Gardner asks. We cannot let random people walking down the street who have this type of power. Yes, she says. According to the 14th Amendment, we are American citizens and deserve equality. In relating to magic, while it is not a firearm, it is protected under the Second Amendment. If we are allowed to come out of the shadows and enter society, the Council has already agreed to help you in the war effort, she says. We're willing to help you in your magical research projects and so on and so forth. But, most of all, we can show you how to counter magic and mages, so you don't have to fear us or the power of magic. Furthermore, there are still lingering threats of supernaturals that no one can properly contain, except us. She watches Potts talk with her people about the offer. She can see that she is taking her offer seriously. They then discuss more about magic and more historical events surrounding it. That evening, my fellow Americans, and to the people of Earth, as you saw yesterday, a mage entered the Capitol Hill building. The rumors are true. This mage is a native born of Earth and not from Uros. Let me be clear about this one and simple truth. There are magic users on Earth. I have learned this is not a new event, but part of human history. I know many of you are scared by this recent news, just like when we discovered that we are not alone among the stars. However, there is nothing to panic about. Magics have been part of Earth history since the dawn of man, from the tribal level to the great Roman Empire. I have spoken with the leader of the North American Coven Council, the woman who appeared at Capitol Hill. Throughout history, minority groups have always pushed to be represented in greater society. This is no exception in the United States. What makes us great is that we embrace new ideas, cultures, and beliefs while preserving our traditions. Yesterday, you got to see many of our new friends from Falmart, listen to their stories and their struggles. Throughout this war, we had to learn to embrace these people, welcome them, and accept them for who they are, and help in their quest to be free. However, We cannot embrace people from another world while ignoring our own citizens from our own world like these mages. We are stronger, better than that. While this new revolution is new to us, it isn't known to our history. From the very beginning of our nation's birth, General George Washington employed a group of Native American shamans to fight the British. When he was crossing the Delaware River to escape the British, one shaman created a mist to allow the Continental Army to escape. When the British burned Washington to the ground in the War of 1812, shaman, who was a friend of Washington, created a thunderstorm that forced the British to retreat, saving the nation. During World War II, it is revealed that the Thule Society was actually composed of real mages that the Nazis employed to gain advantages in the war. However, the paranoia of Adolf Hitler into thinking that the Thule was undermining his authority caused him to purge the Thule along with the very existence of mages within the Nazis. In addition to the Second World War, before the Allied invasion of France, the English Channel was covered by fog for weeks, preventing our invasion force from liberating Western Europe. I have a record from General Dwight D. Eisenhower that a group of mages cleared the God on June 6th, allowing our forces to storm Normandy Beach. Our world hosts many mysteries that we have yet to discover. Let's not forget that while we have come far as a people, there are still mysteries every now and then, which is a good thing. Together we will be a better, stronger, more free society, always standing on our principles. God bless America. President Emily Potts. V15. Chapter 185 Christmas Ball. Washington, D.C. Date: April 22nd, 2026. Pina laughs at a joke from the other nation's ambassadors. As she takes a drink from her wine glass, she takes glances around. She sees dozens of people in high-class clothing, all talking to each other and enjoying themselves. At the end of the large room is a giant pine tree with white decorations and lights all around it. Giant lights above her hand from the ceiling and beautiful clothes everywhere. She has been at many political and royal parties. She has been to hundreds of these parties in sadera while growing up. So, she says, "You call this a Christmas event?" That is correct, Ambassador Alfred Pearson of the United Kingdom says. It is normally a family gathering. We eat and trade gifts with loved ones. I heard that there is a fat man who breaks into people's homes at night around this time of year. Is that correct? Panache asks, confused by that fact. That is correct, Pearson says with a chuckle. I don't think I heard it described like that before. His name is Santa. He doesn't break into your home. He sneaks in your living room through the chimney and leaves gifts under the tree for the kids to travel all around the world and deliver to billions of people. How is this possible? She asks. This Santa guy must be a powerful mage to do all this. Alfred laughs. No. This is just a story we tell kids to make the event special. How do you know that? She asks. You thought magic in your world was a lie until the other day, with that sword and woman magically appeared before you people won. Maybe he is real, and you people didn't realize it. The French ambassador Emmanuel Riquetti walks up and nudges Alfred. You're telling me you don't believe in Santa? That is preposterous. Alfred blinks as he thinks of his response. I think I would know if someone breaks into my home. But who knows at this point? If you told me that the sky is green, I might consider it true at this point. Then you never were posted in a third world industrial zone, Riquetti says. The pollution was insane. Since you two are here, I have a question that has been bothering me for a while now, Panache says. Why are you people on Falmart? I find it impressive by the number of countries that have been mobilized and are on Alnus. Alfred takes a long drink. That is a complicated question. Every nation has its interests. However, we in the Western world work together. After September 11th, there were over 50 countries in the NATO-led International Security Assistance Force in Afghanistan. Pina could not believe the size of that number. Zorzal new Falmart League, while large, only has a handful of nations who joined it. She knows there are about 35 countries currently fighting under the NATO Expeditionary Force. Let me provide some context, ladies, Alfred says. When the gate first appeared, the world was in shock. It is not every day the United States is attacked, especially by people from another planet. We thought it was 9/11 all over again. Unlike last time, we didn't know whom we were fighting, Riquetti says. One of the main reasons we triggered Article 5 was because it brought stability to the world population. It was to show that we are still in control. The other reason was genuine, Alfred adds. One of our own was attacked. Article 5 states that if one NATO member state is attacked, we all are attacked. I understand all that, she says. I'm a princess of the Empire. I know how politics work. I mean, what are you people looking to gain for all this? Besides resources and farming goods, Panache adds. We all understand the rules of conquest. I was getting to that, Alfred says. After the first American forces went through the gate too, we all collectively realized we entered a fork in the road. Let me give you an example. Pina looks to where Alfred is pointing at. She sees the female Japanese ambassador Ebina Wakano talking with Miloslav and Mute. Ebina is fascinated that Mute is a siren. The Japanese have a rich history of pride in their people, Alfred says. Their country also has no natural resources, so everything has to be imported. How they remain as one of the major players in the world is their technological investment. They must compete to survive. And over there, you see the Brazilian ambassador Julio Garcia Rosario and the Colombian ambassador Fernando Gauss, Riccati says. Brazil wants to be seen and treated like a great power standing among us. When relations normalized between the U.S. and Brazil in 2019 and were endorsed into NATO by the U.S., they went from a distant large country into the classical liberalism sphere. Colombia has been wanting to join NATO since 2017 after ending its civil war against the communist rebels. Both of them see this war as a way to join NATO and increase their standing around the world. That is the Polish ambassador, Medved Dolata. Poland has been invaded and freed more times than any other country in history, Alfred states. They see this war as a national honor, paying back a long debt. Italian ambassador Natalia Piscitelli over there talking with Italy's ambassador Nader, Alfred says. Italy has always been considered the soft belly of Europe, however during a crisis, they always have your back. Their legacy goes back to the Roman Empire, so they are ambitious. Nader is a Darfellan of the Carthage clan from Elis. He has become the ambassador for all the counts in Elis, representing them with the Americans. Pina sees most of the female politicians, staff, and diplomatic groups huddling around him, admiring the Darfellan handsomeness. Darfellans are known to be very extremely handsome toward women, with his clean, smooth skin and looks. What about you two? She asks. Besides the United States, you two are the other two heavyweights. The left and right arm. My country was once a mighty empire, Riccati says. The only reason we stopped being one was because of World War II. Don't get me wrong. My country regrets many actions we did during our colonial times, however we looked out onto the world with pride and purpose. Just like my French brethren here, Alfred says. We once had the largest empire on earth. It was my country who spread Magna Carta, the first human rights document. We were the first to end slavery and push the abolishment movement. We were leaders. As I was saying before, Alfred continues. The gate created a fork in the road for us. A civilization can only grow and adapt if they have purpose, something to strive for. If a people cannot look to the future, they start complaining about the present and begin to decline spiritually, culturally, and in their principles. This war will end at some point, Riccati says. We all want to be part of this crusade because what it could lead to, exploring the unknown. While united, we are fighting for our respected country's interest. The gate opens the door to colonize new worlds, Riccati says. If Project Bridge works, then we will have a place among the stars. To answer your question plainly, Alfred adds, whoever helps the Americans in this war will be part of this new age of exploration and new future. That is what the war is about, the future. Mui eats on her gingerbread cookie. She giggles, enjoying the taste. This is amazing, she says. I am glad you like it. Speaker of the House Lawson Roman of Pennsylvania says. Are they real people? She asks. No, Roman says. They are baked like everything else here. I would like to learn the secrets of these cookies, or can you only make them during Christmas? She asks. Normally, they are only made during the holidays, Ambassador Harland Willington replies. However, there are no rules on when you can bake them. I would like to continue our discussion on unification. Count Gallus Dunn, Gerardus of Valtris says. I have to say, Countess Colt, Roman says. When Willington told us about your unification proposal, it surprised us. He was impressed by the amount of work you put into the idea. She looks at Wellington. Really? Of course, Wellington says. I have been impressed by your personal growth of the last year. Your father would have been proud. She smiles, feeling validation. A month ago, Mui held a summit with the other cities in the region. Mauritius, Valtris, Alter, Days, Lorsis, Kipiton, and Niketai. All these cities were part of the empire until the US came to occupy them. Since then, the towns have accepted NATO ways and abandoned the empire. They have accepted economic assistance, protection, economic, and cultural reform. When Mui's city was attacked by those bandits, and the empire didn't send aid, she realized her city was weak alone. It took the Americans to save her people. Then again, it took their investment to save her city economy, to bring down the crime, security, and end the children trafficking. Mui economic advisor Carvey Jess informed her that Italica's largest trading partner has become Alnus, with the second being Mauritius, just north of Italica on the Rose Stream. Because all the old trade routes were blocked by the empire embargo, she had to realign the economy to Alnus to save her city. Wellington told us that we would have to do a public vote for the unification, Gallus says. What is bothering me is what would replace our current political system. I've been talking to my advisors and the counts of Kipiton and Niketai. We don't believe a republic system would work in a city like ours. I have to admit I have been struggling with this myself, she says. Most people are used to us running our counts. Having a complicated system to run a city and the surrounding area seems illogical. I think you are misunderstanding our system of government, Wellington says. Our republican system is only the federal government. 51 out of our 52 states follow a republican system. Nevada follows a general assembly model. Our cities follow 3 different governing styles. Our Constitution doesn't restrict how you model your governing system, as long as there is some form of representative system in place. We can sit down and talk about how to modify your guys' system to a more representative system. Mui has been conflicted on what system to reform Italica into. She struggled to figure out how much tradition should be kept while reforming to a new system. Hearing that she doesn't have to blindly copy the American system of government, giving her options to find a hybrid system of some kind. What made you come to this conclusion, Countess? Roman asks. For a 13-year-old, I am impressed how well you handled your situation. My son is 16, I cannot get him off the computer playing his video games, and my 14-year-old daughter never stops gossiping on Mines 3 with her phone. I don't fully understand what you mean by that, but I'm just looking at the future and what I think is best for my people, she replies. I learned early on that the Empire was the past, and you guys are the future. Italica is just a city. We will never survive if we venture off into the world alone. Gallus chuckles as he drinks his wine. Countess Mui here has been trying to position her city as a second Alnus, trying to gain favor and become a hub for your people. She looks at Gallus annoyed. She told him that was her plan to position Italica into an economic hub for the NATO countries. The city was considered one of the most important trade hubs in the empire, and she fully intends to bring back that glory within the American system. Don't surprise Mui, Gallus says. It is part of the game of politics. He then looks to Wellington and Roman. Ambassador, speaker. While Italica and Valtris economies are more diverse, most of the other towns are agriculture-based. Around 60% of farming goods are now being sold to NATO and not the rest of the empire now. For my city, Gallus says, we are a port and manufacturing city. Most of the goods we trade are designed for the Imperial economy, not an advanced world like yours. The only reason my city is still standing is the massive NATO investment there. I am having to transform my city economy, and the only way I can do that is to manufacture items for your people. The only way to do that quickly is Mui proposal, becoming part of Alnus territory. To point it plainly, either we unify or risk declining over the decades. Mui nods, showing that she agrees with Gallus. There's one topic that she or him brought up: security. Gallus thought it would be wise not to bring up security, so they don't sound weaker than that are. During her summit, Countess Kanusha Gaia of Kipiton pointed out that when the war ends, security will fall apart. Without the massive NATO presence and the banishment of the Adventurer Guild in the region, who will stop the goblin hordes, bandits, outlaws, and other threats. Regardless if the counts like it or not, They are fully relying on NATO for protection. The war will end one day, and the massive number of soldiers currently here will go home, and local law enforcement and security will go back to the towns. Allowing them to be annexed by the U.S. will force them to protect these towns and farmers from these threats. We will have to establish a civilian government in Alnus before we can move forward, Roman says. However, I can bring the proposal to the House floor and begin the debate. We will have to figure out a name for the new territory. I was thinking Alcatraz State, Mui proposes. I just came up with it. It is Alnus, Italica, and Valtris names together. The three major cities in the region working together. It sounds nice, Roman says. And names are usually based on something, so it maintains that tradition. Why not? I will bring that up for debate, and we'll make it law. In the meantime, Willington says, let's enjoy the party. He then holds out his hand to Mui. If you don't mind, Countess, may I have this dance? Mui smiles. She takes his hands, and they head to the dance floor. Andrew is walking around with Hamilton arms around his arms. This place is more beautiful than the most royalist ballrooms, Hamilton points out. Look at that window. How do you guys make so many different color glasses? Before I met you people, I thought only the elves could make glass. And seeing this, you make their art look primitive. Andrew likes how innocent Hamilton is. While she is more submissive compared to Pina, he likes how energetic and determined she is. Most of all, how loyal she is. I don't know how they make it, he replies. He looks at his future wife, in her colorful robe. I have to say, you do look beautiful. Hamilton smiles. Thank you. You look handsome in your dress uniform. Plus all those medals and ribbons. Yeah, he says. Not as much as the lieutenant colonel. The military gives medals out for everything, but thank you. Hamilton gives him a kiss. I don't want you to be like the colonel. I like you being you. He sees the other knights walk over, with wine glasses in their hands. It looks like they've been enjoying themselves. You two are so adorable, Bozes says. Hey, Hamilton says shyly. I have to say, Panache says, you people know how to throw a party. It is almost civil of you people, she says jokily. Anyway, Pina says, I like a refill. What drink should we introduce to the baby first? Beefeater asks with a Google. He stands there watching the 7 knights giggle and laugh, baffling him. However, he felt a new urge of overprotective feeling when Beefeater said give Hamilton some wine. Alcoholic drinks are bad for pregnancies, and he doesn't want anything to happen to his baby. Now, he has an idea what Sharpe feels 24/7 with the girls. Why are you letting Hamilton drink? He asks in a concerned tone. She is pregnant. We know, Bozes says. That is why we want to introduce the baby with the fine things in life. If you want your child to get ahead in life, you must introduce them to the best of life, Ginebra says. If you give the baby the wine things in life, it increases their chances of a good standing life. Hamilton tugs in his arm. It is true. It is one reason why I am a servant, and they are nobles. For one, you are more than a servant, he says. And second, our doctors discovered that alcohol drinks are actually bad for a baby, especially while they are in the womb. It is very taboo among my people. Oh, come one, Panache says, waving her hand. You people overreact over everything. Now let's order some drinks, Ginebra says. While he sees the knights line up at the ballroom bar, he looks at Hamilton. I don't want you drinking wine. It is bad for the baby. Hamilton places her hand on her belly. Okay, husband. Hey, Andrew, Beefeater says. Come here. He walks over to the bar. What is it? I'm looking at the menu, and I see my name on there, Beefeater says. Bozes places her arm over Beefeater, laughing. I think they are placing a joke on you. Expect your name is on there too, Ginebra says. And Princess Pina. All of you. He watches their frozen reaction, all of them staring at the menu. Did you know about this, Andrew? Pina demands. Is this a joke? He chuckles at their reaction. It is not a joke. Many of your names are alcoholic drinks we have on Earth. We always found it funny how they are the same. Well, no wonder no one took us seriously for so long, Bozes states angrily. They always thought we were drinks. Why didn't you tell us? Panache demands. Well, he mumbles, scared of the 7 girls in front of him. We had a bet on the team on how long until you figure it out. Alicia won. I cannot believe this, Pina says. Everything is a joke. Yeah, he mumbles. We just assumed whoever created your world was just lazy with many of the names. I do wonder, though, if you like your drinks. Then each one of them orders a drink with their name on it. Say, this drink is excellent. No wonder why my name is on the drink. Pina praises the taste of the pina colada cocktail. Mine too. Panache enjoys her panache lime beer. Sharpe glances around and sees the girls enjoying themselves. Tuke, Yao, Persia, Mamina, Mut, Mentiv, Tayul, Nader, Liz, and Delia are answering questions to many of the senators and other country ambassadors, as well as CEO and chairman of many international corporations with business interest in mining, biotech, or energy. He assumes they are asking about their people and race, since this being everyone's first time meeting an elf, siren, lizard people, Darfellan, bat people, Nico, and warrior bunnies. He sees Lelei doing some magical spells to some of the people here, showing them some basic spells and how it works. He is glad that she is still popular among the politicians. All the anger going to Sordin instead. He sees Rory being herself. She showed a demonstration of her strength by lifting a car earlier. She is telling stories of her travels during her 962 years old. She has stated before how she hates events like this, however. She is enjoying all the attention. If there is one thing he has learned about Rory, she loves being the center of attention. That is a beautiful tree, Dad, Selena says. He looks at Selena, seeing her in her cute dress and heels. She is holding onto his arm as she struggles to stand, not used to heels yet. Yes, the tree looks nice. He shakes his head. You didn't have to wear those. But they are pretty, Selena replies. I have to wear them. I will never understand girls in shoes, he states. He hears a giggle from his daughter. Sharpe looks out and sees the Rose Knights among the crowds. To his surprise, they are adjusting well to the party. They must be used to these political events. Unlike the senatorial hearings, Pina people are in their dress robes, allowing them to express more of their culture. Are we going to do presents later? Selena asks. He chuckles after hearing that. If you ask for presents, you don't get any. We will do something tomorrow. He watches the president walk up. Hello, Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe, Potts says. I hope you are enjoying yourself. I am Madam President, he says after a salute. Potts chuckles as she covers her mouth. That is a lie. Trust me, I don't like these events myself. I prefer the uniform again, but what is that thing you always say? Rule number 1, or I am what I need to be, he asks. The second one, Potts says, this is what I need to be, so I am. Anyway, if you don't mind, I would like to spend time with your daughter. Some of my guests would like to say hello. Can I, Dad? Selena asks. Of course, he says. He watches Potts take Selena's hand, and they walk away into the park. Sarah then walks over. That was nice. Why are you not talking with everyone? He glances at Sarah. You're kidding? I feel uncomfortable. Let me guess, Sarah says. You feel more comfortable jumping out of a C-130 behind enemy lines with little home to come back home? I don't see the issue there, he replies. Sarah rolls her eyes. Dork. So how did you and Lelei go? Sharpe takes a deep breath. After what happened at the hearings with Sordin, he gave Lelei a long, harsh lecture on what she did and why it was wrong. He has had to yell at all the other girls before, especially Rory. However, it felt unnatural and outright uncomfortable yelling at Lelei. She has always been a good girl, never getting in trouble or doing anything extreme. However, the most important of all, she was right all along about the existence of Earth mages, and he was wrong for telling her otherwise. We haven't talked about the hearings, he says. At least nothing major. I think we need some space. I still cannot believe she did that. I can't, Sarah says. Look, you do insane things all the time. You play games, pull out the wild card to confuse people or to make a point. The difference is that you understand the consequences and have a reason to help you get the confusion you want. Lelei and everyone else has watched you do things like that all the time. It was only a matter of time before someone tried to copy you. I wouldn't have a mage appear in the middle of Congress, he replies. I know, however, she might not fully understand that, Sarah says. Remember, she was a nomad, so big civilizations like ours aren't the norm for her. And let's not forget, she is only 17. She doesn't have the life or world experience like you yet. He nods. I know. I didn't like talking to her like that, especially the fact that she was right about the existence of magic on Earth all along, and I kept denying that truth before that. Sarah takes a drink and looks at him. Just remember, you yelled at her because you love her. Don't forget that otherwise you are no different than her father. While Lelei hates talking about her biological father, she has told Sharpe about him during their driving training. Her father was a tyrant who abused his two daughters. He was so harsh that Lelei and Arpeggio ran away. Lelei's father reminded Sharpe of his own neglected and soul-crushing mother and didn't want to repeat that to Selena or her, providing the childhood they deserve. I do think she will hate me, he says. I cannot believe that she has been right all along. I yelled at her because she was right. I know, Sarah says, and then pats his shoulder. So why don't you go make the president's special guests feel more welcome? Sharpe looks at Sarah like she is crazy. He then looks towards the corner and sees the Earth Mage, Sordin, standing there alone. While Lelei might still be popular, Sordin has been ignored by everyone all night. It is clear her stun has made her no friends. I'm not interested, he says. I don't even know what to say, and honestly, I'd rather not. I understand, Sarah says. Her people feel like aliens that have been living among us. We always thought they were crazy people on the side of the street. All those stories ended up being true. Trust me, that woman scares me. You have a point to this? He asks. My point is that it will make Lelei feel better seeing you talking to that woman, Sarah says. Even though it is weird, how will it make Lelei feel better? He asks. She would know I wouldn't be genuine about it. Maybe not, however, that is what you do, Jackson, Sarah says. It is how you met everyone in the Cone Forest. Your decision showed everyone in the military that not everyone on Falmart was the enemy. Now it's time for you to do it again for Lelei, regardless if you want to or not. He nods, knowing that Sarah is right. It is one of the reasons he loves her. She usually knows what is right. Sharpe takes a long drink and then walks over to Sordin. Hello, ma'am. Hello, Lieutenant Colonel, Sordin says. Call me Sharpe, he says. Okay, Sharpe, Sordin says. I want to say, thank you for convincing the president to hear my case. I didn't do it for you, he says. He notices that Lelei sees him talking to Sordin. I did it for her, but I will say this. I do not support what you did and how you tricked Lelei into your plot. I apologize for that, Sordin says. I meant no harm to her. And yet you did, he says. Why? Sordin chuckles. My people have been forced into the shadows since the fall of Rome, as well as many bad deeds of evil mages in the following centuries, along with many failed mainstreaming efforts throughout history, like the incident with John Dee and Edward Kelly VI, when they tried to create an army of homunculus, also known as artificial human, to overthrow Queen Elizabeth I. I know your people and the greater world wouldn't accept my people as a whole because of our magical power. No matter how much good deeds some of us contributed to society in combating the supernaturals and rogue mages in this world for centuries. Much like in the DC or Marvel genre, no matter how many times the X-Men, the Justice League, or the Avengers come to save the day, society still see them with some level of cautions, fear, and paranoia, since what would happen if superpowered individuals like Superman or Thor turned against society, for whatever reason, the governments would be helpless against. Sharpe is surprised to hear that, showing that Sordin is quite sophisticated and witty to say things like that. He still is against how she appeared in Congress, though. Interesting you use geek culture references to explain yourself, he says. Lelei told me you like geek culture, Sordin says. I find them easy examples for people since it became pop culture. Then why did you do it, he asks. You had to know that stunt would only lead to backlash. You should have come talk to the president or someone that could have been more diplomatic. Of course, Sordin says with a smile. I did consider that, however, I thought it was a bad idea. Doing your way while showing the government we exist, what would stop them from throwing us in prison in secret? It could take another 20 years to be given our rights. Also, do you believe the government wouldn't just use us in secret? He is hesitant to reply because he knows she is right. The military would take her people to learn these secrets. Going public prevents any chance the government sweeping the knowledge of Earth mages under the rug. Every culture change required some kind of shock, which I provided. Now we cannot be ignored now, Sordin says. Besides, the internet has made it very hard to keep this a secret. We would have been discovered one way or another. You shouldn't have included Lelei in your plot, he says. She was the key, Sordin says. She normalized magic to the mainstream. I was surprised how effective she has been for being so young and naive. Sordin chuckles. I am sorry, Sharpe. I never would put Lelei in danger, but that was the best way to do it. By the way, she thinks highly of you, and I see why. You let your actions speak for you. I heard that you and some of your people are going to do some ghost hunting in some haunted houses and locations in the US in the next few weeks to demonstrate the threat of ghosts and hostile spirits to the government, right? He asks. Of course, me and some of the best exorcists from Council and my coven will conduct a ghost capturing operation on the infamous Stanley Hotel to capture several hostile spirits in that place, and at the same time, exorcising the place as well. The best part is that Stephen King himself will be the guest of honor during that operation, as this will prove that his novel, The Shining, was never the work of fiction, Sordin states. After that is done, we will conduct the hunt for the Jersey Devil for research purposes, Sordin says. WWE will also collaborate with the law enforcement of how to handle criminal acts conducted by mages. Speaking of criminal mages, a lot of mysterious murders in the world in modern times are actually committed by mages and no one is able to solve it, such as Sharpe inquires. The infamous murder of Elisa Lamb, 7, is the best example. The poor girl was drowned in the water tank of the Cecil Hotel, and no one knew how the hell she could get through the locked door of the roof of the hotel to be drowned in the tank. In truth, she was murdered by her possessive and jealous boyfriend who was actually a mage. He used the mind torture spell to torment her, to cause her to act erratically in the elevator during the last moment of her life, and fly her to the roof to drown her in water tank. The boyfriend was killed during the chase by some enforcer mages from his mage community. They still keep his testimony on a recording tape, Sordin elaborates. Interesting, he says as he thinks on this. Sharpe doesn't like the idea that so much in history might have been related to Sordin people. He is still struggling to accept this new reality. So much has changed too fast, and he is trying to keep up. I know what you are thinking, Sordin says. There are not as many as you think. Without an official institution to practice magic, our numbers are limited. Because not everyone can be a mage, it is hard to recruit. I found some examples the president said yesterday in her public address humorous. But I am glad I am gaining her full support. Not like you gave us a choice, he replies. I guess we will see what happens next. Yes, indeed, Sharpe. Sordin slips a drink of her wine glass. President Guest House. Date: April 23, 2026. Sharpe watches as the aides take all the plates away. Sharpe, the girls, Delia, Tayul, Mintiv, Mute, and the Knights at breakfast. Now he sees everyone gathered together and starts opening presents. The girls already know this routine from last time, 5. However, she finds it cute on how the Knights are reacting. The Knights never had a holiday like Christmas, an event to gather together and share gifts. The gifts were prearranged by Sarah with Sharpe, Bailey, Frost, and Andrew input, as well as partially funded from the president's own pocket. Most of the gifts are items they love, such as clothes, beauty products like perfume or makeup, and other media and recreational items. Rory receives a cute beret and some new dresses. Tuke receives a harmonica. Yao receives a nice jean dress and jean pants, as well as her very own smartphone. Mintiv receives some nice earrings, and Mute receives a nice iPod. The Knights receive mostly pretty dresses and clothes, but most of all smartphones for all of them. Tayul and Delia receive gifts that are quite unconventional, as they receive tactical sets that consist of Karambi, balisong, kunai, trench knife, brass knuckle, ballistic knife, and machete, which fit their warrior's mindset. This is so when they have downtime, so they have something to do. Sarah walks over. They seem to be having fun. That is good, he says. Last few days have been tense. Yes, they have, she says. He takes a breath. Mind watching everyone for the day. The day? She asks, confused. What do you mean that day? Where on earth do you think you're going? He looks at Lelei. To give Lelei her Santa gift. We'll be upstairs for a while. Once Sharpe is gone talking with Sarah, he calls Lelei over and tells her to go upstairs. As they head upstairs, Lelei looks at him. Am I in trouble again? Since Sordin appeared in Congress, she and Sharpe have been on uneasy terms. For the first time in a year, she has felt distant from him. She always has looked up at him, someone she wished her biological father was. When he yelled at her after what Sordin did, she cannot remember how upset she was. The worst part is that she knows she has failed him, and she is angry with herself. She truly thought she was doing the right thing. While La is the goddess of learning, she also is the goddess of truth, and she thought the truth would outweigh any consequences. She has seen Sharpe do many things because it was the right thing to do, even thought it was against the rules. For the first time since she joined Vanguard 7, she is considering leaving. She never was good at nomad life, moving around. Her father always said she makes mistakes, that she should stop being a burden and become an outcast. Now that Sharpe doesn't like her, she wonders if she should leave. No, Sharpe says as he opens a door. For the next 5 hours, you and I will be watching the cosmos together, alone. She is surprised to hear this. What? Why? Because I promised you, Sharpe replies. Now go sit down. She looks at the small couch and the television. They had movie nights, however, never alone. On the plane, Sharpe did promise that they would watch Cosmos, a show that explains how space and the universe works. Since visiting Camp Galileo, she has taken a new interest in the subject. She sits down and watches Sharpe put on the show. He then sits down next to her. Neil deGrasse Tyson begins speaking, explaining how large the universe is in details about planets, suns, timelines, and much more. For the first hour, everything is quiet between them. She can feel some tension because of the silence and struggles to figure out what to say or do. Jackson, she says before being interrupted. I am sorry, Lelei, Sharpe says. I am sorry for not believing you when you first brought all this up. Sorry for making it hard for you to inform me or even talk about Sordin. I am sorry for you feeling like you can trust a stranger over me, and most importantly, I am sorry for yelling at you like that. She sniffs, wanting to cry, because she is happy. I want to say sorry too. I shouldn't have gone around you like that. I thought I was doing the right thing, because the truth is all that matters. I didn't mean to do so much harm. Sharpe places his arm around her and kisses her on the forehead. He then holds her close. She blushes bright red from that. I know, kid, Sharpe says. It was my fault for not teaching you the difference of right and wrong. Everything has a red line in life. The question is, how close can you get to it without causing more harm? Everything is a give and take, Sharpe continues. Just like Cato told you, there are rules that you cannot break, however there are times you can bend them. Before you do that, you must understand the consequences and determine if it is worth it or not. She looks at him. I understand, and I am sorry. Sharpe takes a deep breath. Now let's watch the show. And Lelei, ask any questions you want. No more secrets. She nods, enjoying the moment. As they continue watching the show, she snuggles up in his arms. Jackson, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you too, Lelei. Here's your Christmas gift. Sharpe gives Lelei her Christmas present. Whoa. Thank you so much, Sharpe. I'm going to enjoy this, Lelei excitedly said at her present, a Microsoft HoloLens VR. V15, Chapter 186. After the recent public hearings, Congress has agreed to fund additional troops to Falmart. The current U.S. level is currently at 110,000, with NATO nations representing the other 40,000. The Defense Department is planning on deploying 70,000 soldiers to Falmart. Most of the deployed units will be coming from newly reactivated divisions. This will bring the U.S. troop total from 110,000 to 180,000 troops by the end of the year. The Pentagon has stated that they need 200,000K to occupy more enemy territory and solidify their position, so many expect Congress to fund additional forces. This troop surge is from the general mobilization of troops from the president's speech last year after the raid on Sadera. The president requested Congress for the reactivation elements of the 2nd Armored, 5th Infantry Divisions, 5th Marines, along with an addition of 5 more Air Force squadrons and the creation of the 25th Space Wing. With the formation of the Falmart League, Congress agreed to fully fund an additional 2 more divisions. World War II General Patton's famous division, the 4th Armored Division, and the 9th Infantry Division. Many NATO and NATO allied nations have agreed to increase their troop levels. The United Kingdom announced they will increase their troop level to 13,000 to 17,500. France from 13,000 to 17,000, and Italy 8,000 to 13,000. Poland 3,500 to 5,000. And Japan has announced that they will increase their forces from 5,000 to 9,000, with Canada going from 9,000 to 13,000. Denmark and the Netherlands will be increasing their levels from 500 to 700 each. Turkey from 2,000 to 3,500. Australia from 4,500 to 8,000. With the upcoming NATO summit, both Brazil and Colombia agreed to increase their troop levels. Colombia from 2,500 to 3,000, and Brazil 3,000 to 5,000. Many of the smaller NATO nations, like Estonia, Czech Republic, Romania, and North Macedonia, while mainly playing a logistical role, agreed to expand their operations in the occupation. Many wonder what the NATO nations will discuss during the upcoming NATO summit. The main focus of the summit will be the war and how to handle the post-war security situation on Falmart. There have been rumors on reforming NATO to allow non-European and North American nations into the organization, upgrading the organization from a continental military alliance to a global one. Secretary General Edgar Lelei of France has dismissed any ideas of that as a pure rumor. However, even with the dismissal, many non-NATO countries will be allowed to watch the summit. National interest. Bureau Forest, Northern Wood Elves Kingdom. Any last words before I send you to meet Hardy, Moira? You Moon Elves consider yourselves the most elite of elves, however you are only mercenaries, Lashin states. You should have joined the League when you have a chance, Lashin. Not only you can seek the revenge you want, but you can join us in doing the sacred duty to protect this world from barbarians that seek to ruin all. You might win this time, but they will not forgive your transgression. And once the League is done with NATO, you and your people will suffer. The Moon Elves Commander, Moira states. Thank you for showing me that some assassins are willing to stab themselves. Lashin mocks as he stabs Moria in the throat, ending his life. That's the last of them, Howley states as he looks at the decimated Imperial Legion. For days ago, an Imperial Legion with Moon Elves contingents sent to punish the Wood Elves Kingdom for boldly rejecting the invitation to join the Falmart League. Due to Lashin's cunning and strategic reputation, Svenhard enlisted the Moon Elves for help as the Moon Elves have experience dealing with Wood Elves. However, Lashin has anticipated this kind of retaliation and enchanted the forest near the kingdom entrance to detect the movement of the Imperial force. This resulted in the enormous amount of Imperial Legion being ambushed and decimated by the Wood Elves archers and skirmishers during the opening battle. The Moon Elves' shade magic couldn't help much, as the Wood Elves created vines that immobilized the Moon Elves' movements as they unleashed their shade magic, causing a lot of them to fall prey to the rain of arrows. Some experienced Moon Elves managed to escape the vine trap and killed a large number of Wood Elves before being taken down, and the Imperial force used their numerical advantage to overwhelm some Wood Elves' positions. However, in the end, the Wood Elves, with their fey magic, experience in jungle warfare, remarkable archery, and tenacity, prevailed with minor casualties. That brat of an emperor is going to send more men, not to mention powerful war beasts, to attack us. Next time we might suffer even greater casualties, a Wood Elf states. What are we going to do now, my lord? NATO hunts had desolated us hard enough recently, and now the Imperial force is targeting us because we won't join their doomed cause. We will suffer a lot in the long term for fighting the two front wars, Howley states. Actually, this is a perfect opportunity to lay low for now from NATO hunts, as well as preventing more Imperial attacks on our territories, Lashin states. How, my lord? Herules inquires. We're going to send the messages NATO will desperately want, and the Imperial force will suffer dearly for attacking us, because we don't want to kill ourselves with them, Lashin states. Western Falmart tries a fortress. Date, April 22nd, 2026. Two French Army NH-90 helicopters land outside of a fortress. Major Grégoire Lebeau and the rest of his French Foreign Legion unit stormed out of the helicopters. They rushed through the destroyed gate that a French Eurocopter Tiger attack helicopter killed. Through his Flynn system, the French version of the American NETT Warrior, his sensors detect three swordsmen's reaction to their attack. He sees dead bodies all over the ground from the helicopter attack. He did not have to order his unit to attack. They are some of the best warriors in two worlds with a long history of war. The three swordsmen fall quickly. Clear. Roger, he replies. Team 2, secure the upper area of the facility and look for secondary objectives. Team 1, let's find those hostages. As the unit blows the door open leading into the fort, this mission is to find the missing American prisoners that the Empire took from Earth. He follows two of his soldiers into the room, and the three guns down four more swordsmen. He hears gunfire from his second team as they start clearing out the fort. As they move down the hall, an arrow comes at them. It hits his point soldier. Cover, a soldier yells. A soldier grabs his comrade, and checks on him. The arrow hit the body armor and didn't punch through it. While body armor is useless against magic, they are still useful against standard arrows. His soldiers fire down the hall, and he hears the scream of a soldier dying. Advance quickly. I don't want them to kill the prisoners because we are dragging our feet. Roger, everyone says. He moves through the hallways. His Flynn shows him there is a stairway. According to the CIA, this is a holding cell on the second level. Their informant said the prisoners should be there. As they reach the stairway, they all form up. However, he hears the door open. He looks and sees this swordsman standing there, shocked to see them right there. The swordsman pulls out his sword to attack. However, one of his soldiers hits the Imperial with the butt of his rifle. The soldier then kills the swordsman. Clear? Good, he says. Flash and Storm. Two of his men line up. One crack opens the door, and the other tosses a flash grenade. Once the flash goes off, they open the door and kill everyone on the other side. Everyone starts moving down as quickly as they can. His HUD sees level 1 door. Secure that door and keep moving. His soldier opens the level 1 door and kills anyone who approaches. This gives the unit time to get to level 2 without being flanked. When they get to the second level door, they form up. One soldier opens the door, and he sees Imperial swordsmen forming up. He and another soldier open fire. The bullets burst through their armor and shield with ease. 3 more Imperials go down. Major, a soldier says, I feel like there should be more soldiers for an important facility like this. That has crossed his mind. Even with superior technology and training, this assault is going smoothly. Maybe they are running out of men? This was a secret facility, after all. Maybe they didn't expect us to find it. And you believe that, sir? No. Advance. His team moves through the hallway. They stop at each door and clear the rooms. Each time if they find Imperial soldiers, they kill them and advance. He sees one of his soldiers open a door through his Flynn. Inside the room is a cell. Everyone regroup on Sylvain position. He rushes down the hall and sees 2 of his soldiers heading to Sylvain's position. He enters the cell. The first thing he sees is an empty room. However, the cell is custom built. Nothing here, sir, Sylvain says. It looks like no one has been here for a while. The bars are rusted and I see no sign that someone was here. Fuck, he mumbles. Let me guess, another wild goose chase. This is the 3rd time. As his men look around for any clues, he thinks back on the latest reports. The Navy SEALs attacked a facility like this a month ago, thinking it was the remaining prisoners. The facility was abandoned for what looked like months. Then again last week in what was an underman outpost with no results. We better get out of here and report. Fort Alness, General Stanford Office. Date, April 23, 2026. This is the 3rd time with no results, Stanford said. Stanford is annoyed by the French Foreign Legion. He thought the latest reports from Prince Diabo had merit. However, that has proven not to be the case again. Diabo has been acting as an informant for the CIA and MI6 in sadera. Diabo's job has been to find out any critical information from Zorzal's inner circle so they can act on them, like finding the remaining Earth prisoners, Imperial troop movements, or critical military facilities, as well as where the Imperials kept the captive soldiers from the downed Blackhawks in Dumas mountain range. This is the 3rd time Diabo information has been a flap on this issue, and his other data has been underwhelming. I understand this is unacceptable, General, Branson says. It has become harder for the Prince to gather intel due to the massive increase in security and vigilance from the Imperial government after our recent counterintelligence to dispose of the majority of the Fermentarii and Oprichnina, not to mention our raid in the Darlco facility to retrieve Fran's torso. There also was the disappearance of several Oprichnina members by our field agents to cover their tracks had made the Oprichnina sense that there were rats in their government. Stanford in the deep through. I thought he was cunning enough to evade the eyes of the Oprichnina and Svenhard Moon to at least gather some small amount of useful intel. Was your report missing key information I should have known? As I reported before, Branson explains, Diabo and Zorzal are not exactly close. It is hard for him to get information that is worth following upon. Some information could be out of date by the time Diabo learns of it. What about the inside men from the crime lords? I heard that your men are using them when Diabo is not available to gather more useful intel, Stanford asks. Same for the Prince. They have to lay low for a while now. The Medusa family states that Oprichnina members are starting to watch what is inside and outside of Cusho, Branson states. Hearing all this frustrates him. He cannot decide if Branson is lying to him for some covert reason or if he is telling the truth. Either way, the intelligence community is proving to be useless in the war effort. While some intel has been effective, others have not. Any intel that comes to his desk has become a flip of a coin on how accurate it is. However, these wild goose chases actually bear some golden eggs in the end, Branson replies. We managed to learn about the Empire magic jamming research in towers in terms of how they are being manufactured and where they are placed in Elis and Dumas. After interrogating some of the Imperial troops, we were able to confirm this. We also know about Famulus' incoming army from the east and much more. Besides, last time I checked you rejected my original proposal, Castillo states. Because it is insane, he replies. I'm not going to send people on a suicide mission. We all heard the rumors. He leans back in his chair, already knowing what Branson is going to bring up. Operation Ghost Soldier. The name is a reference of the ghost soldiers who saved American prisoners during World War II in the Philippines. Rangers sneaked behind enemy lines to save the prisoners before they were killed. Branson thought the name might seduce him enough to agree with his idea. Branson's operation is to allow CIA agents to be captured and sent to these facilities. A GPS chip implanted into the agents for satellites and drones to track. This allows special forces to find those facilities and launch a strike. The catch is that this is the Hario tribe. The rumor is that they are killing the prisoners for research. He remembers the bag of bodies the Rose Knights brought back 6. The Hario tribe butchered them for some reason, and it painted a clear picture to anyone who has been taken by them. The answer is no, he states again. I won't send people to that hell when the chances of it working are this low. Last time you rejected it was because we didn't have the satellites in orbit to pick up the singles, Branson says. That has changed. Branson is correct on that point. Stanford did not want to send agents to their deaths when they had little chance of detecting their single. Deploying drones throughout Falmart was not a long-term solution, and the coverage would reduce over time. While the Space Force branch has been deploying satellites as quickly as they can, there are still major gaps in the coverage. This also assumes the Hario tribe facilities are close by. The Empire is massive, so they would be anywhere outside the theater of war. We only have 5 satellites, he says. 1 is a weather satellite. 2 of them are communication satellites for NETT, and the rest are for intelligence gathering. There is no way I can guarantee we will pick up the single. There is a good chance your agents will never be found. Last week, one of your soldiers was eaten alive by a plant called Mantrap, which is this world version of the Venus flytrap. The soldier was infected by pollen as a lure and then was entrapped. He was devoured while patrolling a secured road, Branson states. Another was killed by a poison dart by a Fermentarii agent when they raided a tavern in Valtris to flush out the Fermentarii cell there. All this was within our lines, and they died doing their duty. My agents know the risk. However, we are running out of time. At some point, we either write everyone who was taken off as MIA, presumed dead, or we try something desperate. He takes a breath, hating this idea. He sees the 3 agents that will go on this mission. 2 males and 1 female. You are assuming they will be sent to the Hario tribe? Diabo has stated many times that Earth prisoners are required to be handed over to the Hario tribe and Oprichnina, Branson answers. While there are still Rouge prisoners scattered throughout Falmart, we believe the majority will be at these facilities because they see the value in keeping them close, whatever they are doing to them. He knows the President and Congress have been hammering him for not finding more captives quickly. After the raid on Sadera, they assumed more prisoners would be discovered quickly, however, that proved to be harder than expected. Let me ask you 3, he says. This is a volunteer mission only. The woman stands up. I am Agent Catherine Moss. I think I speak for the others on this. We understand the risks and want to get our people back. We will do this. Fine, Branson, he says. Operation Ghost Soldier is a go. Get our people back. Good speed. As he finishes, an officer knocks on the door, and Stanford let him in. What is it, Sergeant Phillips? Stanford asks. Sir, our patrol just received a message paper attached in an arrow outside Maltris. It is from Lashin. You and Agent Castillo want to see it, Phillips states. Ticaret Conglomerate, the Half Moon, Tezuko Nara, is having a tea session with Falcon Atlan. Her banking and brothel business has been very prosperous so far with the expansion of her business operations to Imperial territories. However, Nara knows fully well that this prosperity is only temporary. Her long-term goal is to get access with the Americans and join forces with NATO. Look like you're doing well so far with your business, and your house is growing a lot in influence. Unlike me and my house, House Atlan has been recently branded as foolish and short-sighted for rejecting lucrative deals from the Empire to immensely prosper in the future, and now starting to show signs of decline through the Ticaret. 3 days ago, Mortimer Dumas boasted that he would take over my assets and palace someday once he accumulated enough wealth from his business with the Empire, and the wealth his house was going to pillage from Earth. Look like I have to start licking your boots from now on, Atlan states. Oh, please stop jesting, Atlan. We know that my newfound wealth and growing power are just not meant to last. The end game for our plan is that Ticaret will be ours for the taking in the end, Nara proudly states. So, when are you going to contact them? Atlan asks. We need them to weaken the Second Sanctum, Tessum Union, and Gummis House, as well as other clans first, then we can contact them for our final phase of the plan. If we do it right now, it will raise suspicions, and I cannot drain as much gold as I can from the League before things start going for the worse with them, Nara states. The Ticaret army has recently entered Elias to engage in battle with NATO. What do you think the outcome will be? Atlan asks. I suspect that the brutes like Gagnog or Sarkis will not live long after entering the Elis region. Of all the 3 leaders that lead the Ticaret troops there, only Alban is the one that will know that you need more than bravery and willpower to win the battle, Nara mockingly states. V15, Chapter 187 Tourist Day. Yesterday, a joint Australian LB force ended a campaign in the Idamui Forest, a 3-week campaign to end the Imperial presence in the Gorge Valley, a farming region between the northern border of Elba fiefdom and the southern tip of the Dumas Mountains. The objective is to surround the city of Marais. The casualties have been reported to be 11 Australians, 2 Japanese advisors, and 39 Elba Knights dead. 2 helicopters were brought down in an air assault operation from the English 16th Air Assault Brigade. While we still don't know how many wounded per nation there were, we do know that the total number of injured is over 300. It is believed that the majority came from the Elba Knights. Marais, second only to the port city of Budum in the Gorge, has become a priority again. This will be the second attempt by NATO forces to take the city. In August 2025, Operation Roundball was in effect, but it ran into unexpected problems. While NATO forces conquered Debes and got 50 miles to Marais on the Roma Highway, a massive rainstorm destroyed the highway. Tanks, APCs, and other equipment needed to take the city kept getting stuck in the thick mud. At the time, NATO aviation was not at strength to launch a massive operation at such a long distance from Alness. So the priority went to secure the Fillet Highway, the only ground route between Alness and the Elba fiefdom. With the growing need for military resources in the Greater Elis region, combined with the miniature war against the Algona Kingdom, the Gorge became a secondary priority. Last month, General Stanford approved Operation Uppercut, proposed by Brigadier General Royce Tomasky of the newly activated 2nd Armored Division, 3rd Armored Brigade. Currently, the Army engineers have been building a paved highway from Alness to Debes to help speed up travel between Alness and Elba. He wants to make a road to Marais so his division can take the city, and then continue up to the twin cities of Didwali and Isilit, about 100 miles south of Sadera. The objective is to surround the Imperial army in the mountains and isolate them. The current plan is to build 3 highways through the Dumas Mountains to create a path to Sadera for tanks. With Operation Uppercut, the U.S. Army is hoping to distract and divide the Imperial Army leader in the Dumas Mountains, General Brition Hasulo. Little is known about this Imperial general. However, the military has said that he is a highly decorated and respected general within the Empire and is a human-lion hybrid. The operation will begin next week as military forces from 5 different nations begin the mobilization. In other news, the repair of the destroyed bridge in Valtris will be completed by next month. Meanwhile, all supplies to Elis region are being transported through an improved ribbon bridge. Free Alness News. Ohio, Sandusky County, Fremont. Date, April 23, 2026. Pina stands there looking out at the crop field. Earth's flare is beating hot, matching with the endless sea of small bush crops. What are those? Pina is with Mui, Duran, Nader, and a few other delegates. The president wanted the delegation to see for their own eyes what the future of agriculture will look like. And now she can see why. Their guide today is Secretary of Agriculture Harry Hunt. Those are soybean bushes, Hunt answered. It is a bean we use in many different foods and livestock. I assume you know about soil erosion? Of course, Duran said. It is a major concern of my fiefdom. We always are forced to abandon fields to allow the lands to recover, and the amount of slave labor to maintain the land is expensive. This process sometimes takes years, he says, and then rethinks what he said. I should say labor. Don't worry about being politically correct, Wellington said. We all know what you mean. You cannot fix the problem if you ban your ability to see it and fix it. Pina looks at Wellington, always impressed by his diplomatic ability. Sharpe is very direct with everything he does, leaving little room to negotiate. Wellington, on the other hand, while he is passive in how he speaks, it is intentional. He says it in a non-threatening way. However, every word is guiding the person he is talking to into the direction he wants. He plants seeds into people's minds without knowing and lets the seed grow, then capitalizing on them. She knows he would control the Imperial Senate with little ease. I can agree to that, Duran said. He analyzes the farmlands carefully. But you were saying something about these types of crops? Duran asked. One reason we grow soybeans is that it replenishes the crop fields, Hunt said. During the 1800s, most U.S. farmlands were growing cotton. However, cotton is known to destroy the lands, sucking them dry. We saw the consequences during the 1920s Dust Bowl I, where our farmlands became a wasteland. Because the earth was dead, the soil polluted the air, creating a dust storm that spanned into 5 states. Soy and other crops allowed us to turn our dead farmlands into the productive and healthy crop fields we see today. I didn't realize there was so much to know about crops, Pina said. I just thought it was food. Duran sees 2 moving machines moving through the fields. What are those machines? Those are tractors and combine harvesters, Hunt replied. The tractor plows the field while the combine harvester harvests the crops, automatically separates the beans from the plant, and dumps the beans on the back of the trailer pulled by other tractors. 3 men with tractors and combine harvesters can cover large fields quickly in just an hour. Pina cannot believe what she was told. She can see the same amazed reaction on the other delegations. If a single man with a tractor can pick a crop field, which generally would require dozens, if not hundreds of slaves, while it can surely remove any needs of slaves, but how do they keep people employed? Secretary, I can see that this machinery can eradicate slavery, but how do you prevent a mass employment crisis if everyone is out of work? And how can you produce enough food for the large population in your country and have so many abundant foods to sell it to other countries in the world? Pina asks. Modern agriculture only represents 3% of the U.S. economy, Hunt said. For the rest of the world, agriculture only represents 1/3 of Earth's GDP. Please feel free to correct me, Princess. However, I believe Falmart agriculture output is closer to 85 to 90% of the GDP. Pina blinks, unable to believe how few people farm. Yes, that number sounds right. I assume the people who are not on the farms are the people who invented flying machines, cars, the tall buildings made out of metal. Correct, this frees up the population to do other things, Hunt said. This transformation took decades in the 1800s. However, it can be done. Pina thinks of everything that has been said so far as she watches the tractor. I have a question, Countess Kanusha Gaia of Kippidan asked. I have noticed birds all over the place. Those are hawks, Hunt stated as he points. Every farm is different because these are private farms. However, we encourage a more friendly, natural way of protecting farms. To prevent bugs from eating the crops, we bring in ladybugs to eat the pesky bugs. The hawks fly around and eat any rodents who try to eat the crops. We used to use pesticide to kill crop pests, but that practice has been abandoned for many years due to health concerns as pesticide is toxic. Furthermore, to answer your question of how we can produce so much foodstuff that have more than enough to export to other countries, the answer is that most of our crops have been bioengineered to not only endure harsh climate like drought or diseases, but also yields dozens times more than any crops in Uros, Hunt added. Impressive. Your farming machinery and enhanced crops not only make slave labor undesirable, but also produces far more foods than traditional means, Mui says. I just assumed everything you people do has a machine behind it. Oh no, Hunt replied. Not everything requires a machine. However, we discovered this because of our science into biology and environmentalism. While this isn't the norm everywhere, I see it being effective on your people's homelands. That is good to hear. The trade agreement enables favorable loans for our farmers to purchase these wondrous farming machines to farm far better. However, I am afraid that these machines are too complex for the simple-minded farmers in our world to know how to use. I myself struggle to try to drive one of your cars, explained Canusha. Secretary of Commerce Ollie O'Connor turns to Canusha. I understand your concern, but I do not believe that this will be a problem. That statement baffled Pina. It sounded very arrogant. However, she wonders if there is something she doesn't know about. Can you please explain why this isn't a problem? The free market will resolve any problems over time, O'Connor explained. There will be a need to regulate and oversee. However, companies want people to buy their products. They find ways to lower the price for their customers to buy from them. It is the law of competition. Don't get me wrong, I don't expect expensive tractors or combined harvesters like this to be common on Falmart anytime soon, O'Connor added. However, these corporations who were waiting for the free trade agreement to pass the other day are already designing and developing new tools for your people, which will start the process of ending the need for slave labor. This includes creating simpler farming machines for your people to use. Pina has heard Sharpe talk about the free market and free enterprise before. She thought it was another way for Americans to say freedom because they were obsessed with that word. While she finds all this interesting, it is not her place of expertise. She knows her brother Diabo would love being here, knowing he would find this topic fascinating. If you all would like, I can send some books through the State Department to help you understand the foundation of modern economics, O'Connor said. Basic Economics by Thomas Sowell, Best Overall. Economics in One Lesson by Henry Hazlitt, and Best on Capitalism. Capitalism and Freedom by Milton Friedman. I assume these materials are expensive? Duran asked. I assume knowledge like this is expensive. For my people to adapt, they need to understand how the economy works. Currently, the nobles manage the economic tasks of their region, while the people manage the work. That is fine, O'Connor replied. While this is not the same as a full education, these books are cheap because we can mass produce them, which brings the price down. This should be a good stopgap until more formal educational institutions can be created. What best about these types of books are that they are designed for the common people to understand. As Pina listens, she still cannot believe how easy information is spread. She has seen the small liberties Sharpe and Lelei have. Any reading material had to be arranged in advance so scripts can handwrite them, which is a slow and expensive process. Only official documents and important stories are normally allowed to be written down. Hamilton, I hope you've been recording all of this, Pina asked. Of course, Princess, Hamilton said. I already have 4 pages of notes. I have to say, writing with a ballpoint pen is far better than a feather. I also wrote down some questions you might like to ask in a follow-up conversation. Thank you. Pina looks at the Darfellan named Nader, the elected Ely's ambassador, Nader de Akilu, in dealing with the Americans. He has been quiet so far. She walks over to him. Ambassador, what do you think? I was elected by the counts who are under NATO occupation, Nader said. They picked my clan because we were a more neutral party, and they don't trust the Duke. Many are still loyal to the Empire. However, I see this changing everything. How so? What you see are machines collecting crops and plowing the fields without the needs of slave labor, Nader said. What Duran and I see is a complete social revolution between the haves and haves not. The Americans are moving right into the middle and offering everyone everything they want. The nobles and counts will remain with only some political power and wealth, while the common folks and merchants gain vast sums of wealth and political power. Yeah, Pina said. Isn't that the point of all this? They were honest about all of that. Except for one fact, Nader said. The Americans have taken control by being the provider, just like the Empire did. We have been annexed into their realm without it being stated. Pina thinks about it and realizes that Nader is right. While it was not the Americans' idea for Valtris, Italica, and Alnus to unify into a regional state, They did not oppose it, and their presence actually gave Mui an idea of its, and the unification would benefit the American in the region, allowing them more political influence. You see this as a bad thing? That is the question I am struggling with, NATO replied. The truth is that I do not have a problem with it. I have seen too much to ignore this. The Duke and the slavers would rather keep all these advances away from the people to maintain control and privilege. I must remember, am I picking a side because I like it or because it is best for the people who place their faith into me? Not all change is good since it affects many people's benefits and influences, so I must be careful. But all of these changes would be good for the people of Falmart, Pina said. Look at how advanced and well-off the Americans and their allies are. Are you saying that because you believe it or because they have the guns? Nader asked. Yes, look at all these wonders, but we must remember why we are doing this. Are we doing this because it is right for the people we represent, not because we feel forced because the Americans are more powerful? We also must remember not to be too prideful like your brother, Nader added. We cannot be like your brother and the rest of the Falmart League. They are inflexible, refusing to change in a changing world just to maintain their power. Pina could not respond, finding Nader's point of view impressive. She realized how little she understands the world because of her time living in sadera, sheltered from other people's points of view. You shouldn't speak like that to your princess, Hamilton began, unappreciative of how Nader's words were conveyed. Please be more respectful. It's all right, Hamilton. He is just speaking his mind, Pina quickly replied. As Pina thinks of her response, she notices an Apache helicopter in the sky. Why is there a military helicopter flying above us? Wellington looks at her. About 60 miles west from here is the detention center from the Empire's attack on Philadelphia. I remember, Pina said. You gave me some of them too. So, this is where you've been keeping them. Correct, Wellington said. Under military guard by a federalized 28th Division, the Ohio National Guard. What is your plan with them? Nader asked. As of now, nothing, Wellington said. As long as the war continues, we will not be releasing them. Pina wonders if that is a good idea. She has already seen some Imperials and Legionnaires switch sides. She wonders if any of them would do the same. Are you sure that is a good idea? Pina asked. They could be useful in the war effort. I don't have clearance on the situation at Mansfield Military Prison Camp, Wellington said. 6 months ago, 7 of the prisoners killed a guard and escaped. They murdered a family of 5 that was driving by. The only reason why they were captured was because they were struggling trying to figure out how to drive it and failed. Pina can see why the Americans want nothing to do with the prisoners. The prisoners are living up to the Imperial standard of being a pain in the ass. 6 dead in an escape attempt. She wonders if they knew they were destroying their chance of being free. What happened after that? Pina asked. Were there other attempts? No, Wellington said. The soldiers who recaptured the 7 prisoners executed them for killing that family. The ringleader had the nerve to say to the soldiers that they were honor-bound by the Geneva Convention to treat them with dignity and safety. I guess the soldiers were so enraged that they would bring that up after killing that family. Then the camp leader, Brigadier General Miles Graham, lined up the prisoners and personally executed 6 of them, Wellington added. According to the reports, he never said a word. Once he killed the 6 prisoners, he walked off. However, the message became clear that any escape would result in other people's deaths, and if they harm anyone, no one will survive. Pina understood why Graham did that. If anyone broke out of the dungeons and killed the citizens in the Empire, they would have begged to be crucified for what they did. To her, this was tamed. I am surprised your people did that, and no one got in trouble. There were investigations, and the government publicly denouncing the actions, saying we are a nation of law and not a mob, Wellington said. However, the statement was weak, and there is an ongoing investigation on the matter, but most don't expect any real consequences. No consequences? There have been protests on the matter, Wellington said. Locals that don't like the camp here. Some protesting for the murders of the family, while others protesting on the general mannerisms. I would like to talk to them, Pina asked. Maybe I could help with the situation there. I am sorry, Princess. However, none of us have that authority, O'Connor said. You need to talk to the people in charge. In the meantime, let's continue the tour, Hunt said, trying to change the topic. I would like to show you the food production factories, cattle industrial farm, indoor environment-controlled farming facilities, which allows us to farm year-round without depleting the soil. Finally, I will also show you the most advanced form of farming in the form of vertical farming facility, which uses zero soil for farming and uses 90% less water. After we are done, we will visit the forges to see how our modern metalwork works. At the end of the day, all of you will understand the concept and the importance of the industrial revolutions. Fremont, Ohio. Carther is walking through the town of Fremont. When he was en route here on the plane, Willington said this was considered small-town America. The town is far smaller and less developed than Philadelphia and Washington, D.C. He is not impressed. He prefers the towns on Falmart like Rondell and Napni. The only odd thing he has seen so far is the people's reaction. Besides the Secret Service escort they have, all the townsfolk are staring at them with curiosity and indifference. Carther did not like how the people were indifferently staring at him and his party. At Falmart, everyone always celebrated their presence. Adventurers usually are the ones who help townsfolk with their problems, fighting bandits and goblins, being ordered to lawless places, keeping commerce between towns safe. Of course, for a small fee. This place feels so peaceful, Lelei said. I'm surprised not to see merchant booths everywhere, but instead large stores like in the big cities. Most merchants back in Falmart cannot even afford the smallest stores. The merchants of this world have so much. And look there, Liz said. That looks like those military police cars we have seen in Alnus. They must be non-military police. As Carther looks, what Lelei said bothered him. She is correct. This place is peaceful, too peaceful. Carther did not understand why Willington invited his party as a special guest. He saw the farms and the technology that was used. While massively impressive, he cares nothing for farming or government officials' business. I wonder how they keep the town safe without a wall? Carther asked. Carther noticed that when they came to this town, they just drove in, no gate, no wall, no guards. He saw that in the cities and correctly assumes this is normal across Earth. So many towns and cities on Falmart have defensive walls to protect against bandit armies, hordes, monsters, invasions, whatever threat that comes. The people take shelter behind the walls and hope they can withstand a siege. Without a wall, there can be no siege or protection against monsters. The only thing that seems a threat is petty crimes. Otherwise, why would they have police? That is it though. This place only has petty crimes, no fear of attacks. Don't be a fool, Hearthdrew, Gorg said. With their weapons, they don't need walls, and besides, the security in the world is far superior to in Falmart, that you will never see any kinds of hordes of bandits or monsters that can threaten even a small town. If it has, it will only take a small number of that police to put them down with their guns without the military's needs. Their military safeguards all kinds of foreign invasions so tightly that these townsfolk never need to worry. Furthermore, I heard that most civilians in this country have access to guns and vehicles, so these people can effectively defend themselves when police are not available. Heck, if we attack the townsfolk or farmers in this town, there is a high chance they're going to kill us first by shooting at us or running over us with their cars before the police arrive. That bastard, Carther suddenly slipped out, surprising Lelei. What? Lelei said. Who's a bastard? Is everything okay, Carther? You and Gorg are correct, Carther said. Look at this place. It is peaceful. These people fear nothing. Maybe scared of someone breaking into their home, but that is it. And the farm, Willington wasn't showing us how agriculture works. Why else would we be there? Liz asked. It was showing us the future of farming. Why else was the delegation there? That was why they were there, Carther replied. Just like the town, it was peaceful. The farmers were not scared of anything, since they can easily dispatch even high-ranked adventurers like us with a few shots from their guns or run over us with their vehicles. Everything looked defenseless because the security is so good. Willington screwed us over. Lelei gets in front of Carther and holds his hand. What is wrong? I don't get it. Willington has given us a rare opportunity. Lelei is right, Voyuo said. We are the only adventurers allowed in Alnus right now, creating our post there. We have the advantage to get in early. Don't be fools, Carther said. That agreement we made in Valtris 3 was a lie. You have all been to Alnus, you all saw Italica. They don't need us anymore. We barely scrape by in Alnus, getting only the poorest of quests, and those quests are highly rare and only happen when the NATO troops or MP are too busy with something else. There was no grand opportunity for riches and glory. And look around here. Do you believe our kind would survive here or in the future back in our world? There is no need for adventurers here on Earth, and soon we'll be in Falmart. Okay, Lelei said, but we can stay on Falmart. We can leave Alnus for a better post. While Carther likes Lelei, likes her smile, her cheerful beauty, sometimes she enrages him. Even though he saved her from a brothel girl's life, that was only because as payment for his debt with her mother, he would bring her along. She just turned out to be a better fighter than he expected. Otherwise, he would have abandoned her long ago. You silly girl, don't you understand what is happening? No, we have been played, Carther said. He then looks at everyone. Every quest was a joke. We failed at everything. And the one time we had a real quest we ended up in jail as we celebrated. Lelei glares at him. That only happened because you have a bad habit of forcing your will on girls. And it also because that man Sharpe and his buddies along with that brown-haired bunny were there. Carther remembers Sharpe 5. While that was the first time he met Sharpe, he heard his name all over Alnus. He never understood how a soldier like Sharpe could be a hero people and an adventurer like himself is looked down upon. If Sharpe was a general or a nobleman, he could understand, but Sharpe is neither. He felt that Sharpe was only respected just because Rory and Pina favor him for some reasons. She was a brothel girl, Carther said, and a cat girl nonetheless. Don't tell me you have sympathy for such a lowly creature. Of course not, Lelei replied. At the same time, she understands why Carther thinks that cat people is considered the lowest of castes among beast and standard races, with the bunnies. However, she was not as convinced of that belief as she once did. It is their way, and that is why we got thrown in jail. But it was Wellington who got us out of jail, Uros said. He paid for all the fees for us, in the name of cooperation and building a better relationship between us. I see now, Gorg said as he crossed his arms. Carther is correct. We have been played. Wellington knew the Adventurer Guild is a powerful force on Falmart. However, he knows our ways, and their ways cannot coexist. That is why he was so willing to allow us in Alnus. He knows we would fail. Look around here, Carther said. What we see now in this town, back at the farm, shows what the future will be. That is what angers Carther the most, this future. A world that is at peace, no fear of being attacked, no monsters, nothing. There will be no place for people like him, who want glory, adventure, wealth, to be free and travel and do as he pleases. So, we were set up, Lelei asked. Are you saying Falmart will end up like this town? Yes, Carther said. If NATO wins the war and Earth gets their way, the guild will be gone. They already turned the people in Alnus and Italica against us. Elis will hate us in time and the rest of Falmart. Our days are numbered. And that was Wellington's plan, Gorg added. He set us up so we would make ourselves fools. He can tell everyone that he respects the guild and tried to have us coexistence. But because we failed, he can make a clear argument to the people of Falmart to trust in their security over the guilds. And if the guild complains, Wellington can say that he tried, but we proved it couldn't work, Carther said. Carther takes a deep breath as he thinks about this new reality. He watches as a family walks into what he thinks is a tavern. He has been an adventurer for all his life, and he assumed he would die as one. For the first time, he is now considering options outside the guild, seeing that its days are numbered. Once we get back to Alnus, we can figure out what to do there, Carther said. What about the so-called private military companies? I heard that they are pretty much like adventurers like us, but only work for money, and it is said that they make an even better profit than any adventurer since they work exclusively for rich clients. I think that would be the best option for us, in case the guild is gone and we are out of jobs, Liz analytically said. Carther knows about these private military companies. He has started to see some appear in Alnus and setting up headquarters. At first he thought they were Earth guilds, but they weren't. He has seen 3 companies so far. The Triple Canopy, G4S, and FDG Corporation. Wellington's plan is to end the guild, and that means these mercenaries will hire ex-adventurers as native guides. He will have to obey their rules, their laws, and their beliefs. He is worried that any freedom he had as an adventurer will be gone. No, we will not work for those mercenaries. Those people look down on us much like NATO troops, and they also render us jobless, as much as NATO, Cathier said. You said that because you don't like taking orders from them and their strict rules of conduct. Not to mention there are no glories to gain from its beside money. However, that is one of our best options, besides the potential MP jobs, Liz replied. Liz is right, Voyuo said with passion. We should consider more alternative options right now. Things have changed and we must adapt. You always taught us, Carther, that we must be flexible to win quests. This is no different. Washington, D.C., President's Guest House. Date, April 22nd, 2026. Lelei yawns after a long day touring Washington, D.C. I like the two statues in the plaza, Tuke said. The one about World War II. Lelei liked that one too. She has not seen the statue design before, being the whole plaza with 2 points on each side representing the soldiers who fought in the Pacific and the other in Europe. I like that one. However, my favorite was seeing Lincoln's statue, the one where he is sitting down, Rory said. When I looked at it, I could tell that was the defining difference between your world and my world. I like the reflecting pool, Selena said. Because you could see yourself and the ducks? Tuke asked. Selena looks at Tuke with a blank stare. No. Liar. What about you, Yao? Rory asked. This is your first real chance to get to see the sights of America. Yao sits there collecting her thoughts. I don't know. Everything was nice, but I don't think I am into these topics like you are. But if I had to pick, I did like the National Museum of Natural History. Seeing all the different plants, animals, and rocks. I enjoyed seeing that myself, Tuke added. My people are very into nature, and while it has been hard to adjust to these other worlders' mental lifestyles, seeing value in plant life helps. I bet Lelei liked the National Air and Space Museum, Rory said. All those flying machines and rockets. And then there was that cute tour guild. Shut up. Rory says. Lelei looks to Sharpe for help as the girls make fun of her. I know better than to get in the middle of this fight, Sharpe said. We are leaving early, so don't have too much drama. Where are you going? Selena asked. Going to the bar with some army buddies I know here, Sharpe replies. Are we still going to watch Night of the Museum? Selena asked. Where everything comes to live. Yes, Sharpe said. After going to many museums, everyone thought it would be good to watch the Night of Museum, seeing everyone and everything come to life and enjoy themselves. Lelei thought about trying to get enough attention from the Senate hearings and wanted to stay a good girl. She will never understand how Rory can be a bad girl and get away with everything. While Lelei hates her sisters right now, she did enjoy the National Air and Space Museum. She found it fascinating to see all the planes reading the history of their science and innovation. She saw the Apollo 11 spacecraft and got to learn the history of the Apollo program. It showed what is currently happening on the moon now with the Armstrong Outpost program. SpaceX with its Starship will be bringing people there, all building up to the Mars mission in a few years. Lelei got to see a large model of the USS Enterprise from Star Trek. While she has seen many Earth shows and movies, seeing this ship baffled her. A federation of planets that has many different species working to a common goal, which is that of exploring space, expanding their knowledge, and upholding their high ideals. She demanded that Sharpe show her this show. After some time, and everyone settling in, Lelei walked past Rory's room as she headed to hers. She hears Rory mumbling about something like she is talking to someone. Lelei has always found Rory to be the random one in the group, and she had to learn to adjust to that. She decides to ignore Rory and let her play her games, being tired herself. But then the hallway disappears, and she ends up in a room. What? Lelei looks around in a panic, wondering if this was Sword-In doing again. Rory tells Lelei to be quiet. Do not panic. You are in my room. Lelei sees Rory and is confused. Did you do this? Of course not, Rory said. I am not a mage. But she did. Lelei sees Rory pointing to her left. She looks and sees a woman who was not there a moment ago, lightly glowing blue in Greek clothing. Who are you? Some called me Ishtar. Others called me Eisen. Mio, you can call me Aphrodite. It took Lelei a moment to understand what is happening and to recognize the names. You are the Earth Goddess of Love? I remember Rory telling me about it, but I never fully believed her. It sounded too good to be true. Hey, Rory said. I am totally believable. Rory was able to feel our presence during the first time you came through the gate, Aphrodite said. It was only a matter of time. She would inform our Earth children of our presence. Lelei remembers what Rory told her. Aphrodite explained Earth's history, that a second gate appeared thousands of years ago, and an invasion first came. The gods were unable to stop it. However, The Abraham Alliance, a group of Romans, Parthians, Jews, and others, fought against demons. The Romans led an expedition under the command of General Kiso Shura through the gate and appeared on Uros, turning the tide of a major war. But the expedition force was also trapped there. From how we understand from the video feeds and much debate, this eventually led to the foundation of the Saderan Empire by those who were trapped. This fact shocks Lelei to the core as she realizes that the people of Falmart are actually originated from Earth. The terms otherworlders used by the Falmart human natives are entirely incorrect since they and Earth humans are the same, with the only differences is the massive tech and civilization gap between them. Another thing that shocked her was that the Earth gods decided to exile themselves from everyday life, and this was how humanity on Earth developed into who they are today. Aphrodite described it as a parent finally letting their children go off into the world and stand on their own 2 feet. Lelei could never imagine Uros gods doing the same. They are very influential in everyday life. While she is not a historical sage, she knows Falmart history and culture are older than Earth's history and culture. However, at the same time, Lelei also feels incredibly depressed that Uros humans seem left behind in terms of civilization development, as the people of their original world of Earth moved on and advanced without them. Furthermore, this also makes Lelei realize that the third opening of the gate is a blessing in disguise for the people of Uros. Just like what happened with the US and Japan, when the US forced the Bakumatsu-era Japan to open up to the world, which brought many advancements. Or the Chinese never become the superpower like they are today, without their humiliated loss of sovereignty, the collapse of their feudal monarchy, and being turned into the meat pie to be craved by Western powers after the Opium War. Fascinating, Lelei said. I assume there are other gods and goddesses? That is why I summoned you here, Aphrodite said. Rory has been asking for us to meet you for a while. What is that? Lelei asked. Oh, please, Rory said as she rolled her eyes. While I'm the sexiest of us all, you are the brains. You're going to be changing the world in more ways than I ever could. Rory has said that many times to me, Aphrodite said. She thinks highly of you. Lelei blinks. She never realized Rory thought so highly of her before. Did you tell Sharpe about this? I said you could not, Aphrodite said. If you tell Sharpe, we will wipe your mind of us, and you will be punished. Trust me, Lelei, you don't want to piss off a goddess, Rory said. The last thing you want is a goddess chasing after you. Lelei knows whom Rory is talking about, Hardy. She will never understand why Hardy wants to marry Rory. Rory did tell her about that experience when Hardy kidnapped her after breaking up with Talon and was abused and raped by Hardy. It is part of the curse Uros gods have. Emotionless. However, they can go insane to extremes. She wonders if Earth gods suffer from the same sickness. I promised I wouldn't hide anything from Sharpe again, Lelei said. I know. Hearing another feminine voice, Lelei turns around and sees another woman in blue standing there in Roman clothing. Who are you? I am Omoikane. I am Minerva. I am Athena, the goddess of wisdom. Correct. Lelei could not believe what was happening. Wow. I take it you are my goddess on Earth? Correct, Athena said. Now, you must promise not to tell Sharpe or anyone else until we deem necessary, or he will not be pleased. Who is he? Lelei asked. You mean Zeus? No, Athena replied. Sharpe must rediscover his path and faith. It has been commanded, and no one is above him. Lelei blinks, confused by what Athena is saying. But nothing, Athena said. As you have already seen with your mage friend Sordin, too much knowledge can lead to negative effects. Lelei takes a deep breath as she thinks about the hearing and the meeting with the president. She regrets how she did everything. While Earth is beginning to calm down from the new reality that mages live on Earth, learning that gods exist would tear apart Earth. I accept, Lelei said, but I don't like lying to him again. I didn't like how we got into a fight and that look of disappointment. It isn't a lying young one, Athena said. Please correct me, but Sharpe withheld information from you all so you can learn and grow yourselves. To earn the wisdom so you could embrace it. Yes, then this shall be the same, Athena said. Everyone has a journey, and you must let them go through it. That is why we gods exiled ourselves from humanity, for mankind to grow into their full potential. They must first discover their footing among the stars. But fear not, Athena quickly added. Stay true to yourselves, and you will not need to be fearful of what you desire the most. I understand, Lelei said. I do have questions. Really? Rory gasped mockingly. Who saw that coming? Lelei with questions? Shut up. Rory giggles and looks back at Aphrodite. Athena, Lelei said. During my research, I was always confused about why Earth had so many different mythologies. On Falmart, Uros, everyone knows who the gods are, regardless of where they came from. Why is it that Earth has so many gods that represent the same thing? I asked that question myself, Rory said, just with fewer words. Rory here has been informing us what Uros is like every time she comes to Earth, Athena said. Your world has one mythology. Fascinating. Yes, on Earth there are many mythologies. Throughout time, people have worshipped us on a regional level. That is why we go by many different names. However, we are the same. Lelei found that interesting. She wonders if this is because the gods of Uros are more involved in people's daily lives, like apostles and grabbing unique benefits, for example. Or she wonders if it's because Uros has dozens of different species and Earth only has humans. Lelei then realizes something important. Wait, this means every world that has life on it has gods on them. If it were just Uros, it could have just meant our world was special. If Earth has them too, that means there are probably gods everywhere. We came to the same conclusion, Athena said. But how do people on Earth not know of you? Lelei asked. Did you erase them of your history? And did you forbid Swordin for telling me about the gods? No to both, Athena said. Your new friend Swordin does not know us as it should be. Knowledge is discovered and lost through the passage of history. Like Troy, Lelei said, I know your gods had a big role to play in that war. Troy was a factor for why we stepped away from mortal life, Athena said, smiling and amused by Lelei's knowledge. Just like when the Romans and Greek discovered Earth's place in the universe and lost through war and destruction. Lelei understands this and remembers a recent report about some lost discovery of a Roman dodecahedron. 7. Wait, Lelei said. I thought it was Galileo Galilei who discovered that Earth was round and orbited your flare. Incorrect, Athena said. Many in the classical era, from the Greeks and Romans to India to the Mayas. When we exiled, it brought great chaos to the world as the world readjusted. It was Galileo who began the rediscovering efforts of humanity's lost past. Just like with magic? Correct, Athena said. That is one of many. Will one day Zeus allow you all to interact with mankind again? Lelei asked. For now, no, Athena said. The only reason we are interacting with you and Rory is that you are not from this world. And the gate reappearing forced our hand. What do you mean? Lelei asked. I asked that question too, Rory said. Gods cannot go through the gate, so they are isolated from each other. So, they know nothing about each other. Correct, Aphrodite said. The other 2 times the gate appeared, we knew nothing on what was on the other side. Because of television, we have learned more about your world. But it is nice to meet people from another world. It gives us a chance to know what the old man's plan is. You keep saying he and his, Lelei said. What are you talking about? I assume you were talking about Zeus? Wait a minute. Previously you said that no one is above him when you two are referring to him. Are you talking about the man that a lot of Earth people pray to in any meals, representation of Christmas and Thanksgiving, and people often say the word Amen at the end of the prayer? Lelei watches Athena and Aphrodite look at each other. That is a complicated topic, Lelei, Athena said. However, you will find your answer when the time comes. That is when they hear a knock on the door. Selena then walks in. Lelei looks at Selena and then looks around. She noticed that Athena and Aphrodite are gone. Yeah, they do that, Rory said. Do what? Selena asked. Dad is back and said come down for movie night. We'll be right down there, Rory said. Once Selena leaves, she looks at Lelei. Interesting? What did you think? That the more I know, the smaller I feel, Lelei said. Her mind is still processing what just happened. She only just realized that it had been 2.5 hours since she came up here. Rory laughs, hearing that. Still, Lelei said as she collected her thoughts. I feel like there is something else at play. I feel the same, but it isn't our place, Rory said. But what did she mean with Jackson? Lelei said, concerned. I don't want anything bad to happen to him. Neither do I, Rory said. That was news to me. But we must do what we always do. That is, Rory stands up laughing and stands up. She walks up to Lelei and places her arm around her. Be a young, beautiful, charming, and sexy woman. To love, respect, and gild our mutual man and be there whenever he needs us. On whatever journey they were speaking of, Lelei stands there blushing, scared at what Rory is implying. Okay, Kremlin Palace, Russian Federation. I hope the vinaigrette and Kamchatka crabs are suited to your liking. We made these dishes special for you, as the guest of honor, Dmitri said. No need for such flattery, Mr. President. I am just a humble old lady living in isolation from the woods that has been invited to enjoy luxurious meals in the presidential residence. Besides, people are not fond of my presence after all, an old and ugly lady said. Well, as long you and your sisters are just a myth to scare children during bedtime stories, but now things have changed, Dmitri replies. You need me and my kin to deal with Sordin and her council, as well as Lelei, since you don't need to get her DNA anymore. Mine are more than enough, and I am your living test subject, the old lady snidely replies. Don't worry, I guarantee our cooperation will be pleasant and favorable to you and your kin. You will like our lucrative payment at the end of the day. However, there are some certain rules and boundaries that you need to check out since we are not yet understanding your kinds clearly enough, and we certainly do not want the scandalous and unhealthy relationship of the Tsars with Mad Mork to happen again, Dmitri said. Do not worry, Mr. President. People called me Baba Yaga, not Rasputin. Besides, I told you before he was not a mage. He just abused our magic portions for selfish desires, Yaga replied. V16, Chapter 188 Tower. As the war continues against the Otherworlders, the Ministry of Imperial Law and Order Praetor Gallus Posthumus has placed a bounty system on anyone from Earth, Earth being the name of the world across the gate. The Imperial Army has been authorized to pay out anyone who kills or captures the Otherworlders. Payment will be in the form of coin, land, or slaves. All kills will have to be confirmed. Besides that, the Imperial Senate passed 74-26 to militarize the Adventurer Guild. By law, the adventurers are not allowed to engage in warfare. This was designed to maintain the Imperial Army's monopoly on war and security. Senator Oras das Dardanus stated this is to help put maximum pressure on the invaders, showing that they are not welcome to Falmart. The Adventurer Guild is considered one of the most respected institutions on Falmart and has well-trained professional warriors. While the army fights on the battlefield, adventurers and other mercenaries will harass the enemy. Oras ended his speech by saying Falmart for Falmartians. After the Senate approved of nationalizing all warriors to fight with the Imperial Army, the Ministry of Guilds Praetor Vibius Caraxorus, the Ministry of Imperial News, Dumas Mountains, date April 25, 2026. Sharpe moves past his rangers as they engage. Private Second Class Sophia Everett and recently promoted Specialist Harvey Frost are on the JLTV .50 caliber turret. Everyone else is on the right side of the U.S. vehicles, using them for cover. Randy is moving behind everyone, making sure everyone engages within their field of fire. Ranging from being an older veteran, then Sharpe knows what to do. Sharpe looks through his visors, and sees all the enemies marked in red by the IFF system. All of them are taking cover behind trees, boulders, and other coverings. The visor is connected to the NW2, allowing him to see who are allies and enemies, magical signatures, and a limited Blue Force tracker database which will enable him to pull up maps, identify enemy units and what faction they hail from, and provide night and thermal vision when needed. Sharpe Rangers tested the visor during their assault on the Darlco facility. They became valuable in the team factory against the Darlco Lord. While there are still glitches and bugs, he sees this being a game-changer on Falmart. All along the Sharpe line, his IFF tells him that he is fighting a Ticaret unit, all humans. This is the first time he has faced them in battle, and he always can see the difference between them and the Imperial Army. While the Imperial Army has adopted, they are more disciplined and regimented. From what he can tell, the Ticaret is more fluid on how they attack. He can see the Ticaret moving around from cover. After firing an arrow, they relocate to a new position. Let me go at them, Rory yells. No, Sharpe replied. We are outnumbered in a fixed position, so they will flank us, probably to the right. Go kill them, Rory gives an evil laugh and dashes off. You know, boss, Frost said, most ladies twist their legs after seeing some flowers, and yet she is willing to go to second base for a fight. Because it is the only excitement that a lady can get with this stick in the mud, Alicia adds as she laughs. Stick in the mud? Andrew asked, confused. What are you, 12? Who still says that? Knock it off, Randy orders. Sharpe points to Tuke. Focus fire on them. When they peek out, make them pay. Yao, Sharpe said. He sees her with an M2010 enhanced sniper rifle. After seeing her marksmanship ability at the Darlco facility, he decided to give her a chance and let Andrew train her. Her elven eagle-like eyesight that can detect the slightest change in the environment and see further and more details than human, along with her proficiency in archery, enabled her to quickly adapt to the sniper rifle and score many highly accurate shots during the first few training sessions, more than any sniper trainees in the U.S. Army. Based on this result, he wants to test her skill in a real combat situation. Set up and take out primary targets. Okay, Yao said, trailing off. She looks at her rifle for a moment, and then at him. Those are. Shoot everything, Andrew says, Sharpe replied. As Yao leaves, Lelei looks at him as she adjusts her helmet. What about me? Stay down and only use deflecting spells against the arrows, bolts, and magic blasts, Sharpe said. He saw Lelei wanting to protest as she can take down a large group of enemies. Don't worry. This attack is meant to show my hand that they know what they are facing, and I have no intent falling for that trick. Seeing Lelei pleased with her role, he moves and takes cover. Sharpe aims his M4 at an archer and kills the archer. He sees one of the .50 calibers lay waste to the surrounding area. A tree is torn apart and collapses down the slope. He then sees the other .50 calibers tear through boulders and another tree. Sharpe sees the overwhelming firepower, seems to overwhelm the Ticaret, but something seems off. At first, he thought this was just a hit-and-run attack. However, the Ticaret seemed more committed than he thought. Sharpe flips his NW to see how Rory is doing, but he gets static from the local jamming. He turns in his head and spots her. Rory is humming the song Ready to Die by Andrew WK as she cuts a man's head off. Creepy, he mutters to himself. Underneath everyone, the ground shakes. A large boulder lifts from around the boulder looks like a claw. Then a large scorpion comes out with a rider on it. Another one appears farther back within the Ticaret lines. That is when Sharpe realizes this was not a probing force, but a significant ambush. However, he wonders if this force was meant for him, being overkill for just a few rangers. His HUD locks on the scorpion. However, the NW database gives him no information on the creature, meaning either that this is the first time NATO has encountered these animals before or no one has updated the database yet. While he can see it is a massive scorpion, he wishes he has more information on it. Frost moves his .50 caliber to the closer scorpion and fires. The bullets go right through the armored claw, which surprises the rider. However, Frost is forced to stop and jump out as the scorpion's stinger rams into the JLTV. The stinger attack did little damage to the JLTV, being more armored than the standard Humvee. Seeing this, the scorpion just pushes the vehicle over and walks over to Frost. It raises its claw before swinging it down at Frost. Lelei forms a barrier around Frost right before the claw hits. Tuke fires a flame arrow at the scorpion, hitting it in the eyes while Scott and Alicia grab Frost and pull him back. Colonel, can I immobilize it with my gravity well spell so Sophia can finish it easier? Lelei asked. Negative, that takes too much mana, and you will need it more later on. So go for the legs, Sharpe orders. Sharpe had to learn about mana that mages has, that some spells cost more mana than others. How Lelei explained, it is that mana is like a gas tank. The more mana the mage uses, the less powerful and effective the magic is, or that some spells cannot be used at all. Some spells cost more mana than others. However, this is rarely an issue. After fighting the Flame Dragon and at the Darlco facility, he has learned that these new spells she is developing are mana-heavy. After using her earth spells, she is usually man-drained and exhausted. He does not want her to be that drained this early in the mission. As Lelei fires an extremely powerful compressed air current spell that she dubbed Air Bullet, which can punch through rocks and manages to sever one of the scorpion's legs from its body, Sharpe kills the rider with a well-placed bullet. Alicia and Randy are firing at the Scorpion, but the 5.56 caliber bullets are having little effect against the insect's hard carapace. He hears Sophia is still firing the other .50 caliber at the remaining Ticaret, making sure the enemy does not storm the distracted Rangers. The Scorpion attacks with its stinger again, hitting the ground. Rory bursts from the slope and cuts deep into the tail. The carapace prevented her halberd from cutting all the way through. Seeing that mistake, he gets on NW Team Comm. Sergeant Major, get everyone to suppressive fire on the slope. Do not let the Ticaret storm us. Specialist Everett, refocus .50 cal on that bastard and let him have it. Sharpe sees Randy gather his Rangers and reprioritize the Rangers' focus so they can attack the enemies they can kill. At the same time, Sophia redirects the .50 caliber, which can easily punch through the Scorpion armor. The Scorpion is cut down in moments as Rory and Lelei block both claws, using their halberd and magic. Sophie fires in short and controlled bursts. Sharpe sees the Scorpion getting shredded, so he focuses on the next urgent issue, that being the other Scorpion. He sees it crawl up to the edge of the road. He begins to order Yauhad Dusher and Tuke Luna Marceau to use their flame spirit magic and burns the stump of 2 trees. The trees collapse right in front of the Scorpion, blocking its approach. He sees it shortly contemplate its next action before, rather suddenly, the Scorpion explodes. Sharpe and everyone else look at the second Scorpion's burning corpse, or at least what remains of a corpse, wondering what just happened. He notices his IFF pointing to his southeast. He looks and sees a French Leclerc main battle tank. Around it is French soldiers getting into skirmishes. The Leclerc fires again, killing a few entrenched Ticaret archers. Sharpe sees the remaining Ticaret see the tank and start to flee. Rangers, Sharpe yells, let them have it. All the Rangers open fire at the fleeing. Ticaret soldiers die, while the rest disappear into the forest. Sharpe takes a deep breath as everyone cheers and celebrates. Good job, everyone, Randy said as he walks along the line. Frost, Scott, Rory, see if you can flip the JLTV back over. Andrew, Alicia, Sophia, Tuke, police those dead bodies. Yow, stay on alert. Satisfied with how Randy is handling the situation, Sharpe signals to Lelei to follow him. He looks over and sees 4 French soldiers walking up to him. His NW tried to uplink with the French Flynn, but it failed. His visors identify what unit the French soldiers are from, 27th Mountain Infantry Brigade of 1st Division. When they meet, the French soldier salutes, to which he returns the greeting. Sharpe's IFF says it is Captain Jean-Marc Hebres. What are you Rangers doing here? Hebres asked. I saw you on the BFT-3, so we came to check out the situation. Thank you for the assist, Captain, Sharpe said. The Empire has deployed a magical jamming tower in the sector. Our mission is to destroy it so our air forces can come in and lay waste to the enemy. The 27th is currently assaulting an enemy position 5 kilometers south from here, sir, Hebres said. My order is to take my company and flank the enemy. However, we lost comms once we came over here. I assume it is related to that tower. I assume so too, Captain, Sharpe replied. He watches as the Leclerc drives past them, and French soldiers walk past. Taking out the tower is a priority. Otherwise, they will be disrupted throughout the engagement zone. Mind providing support? I can provide support, sir, Hebres said. What is the game plan? As Sharpe starts to explain the situation, he notices the French soldiers looking past him. He looms back and sees Rory. Rory gets to the side of the JLTV and places her hands under it. She slowly lifts the JLTV until it is above her. Jackson. Like what you see. Sharpe looks and smirks. I like the view, especially that your skirt is riding up. Rory smirks, but she nearly drops the JLTV on herself. She rebalances and glares at him. You did that on purpose. Set it down, Sharpe orders. He looks at the French soldiers and sees this fantastic blank look on their faces. They probably heard the rumors about Rory. However, this is the first time they have seen her. Sir, Hebres said, are you two a thing? That is inappropriate, Captain, Sharpe replied, putting to rest any negative thoughts Hebres might imply. That the answer is no. I am not dating a 962-year-old woman, understand? Yes, Lieutenant Colonel, Hebres said. Sharpe understands how strange it looks for a fully grown man like himself with Rory. Unless people have context, it is easy to think he is a creep. Seeing Rory lift up that vehicle helps cement that Rory is not the average human. And legally speaking, she is older than all of us combined. If anything did happen, the FBI would go after her, Sharpe said in a sarcastic tone, trying to normalize the situation impressively. He sees that he got the reaction that he wanted. Roger that, sir. We all heard the rumors of apostles, and none of us want to be on their bad side, Hebrews said. But I must say, that was impressive. What is the game plan? Specialist Alicia Moore walks up to a Ticaretan dead body. She instantly could tell that this man was from here, having more than skin color and wearing desert-style armor, like ancient Arabian warriors. She was informed that the Ticarets are desert people, but is still surprised to see them. Alicia finds the uniforms attractive, being far different than the Imperial ones. The Imperial army wears either heavy armor or cloaks. The Ticaret soldier is wearing robe cloth with leather armor around it. It looks like the clothes are designed to sleep, flexible, and disappear into desert mountain terrain. However, it does not blend in well with the forest terrain. Alicia feels a little bit pity that these people come all the way to fight against the assumed threats coming from NATO on the Ticaret and the misguided prospect of riches and slaves if they manage to push back NATO to the other side of the gate and invade Earth. As ordered, Alicia begins policing the body, making sure the soldier is dead and sees if he has anything of value. She pulls out some papers and looks at them. While she cannot read it due to the language barrier and the words almost like Arabic, it seems like a letter to someone. She then sees a pouch. She grabs it and empties some crystal-clear marbles. "Hey," Alicia said as she looks closely at the marbles. "Check these out. These marbles are very pretty." Alicia then hears a gunshot. She turns around, hands on her rifle. She sees Sophia standing there with her rifle aimed at a body. It looks like Sophia shot someone. "What are you doing?" "Survivor," Sophia said. "He was going for his knife. I removed the threat." Alicia is not sure she believed that. While she has no sympathy for the Legion or the Ticaret and would kill anyone if they tried to kill her, some lines should not be crossed. Sophia's home was destroyed, and she lost her uncle horrifically, so everything is personal for her. "If you say so," Alicia replied. "What does that mean?" Sophia asked. "Every single one of these bastards deserves a bullet in the head, and that is how you got demoted," Alicia replied. "I want to kill these people too, and if the Ticaret wants a fight, we should give them one. However, there are red lines." After Sophia assaulted Pina and talked back to Sharpe on the matter, it was decided Sophia had to be demoted for her actions. Sophia glares at her and then starts policing another body. Alicia looks at the giant scorpion. "Andrew, is this normal in your books? People riding scorpions into battle." Sergeant Andrew Steele lowers some coins he found. "It is normal, of course. Scorpion riders are famous in Arabic fantasy and evil fantasy factions." "Interesting," Alicia said as she kicked the claw. "New enemies, new wonders. New asses to kick. What are you looking for?" "No idea," Andrew said. "Just looking for anything of worth. Maybe something Hamilton might like. She has not really adapted to our stuff, so I'm trying to find familiar things. If not, maybe sell it so I can afford a good ring." Alicia knows what Andrew is saying. The current policy allows for limited war profiteering. Seeing no way to stop soldiers from looting from dead enemy soldiers will enable soldiers to keep most basic valuables from dead enemy soldiers with restrictions. Under no circumstances soldiers can raid people's homes, villages, and steal goods from civilians. Only dead warriors after the battle. The idea is that if a soldier finds coins, toys, games, and other small items, the belief is that most frontline soldiers of the League are too poor to have anything of value. A list of items that are considered essential to the state that soldiers must turn over anything scientific, magical, militarily, and politically crucial like amulets, noble and royal jewelry, magical weapons like mage staffs, artworks, anything from mid-rank to royalties goods must be handed over to the military. Basic ancient weapons of Imperial force like swords and arrows are not considered as important to hand over so NATO troops can keep it. This might sound like the government is being friendly, but the intentions were the policy was not. To help stop a growing black market, the government made a program with companies Amazon and eBay to allow soldiers to sell what they found. Regulated, simple, legal, and, most importantly, taxable. Alicia has made at least $3,000 on a few items, especially ancient weapons she has picked up over the months by selling to collectors on eBay several gladius swords and repeating crossbows. How was Captain Rose meeting? Andrew asked. Because Delilah and Hamilton got pregnant. Both Sharpe and Sarah ordered all the female soldiers under Sharpe's command within Vanguard Rapid Task Force 2, VRTF-2. Sarah conducted a meeting with all the female soldiers about contraception to help prevent more pregnancies. While Delilah is a part-time warrior that only helps when needed and Hamilton is more of a servant than a warrior, combat effectiveness was not impacted much. However, they want to prevent the problem from getting worse. Most of the conversation was towards the native soldiers within Sharpe's command, but Sarah felt it would be a good refresher for everyone. VRTF-2 is the spearhead unit in dealing with enemy supernationals like Talon, dark mages, monsters, and so on. They have been the primary unit in dealing with local leadership like Pina, Mui, Zorzel, Crisis, and so on. They also are the primary unit that deals with integration of NATO troops and native forces like the Legrath Knights and Alnus Militia. It was boring, lots of vagina, titty, and dick jokes, Alicia said. A waste of 2 hours, but I have to say the best part was seeing the captain getting pissed many times. Damn, I never saw her get that mad. The madder she got, the more jokes that came out. According to her, though, we have a very stressful job. Stress equals tension, tension equals bonding, bonding equals sex, and sex equals babies. Did Sarah really say that? Andrew said. Was in a PowerPoint and all, Alicia said with a chuckle. She said that she doesn't want the unit to suffer 50% casualties through being knocked up. To be honest, that isn't the worst way to become a casualty. Probably more expensive down the road, though. While the U.S. Army has strict rules on that manner, most soldiers are professionals. No one wants to be the one who lets the unit down. However, they are human, and technically the natives are not official U.S. troops. That makes the lines blurry over time. Because of Apostle Carlin, the U.S. military re-established the old courting regulations to help provide guidance and rules for romantic relationships with natives. This is to help soldiers from making a mistake in meddling with natives. Sarah used the meeting as an opportunity to remind everyone about the rules. Alicia could tell this was Sarah who was pushing this topic, being considered the mama bear of the unit. She was impressed that Sarah took the middle path, recommending against soldiers hooking up however showed there is wiggle room. Taught the native about protection, and showed everyone where the red lines are. Alicia found this hysterical because she and everyone else knows that Sharpe and Sarah are a thing. The girls made sure everyone knew it, not like it was a secret. She knew Sarah liked Sharpe even before the war started. While they kept their relationship away from their work and maintained a professional public stance, she still sees the hypocrisy. I do see the hypocrisy in all this, Alicia said. Our lieutenant colonel and captain fucking behind the scenes. But for some reason I don't care. Why is that? Andrew asked. Out of everyone I figured you to have the biggest issue with it. Alicia stops and looks at Andrew with a smile. Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. Martin Luther King. She then looks to Sophia. I am just happy our commanding officer has found something worth living for. All of us? Alicia thinks for a moment on what she said. She never has been much of a philosopher or a scholar. However, it felt right. But yeah, the meeting sucked, Alicia said. Didn't the guys get one to? Yeah, it lasted 60 seconds, Andrew said. Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe came out and said his words, You are all adults and professionals. Use protection if you decide to fuck. Remember the courting regulations. If you do something where I have to get involved, trust me, I will make your life a living hell. Don't do anything dumb, and we won't have a problem. Understand? And then Colonel Sharpe left the room. He didn't even sit down at the table. Alicia was shocked. She had to suffer 2 hours, and the boys got a quick talk. Fuck. I wish I was there. Andrew laughs. Why? I can't see you getting pregnant, so you got nothing to fear. Alicia glares at him and holds up her bag of marbles. I was going to give these to you to celebrate your new baby. You lost out now, sucker. Hey, Sophia yells. Alicia looks and sees Sophia kick a hand. Sophia then aims her rifle at the wounded soldier. Hold fire, Randy orders as he marches up. We need prisoners, not bodies. He was going for me, Sophia said. Maybe he was trying to ask you out on a date, Andrew said with a chuckle. aiming his rifle at the wounded soldier. She probably could use a fuck, Alicia mumbles. What was that? Sophia asked, annoyed. Alicia walks up and starts zip-tie the wounded prisoner. You heard me. A good fuck might loosen you up and stop being a bitch all the time. Knock it off, you three, Randy said. Andrew, take this man to the French for prisoner transport. You two keep on policing the bodies. Dumas Mountains. Date, April 25th, 2026. Dortimer Gummis stands there. He pulls out his sword and aims it at the enemy. No retreat, no surrender. We are the Ticaret Conglomerate, warriors of the House of Gummis. You fight for my father, for the glory of our house to be dominant. We finally get to see the enemy in battle, Allegora Gummis said. Dortimer looks at his older half-brother. Their father, Mortimer Gummis, the head of the Gummis House of Ticaret, is a powerful man with grand ambitions. That is why he has many wives and slave wives. Mortimer has so many sons and daughters he cannot know all of them. The key to gaining his favor is by proving himself to the house. Their father is using the war to gain favor with the empire. The goal is to become the most powerful house by expanding their business empire throughout Falmart. Once the war is over, Mortimer intends to use his new wealth and influence and stage a coup in the Ticaret and become the sole ruler, starting with the Alton House, which he deems full of weaklings. In this new Ticaret, Dortimer has plans to gain favor with his father. While his father and Tezuko family formed a surprising alliance, he wants to remove the Tezuko family and take over their business empire for himself. He has not forgotten being banished from the High Moon for. Unlike the Legion, who prefers fighting in large line formations, the Ticaret fight like animals, scattered in the shadows, baiting at a larger enemy and then striking. They never had the heavy metal for armor or the heavy equipment like the large ballista. The Ticaret must fight like beasts. Dortimer sees the NATO enemy approaching. His picket archers fall from the invisible arrows that NATO soldiers use. Fire, Allegora ordered. Do not let them close to the tower. The line of archers fire at the incoming NATO soldiers. Seeing the NATO soldiers advance halted and look for cover, he orders the ground forces to storm their position. He calls the remaining 2 Scorpions to also attack. The plan is to push the NATO soldiers back now and fall back on themselves, trapping them between their forces and their own. As they start to attack, one of the Scorpions explodes into pieces. What was that? Allegora asks. Dortimer looks around and sees this large, bulky machine drives up the path he had never seen before. However, he heard stories from legionaries who have faced them. They call them tanks, and they're supposed to be unstoppable. The other Scorpion moves around and sprays the poison from its stinger at the tank, covering it. Dortimer sees many strange objects all over the tank destroyed, making him think he has blinded the tank. However, he sees the top part of the tank move and aims for the Scorpion, killing the Scorpion with a loud blast. Dortimer wonders how the tanks could see, but notice soldiers around the tank pointing and talking. He wonders if they're building the tank. Fire! Everyone, fire at that beast! Arrows rain through the air and hit the tank, all bouncing harmlessly off it. A stone from a light catapult hits the tank and bounces off with no damage. With that, the tank opens fire at the Ticaret lines. The NATO soldiers rally around it, and they now start to advance. Dortimer always thought the Empire was exaggerating the information about the Otherworlders' war machine. The Empire is prideful and would blame anything before themselves. It never crossed his mind that they were telling the truth about such an enemy. Dortimer looks and sees his brother lying dead on the ground, shot in the head and in the chest. Warriors fall back to the tower and rally there. In the distance, Sharpe hears a loud battle. It sounds like the Ticaret has engaged the Leclerc tank. His only fear is that the French attack will go too well and force the Ticaret back. Either way, his team needs to hurry. Most of Vanguard 7 is inside the Ticaret camp, engaging the guards. Next to Sharpe is Frost and Sophia, both suppressing fire. Frost grenade. Sir, Frost said. He lowers his M4 and pulls out his M320 grenade launcher and fires it at a line of wagons. They explode, killing or pushing a few Ticaret that were using it for cover. Seeing that their small perimeter is defended, he looks at the tower. The tower is larger than he expected, about 10 feet. Lelei, can you just shoot it with your magic? Sharpe asked. I could, however, see those crystals and pylons. They're designed to absorb magic, Lelei said. The tower looks like a mana enhancer. Rondell designed them decades ago to help mages on the battlefield. They proved to be too limiting for large-scale combat. I guess they found a way to adopt them to counter your singles. I wonder if they learned about radio waves dash dot. Enough with the speculation, Lelei. This isn't the time, Sharpe said. Can you use one of your spells against it? Yes or no? As I was saying before being interrupted, Lelei said, annoyed. The tower is designed to be fed mana. That means any magical spell I use might just feed it, making its jamming and transferability stronger. That probably means there is a mage nearby. Sharpe takes an annoyed breath. For a backward world, how do they make this more complicated? All right, hard way. Scott, prepare Rory with C4. Lelei, if you see that mage, kill it. Sharpe looks around and engages in the battle. With the Ticaret is a small Imperial force guarding the tower. They try to charge their position. Lelei, stop their advance. I will handle this, fire wave. Tuke raises her hands and conjures a moving wall of flame that rushes at the Imperial formation and burns dozens of them, breaking their formation and enabling the rest of the Rangers pick off the rest, stopping the attack. How can you do that? Lelei asks. You are not the only one here that can enhance one's magic. I may not be book smart like you, but video games are enough to give me a lot of ideas to enhance spirit magic. I've been playing Outriders, Tuke boasts. Good job, Tuke. Sharpe praises Tuke. Sharpe then looks at Private First Class Marvin Scott and Rory Mercury. Are you ready, Rory? Rory waves Sharpe off. Yeah. I got this. All you have to do is place this 2C4 on the base and place this detonator on it, Scott explained. This part is the most important. If you don't connect them, then the C4 is just plastic. I get it, Rory said. Andrew, report. Sharpe looks at his HUD and sees Andrew's point of view. Andrew, Yao, and Alicia are on a nearby cliff watching over the battlefield. Andrew acted as spotter while Yao acted as sniper. Alicia's job is to call in air support once the tower is down. 3 tangos, Andrew said. Wait, make that 2. Nice shot. Rory should be clear. Sharpe acknowledges and looks at everyone. Team 1 face left. Everyone faces right. Keep the enemy pinned on both sides, leaving a path for Rory to come back. This large energy bolt comes right at them, but is blocked by Lelei's barrier spell. A large explosion happens above them as the 2 spells connect. Lelei then fires a quick magical attack back, blowing up a tent. Colonel, Andrew said, I have detected the mage far right of the tower. We cannot get a shot, and the French forces are advancing, Alicia said. They're coming this way. About half of the Ticaret forces and retreating to your position. You have 3 minutes to get out. Got that, Lelei? Get him, Sharpe said. Rory, go. Rory rushes past everyone and heads to the tower. Sharpe wanted Rory to do this because she is fast enough to quickly get the job done. Roger that, Andrew and Alicia, Sharpe said. He then points to Scott. Set up on the right. They will be coming from that path. Roger, boss, Scott said, and then set up his LMGs. He then starts providing suppressive fire. Sharpe aims his rifle and attacks the attackers. All his rangers engage, maintaining a firing line. Tuke, Lelei said. The mage forms a fireball and then fires it at Tuke. Tuke uses her spirit fire magic to catch the fireball and redirects the fireball towards the mage position. The fireball explodes before hitting its target, but Lelei was prepared. Sharpe sees the orbs on the tower glow, and a flow of energy goes to the enemy mage staff. That is what I was talking about, Lelei said. The mage is absorbing more mana from the tower. Interesting, Sharpe said. Lelei, fire your hypersonic shot. But dash. Trust me. Lelei concentrates as she channels all her mana into her staff. She then fires her hypersonic bolt spell at the mage. She then drops to her knees from exhaustion. The enemy mage was able to deflect the shot, using the mana boost from the tower. The energy around the hypersonic shot also feeds into the tower orbs, increasing its power. However, all the tents, wagons, and other objects between either shatters or blows away. Sharpe stands there and watches the mage standing there. He sees the mage collecting the extra energy and mana from the tower flowing at him. He has seen enough mages to know that this mage has just become powerful. Andrew Yao, Sharpe said. Roger, Andrew replied. Sharpe hears the sniper shot right as the enemy mage's head explodes. His plan was to use the intense energy wave from Lelei hypersonic bolt to remove the cover the mage was using. Randy walks up. Nice idea, sir. What is that saying? Sharpe replied. There is more than one way to skin a sheep. Just needed a clear shot. As I said, nice idea, Randy said with a chuckle. Looks like the enemy is backing away after that. But that won't last long. They will regroup and launch another assault. Sharpe then waves to Specialist Jerry William to help Lelei. He knows Lelei will be fine, just tired from using her most powerful spells. Still, his protective side is getting the better of him. Rory rushes back to the Rangers. Her hair is all messed up and statically. I hate you all. My hair is a mess. Sharpe takes a picture of Rory to use as blackmail for later. Did you complete your mission? Of course, Rory said. And no pictures. Randy rallies everyone. All right, let's move like you're getting hazard-paid Rangers. Scott, blow the tower. Scott grabs the trigger and blows the tower. Alicia looks down at the Ticaret camp with her through her digital binoculars. She watches as the tower explodes. With that, she checks the comms and sees that she can connect to the outside world. Colonel, I have comms again. Roger that. We are leaving the camp, bringing the strike mission. Hearing Sharpe orders, she contacts Vanguard Command at Fort Minnick. Actual, requesting close air support, Alicia said. This is Actual, Sarah said. Airstrike approved. I was starting to get worried. Roger that, Alicia replies. She then gives Sarah the coordinates. They are gone, Yao said. Alicia looks at Yao and Andrew. Yao is laying there, sniper in her hands. Andrew is laying there next to her, with the spotter equipment. U.S. snipers are always in pairs, on a spotter while the other is the sniper. She must admit, Yao has a natural skill for being a marksman and sniper. Good, Alicia said. Would suck I called in a blue-on-blue. Alicia sees two Brazilian A-29 Super Tucano turboprop airplanes. Unlike the A-10, the Super Tucano is a propeller designed for cheap but effective close air support. They were waiting for Vanguard 7 to call them. The two A-29 flies over the camp and drop their bombs, destroying most of the camp. The planes then attack the Ticaret force that is fighting the French force. Colonel, Alicia said, mission complete. Have christened Ely's region. Date, April 25th, 2026. When everyone is in position, we will bust them all, Bailey said to the rest of Vanguard 5. They are in the dark alley near the back entrance of a palace of Havkrisen. Bailey wishes he could forget this city, the regional capital of Ely's. All around, there are still destroyed buildings, leveled street blocks, the smell of smoke from the assault 6 months ago. 5. There is a rebuilding effort. However, it will take years to bring the city to its former glory. The Battle of Havkrisen saw some of the most deadly and intense battles throughout the war. Only the Battle of Legrath and invasion of Philadelphia were worse. While the city has been taken, it is still considered dangerous. The National Guard 34th Infantry Division, Wisconsin 32nd Infantry Brigade Combat Team, BCT, and 2nd Armored Division, 3rd Armored Brigade Combat Team are patrolling the city. While most of the population has accepted U.S. rule, there is still a pro-Empire insurgency. Duke Medius Flagonix has not helped the situation. While in public, he has supported the U.S., even keeping the recent Falmart trade agreement, though many suspects that he is doing shady business and supporting the insurgents. My instinct was right from the beginning. A bastard like Agonix cannot be trusted, Tayul states as she plays with her balisong knife she got for Christmas. Tayul told the president that Agonix could not be trusted. 6. While she did not have any proof, her feelings told her something was wrong with him. She spent 3 years in the herd of Imperial politics, and while she had no role in it, she heard and saw many things. She knows how to spot a rat. There they are, Bailey said. The timing is right. They will gather at the Baron Palace every 2 weeks for a meeting. He alerts his team. He points to James to be ready to breach. Since when did the adventurers become Imperial hounds? Delilah asks, surprised by this fact. Of course, they are bastards. They hunted my kind for generations. When I fled our homeland, there were 5 of us. I saw 2 of them be taken by the adventurers because they considered us as savages. She aims her compound crossbow at a group of the hooded adventurers sneakily marching toward the back entrance. I would love to make them pay. Bailey comforts Delilah. He understands she has had a hard time moving past what the Empire has done to her people. He knows he cannot understand or relate to being treated like dogs, hunted down, every day scared that you would be caught, enslaved, and then raped every day. All right, they're in the place. Rangers storm, Bailey orders. Vanguard 5 breaks the doors and then storms the room. Rifles at the ready to kill anyone who resists. There are 2 adventurers, all who refuse to lower their weapons, so the Rangers gun them down. Check the other side of the entrance. Bailey orders Adam to bring in the snake camera to spook the other side. 3 armed guards on the other side. Adam replies after finishing checking. Bailey orders to breach the door. James walks up and uses the M26 mass module shotgun. While not popular with the troops as an attachment to their rifles, it is great for breaching into houses. After James destroys the locks and hinges on the door, Daisy tosses a M84 stun grenade. Once everyone is blinded, the Rangers storm the room and incapacitate 3 guards after James destroys the locks and hinges on the door. Daisy tosses a M84 stun grenade. Once everyone is blinded, the Rangers storm the room and incapacitate 3 guards. Trenton and James force them to their knees while everyone else begins looking for any information of value in the room. Bailey and Tyul walk up to the 3 men. It was far easier than he expected for them to tell him what room Agonic's in. He assumes they are terrified of what Tyul said to them about cutting their balls off and feeding them back to them. All right, everyone, we move smooth and quiet, Bailey said. Bunnies, you 2 take point. We have to move fast. Remember, if we get pinned down, press the panic button. The panic button for U.S. soldiers is a lifeline in urban warfare. If Bailey feels like they are on the verge of being overrun, a quick reaction force from the 34th BCT will be sent in to save the Rangers. Bailey knows that they cannot take prisoners right now, and these are Imperial soldiers. However, they could be valuable prisoners for Army intelligence. He orders his men to knock them out and bound the Imperials so the Army can collect them for later. After that, everyone moves through the palace. On his HUD, he looks at satellite blueprints of the palace to help navigate through the building. While not perfect, he likes that he has an idea where he is going, unlike when he saved Tyul and Sadera. He left like a rat in a maze, no idea where he was going. After the bunnies took care of the guards quietly, he got his Rangers into position. He got Adam to do another snake camera to see what is past the door. Bailey sees through his HUD a few adventurers, Imperials, and the Duke himself. We got them. Record. He then starts to listen to the meeting. The movement of our troops is smoothly so far, my lord. Legate Fabius and the Ticaret houses have established their position throughout the Elis region, a centurion said. Our group will be ready to harass NATO forces as much as we can, and they will not know what hit them, a silver-ranked adventurer stated. I hope the money will be worth this. We are not accustomed to fighting wars. You are employed by the Empire, the centurion replied in a harsh tone. My legionaries have fought and died in countless wars, so your kind can play warrior. By law you are warriors now, and you will do as commanded. Then you will get your reward. Calm, gentlemen, Agonic said. We are on the same side. As soon as we remove the NATO forces out of the region, things can go back to the way things are. Now, let us continue with the meeting. Fabius has been able to maintain a defense line north of the Agarant stream, the centurion said. As long as we can keep NATO focused on their occupied territory, they won't be able to capture the rest of Elis. Keeping them on this side of the stream is the key for victory in Elis. Excellent, Agonic said, laughing. Our harassment campaign has been successful so far. They do not expect my people or supply the guerrillas. I just need you adventurers to go around these areas and take the fight to them. Proceed as planned, and we call for the day of the meeting, Agonic states. Now! Vanguard 5 and the 2 bunnies storm the room. Delilah knocks the centurion to the ground. One of the Imperial guards dies from Tyul Mache. Leaving so soon? Delilah asks sacciously. What is the meaning of this? Agonix asks in a shocked tone. Let's just say I was right that you were up to something no good during the meeting in Alnus with the President's 7. We know what you are up to, Agonix. You have been coordinating insurgency in the Elis region under NATO noise. Tyul points her machete at Agonix. You white-hair savage, the centurion said as he gets up. You will get no information of us. I am not stupid enough to bring written information here. Tyul looks at the centurion with careful eyes. She then takes a step back pointing her mache towards him. I know you. You were there with Zorzal when he invaded us. You put my fellow bunnies against each other to fight for the death, and the winner got to watch their daughter get raped. The Centurion stands there with no shame. You're the queen of the savages. Everything we did was justified. Last time, I checked your kind kidnapped males and raped them to populate your numbers. He then looks to the Rangers. Heed this warning, Americans. There is a reason we call them savages and no other race. I regret nothing. I would do it again, and all of you would do the same if the roles were reversed. Tyul then slashes the Centurion head off. Bailey knows about this history. It is easy to see one side is good and the other side is bad. However, the sad truth of is that is nuance. There are always two sides of a story, and if the roles were reversed and the warrior bunnies were kidnapping his people, he definitely would put a bullet in them. However, that has not been the experience to date with U.S. bunnies relations, and as General Stanford said, they're not here to fix past sins. Everyone has blood on their hands, and the only thing NATO can do is build a bridge forward. I think we already proved we wouldn't. You are all under arrest, Bailey states, threatening Agonix and his men. Not a chance. Your kind has been destroying the adventurer's way of life. You will put us all to death if we let you have your way, the adventurer said. He then tries to use the smoke bomb to escape, but Tyul throws her machete through his chest before he has a chance of using it. The other men then suicidally raise their swords to attack, only to be put down instantly by a few gunshots. Tyul rushes at Agonix and violently pins his face to the table. All right, you son of a bitch, Bailey yells. You're going to tell us what you know. No more games. Look, this is a misunderstanding. Those people are just my business partners for a new business. Agonix screams after Delia stabs his hand. Bailey could not believe that Agonix tried to trick him like that. While he hates the Imperials, he knows where they stand. That Centurion stood there on his 2 feet with honor and pride, accepting his fate as a warrior, regardless of the politics of past deeds. This man, Agonix, is a coward. The moment his life is threatened, he tries to play tricks and lies. You better tell us now, or else the next one will be your whole hand to go off, Bailey threats. Once the army is done with you, we are going to drag your ass through the streets of this city, and everyone will see what you have done to them. Agonix looks at Bailey with fear. No! He yells and grabs a plate and bashes it over Bailey's helmet. Agonix gets free and starts running to the door. Delilah cuts the man down, killing him. Shit, Bailey said. No, we have nothing. Doubt that, sir, Daisy said. Take a look. Bailey and Tyul look at Daisy and walk over. They see Daisy smash through the wall, and they see a box behind it. My dad owns a small insurance company, Daisy said. He always kept a record of everything everyone said, just in case. And a corruptible Duke would do the same, Delilah said. He probably was planning on blackmailing the Empire for more money or power. Bailey walks over and opens the chest. Daisy's guess is correct. Agonix recorded everything in impressive detail. Not just with the Empire, but with the other counts, generals, business owners, everything. James, Kiowa, secure the chest, Bailey orders. Adam, call command and tell them to secure the palace. And tell Colonel Young that the adventurers are now the enemies, working with the Empire. Look like that fucking hateful wood elf was telling the truth the whole time. Donate states. V16. Chapter 189. Ever since the revelation of the existence of magic and mages on Earth, or mystical revelation, or the Great Magical Revelation, dubbed by many people when the Grand High, which representative of the North American Coven Council, Verona Sordin, appeared in the Senate hearing and announced the existence of her kinds to the world. So far, the worldwide reactions have been mostly mixed. Initially, fear and panic appeared in every corner of the world, leading to unrest and hundreds of protests. However, after many statements of world leaders regarding tolerance and all the good deeds that the mage population has done throughout history to keep society safe from supernatural threats like hostile spirits or rogue mages, or contributing to positive historical efforts like in past wars against tyranny and genocide, social backlashes have shown sign of cooling down. Recently, many communities and prominent people who know mage's existence have made statements in social media and media to advocate a peaceful coexistence between non-mage and mage. The most prominent voice is famous author J.K. Rowling, who recently completed a specular entrance to the press conference by riding a magic flying broom controlled by a mage she was acquainted with for a long time, named Agnetha Southail. It is revealed that Mrs. Southail is none other than the modern-day descendant of Mother Shipton, a famous English clairvoyant and witch. During the press conference, Mrs. Rowling and Mrs. Southail have made a powerful statement of acceptance toward the UK's people and across the world to live in harmony with the witches and wizards. Rowling even makes the statement that people should treat magic as something cool and exciting, much like what she has written in her book. She even jokes that they can also treat magic like the Force from Star Wars. So far, only countries in North America, Europe, and some Asian countries seem to accept and tolerate mage's presence. Many countries in South American, African countries, and the Middle East have outright rejected this revelation and state that it is a tremendous stunt for the U.S. to gain more political prominence by taking advantage of the gate. It is reported that the second witch hunt has started to appear in Islamic countries and African countries, as there are rumors of tons of mages being hunted down by mobs. The Lotus Eaters. Fort Minnick. Dojo. Date: April 27, 2026. Link from Atami 3rd Recon looks at her Vanguard 7 students. Today she is training them on the concept of cheese, a Chinese concept that helps people open their minds to new wonders. The idea around it is to help soldiers feel more comfortable with themselves and battle apostles and other creatures this world has to offer. Alright everyone, today I will teach you the concept of chi that can help you tremendously in close combat situations. She lectures Sharpe's rifle group. What is chi? Lelei asks. Chi in Chinese means life force. Life force is an energy that flows through the body of every living creature. The flow of this energy is regulated through several energy wheeled nexus called chakras, and there are 7 chakra points in the body that represent different living aspects like love, wisdom, awareness, and spirituality. Ling explains as she shows everyone the map that depicts the 7 chakra points within the body. I thought you were enemies with the Chinese? Rory asks as she yawns. Sharpe looks at Rory. It is wise to learn the arts of your enemy, Rory. You should know that better than anyone. So, you're telling me chi is a thing now? Alicia asked in a sarcastic voice. Are you going to be teaching us to run on walls, fly great distance, flip around in the air, and use the force? Ling rolls her eyes, westerns. That is not how chi works. That is a thing movie do to give their characters superpowers. What I'm talking about is being one with yourself. Normal people do not know how to control the chi flow to enhance their physical body or fighting, but trained martial artists can utilize and control the chi flow to create powerful attacks with their fists and legs, she explains further. Here is an example. A parent seeing a child in danger suddenly gains a new strength, being able to lift objects that normally they couldn't lift. A lot of Shaolin monks or master martial artists break bricks, ice, wood with their hands or with their heads. Fun watching it on TV, Sharpe adds. That is true, Ling said. Different nations in the East have different terms for that technique, but those are things you can do once you learn to master your mind and body. It takes a lifetime to master. Ling proposed this idea to Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe to help the Rangers fight against apostles, wraiths, and other strange and powerful creatures. She heard the rumors about Sharpe past, a war veteran, and that some missions went bad. In war, the mindset of a soldier could be life or death, so she wants to see if she can help the Americans with their mindset. Ling was part of a unit with Sergeant Azuma in learning Chinese tactics and traditions. The ancient tradition of knowing your enemy so you can counter them. It is more than that, Colonel, she says. For example, I can make Rory unable to use her hands with just a poke with my 2 fingers by channeling my chi through my fingers to temporarily disrupt the Rory's chi flows through pressure points in her body, which are several points in the body that enables the outside force to affect the chi flow of a living being. Ling then approaches Rory. She sees this grin on Rory's face. Huh, you wish, Rory says as she laughs. I am an apostle. Mere tricks won't work on me. Ling pokes her 2 fingers at both her shoulders. She puts much of her contraction into her technique as she moves her hand along Rory's. Rory notices a strange feeling in her hand. No matter how hard she tried, both her hands kept dangling on her body. What did you do? Did you just chi block her? Andrew states. Yes, I did, Sergeant. she replies and starts walking around. This technique is real. Most people believe it is a hoax because only 1 in a million can master it, and the demonstration of the chi technique is often too remote to be noticed. Don't worry, Rory. You will regain your hands back after 3 minutes. And I also have another trick to show you. She goes to a block of 3 bricks and concentrates her might and chi and slams her palm on the top brick, but it does not break, and instead, the bottom brick is broken. Holy shit, that is the touch of dead technique. Where did you learn all this stuff? Andrew exciting asks. The master never reveals is her most kept secret, Ling said. Nevertheless, I prove that your Cardia Kid and Cobra Key shows to some extent are real. However, these techniques take decades if not longer to achieve. That is why you see the great masters living in temples. Ling looks at Rory's hand as it recovers. That technique that I just used is the max of my ability. Now I don't expect most of you to master chi or ever use it. However, the point of this training is to teach you new ways to fight, to help expand your mind to new ideas. Once you believe you can achieve the impossible, you can. Ling then walks to Sharpe. You of all need to master that part, sir. Why do you think that? Sharpe asks. Ling walks over to Sharpe so the conversation can be more private. Chi isn't about channeling your enemy life force, Colonel. However, knowing yourself, she explains. And it isn't a secret that your mind is troubled. Learning these techniques will help you free your mind. Based on your reports, you have lost every battle with Talon. I am not ignoring your fighting abilities. A lesser man would have died, however, it was Rory who ended up saving you in each engagement. I understand, Sharpe said. He looks down the line and back at Ling. Let's do this. Alnus Community, School. Date, April 27th, 2026. Sarah stands in front of her classroom. Noriko just finished doing roll call, concluding that all the students were there, including the new ones. Sarah is pleased about the recent growth. For more students, including Mizari's daughter, Alezo. This brings her class to 15. While she knows Sharpe never would be unfaithful, she was displeased that his friends brought him to the brothel too. Her mother was correct. Men never grow up and must be watched before they do something dumb. She is only glad that she got a new student from it. And today she is getting a new student, Mandy. Unlike most children in the past, Mandy was rescued by Vanguard 7 during the raid of Sadera 3. She was a pet made for some senator's daughter before Frost killed the daughter. Hello, class, Sarah said. We have a new student today. Her name is Mandy, so please make her feel welcome. And this is her mother, Amira Fremis. Unlike Mandy and Selena, who had horrific slave stories, Amira has an interesting one. She fell in love with her master, Ecloias L. Fremis, and he bought her for love. He betrayed everything and helped the crime lords in Sadera in finding the other American prisoners. The raid would have failed if it were not for him. Sarah sees the Arab-American woman, and right beside her is Mandy in a cute blue and white blouse. She notices Amira is expecting through her clothing. Now he helps manage the Alnus economy, aiding the Americans with their understanding of the Falmartian economy, so both sides can properly trade. He had vital input in Feta 4. Sarah looks at Mandy. You can go sit by Selena. As Mandy leaves, Sarah notices how quiet Mandy is. She looks at Amira. After the raid, Amira married Ecloias soon after arriving at Alnus. Like Noriko, Mandy's parents perished during the Philadelphia attack as they were trampled over by a troll. Amira adopted her, so she did not end up in an orphanage. Poor girl, looking at her is like looking at what Selena has been through all over again. Yes, Amira said. She is always quiet at the dinner table. I am hoping to be here with other kids will help, but she went through a horrible experience that no 10 years old should ever go through. I understand, Sarah replied. My boyfriend thought the same. Mandy is in good hands. Selena went through a similar experience, and she will watch over her. That is good, Amira said. I've been talking to my husband about your school. I was wondering, what exactly do you teach? Sarah looks over and sees that Noriko took over the class and would teach the subject of the day, writing. That is good, allowing her to talk with the wife of a government official. Noriko has finally started breaking out of that shell, enjoying life again. She thinks it is the school, giving her something positive to do. Nothing crazy, Sarah said. Most of the kids don't know how to read or write. They know a little math, but only related to farming. Even Selena didn't know how to read well until 6 months ago. Sarah looks at her students. I do writing, math, reading, history, U.S. history, some economics, and religion. I know it sounds like a lot, but I know just a little of everything. With religion, I don't pick sides, so no worry. I am a Christian, but I'm not trying to push that. I want the kids to know what God they follow and why. Amira chuckles. No worry, I understand. As long as that is your goal, Allah will be happy. If the kids were that uneducated, I am shocked their parents are not forcing them to come here. It has been a pain in the butt to get the students I have nowhere. Most of my kids are from the columnar lactaria with no families. The kids with families all said no. The ones with parents would rather keep their kids home on the farm or house chores, which I get. Having a kid off the farm might be life and death with some families. The other thing is, not everyone is happy that a woman is teaching, Sarah added. They weren't dicks about it, but I could tell. For Nasiko there, I had to use my boyfriend's name to convince his father for him to be here. Sharpe's kind of a hero to some from the Flame Dragon incident. I had to do that 3 times. I understand, Amira said. While we achieved equality, it is still a masculine world. The funny thing is, a year and a half ago, I would have been complaining about that, but then the Empire came, and after everything I have been through, I wish I could go back in time and slap my old self. I never understood how lucky I was. It's easy to be at a Starbucks, drinking a $20 coffee, saying how bad and oppressive life is, and then go home without a second thought. You never know how fortunate you are until you lose it. Allah reminded me how spoiled I was spoiled. It still baffles me to this day. Like, it was evil men who took me, enslaved me, beat me, but it was good men who saved me, took care of me, protected me, and brought me home, Amira continued. I guess that's why it will always be a man's world. Sarah noticed that Amira called Alnus her home. She is glad that she is not the only one who thinks this. She started seeing Alnus has a home because of the girls. That is why she created the school. And while Sharpe might not admit, he sees Alnus as a new home too. She does not think he could willingly leave the girls. That is close to what I told Selena. She had to learn that the hard way, Sarah replied. I know I am sounding a little traditional here, but my mother told me this. When I was taken by the Empire, I was praying for Sharpe to come save me. But I also say to her and my female students that we women are what make the world beautiful. I tell them that we bring love to that man's heart. That while it is a man's world, we have a place in it. Be a doctor, be an artist, a writer, or a mother. Trust me, Sharpe and the other men in my unit need a manual on what flowers to pick and why color matters. Without us, the world would be bland, so I tell the girls, I want them to feel like they have a place, which they do. I want them to feel brought to be a woman, not feel like a second-class citizen who has lived in the shadows. A strong woman, but I let them figure out what that is. Glad to hear it, Amira said. It blows me away. The only reason I made it out of there was because a man loved me. I know a lot of the boys mean well, but I noticed it can be hard to break through that women are lessors. I am shocked that any of the boys in your class listen to you. Sarah giggles, remembering Nasiko's sexist attitude towards her. At first he wondered why he should listen to her, because she is a woman. His views have changed on the matter and has accepted her and Selena authority in the classroom and as friends. It was easier than I thought, Sarah replied. I just showed them respect for their views, but plainly pointed out how wrong he was without demonizing him. Over time, he learned to respect me. You just have to stand strong and don't let them get to you, and in time, you earn their respect. That is amazing. I cannot believe you done so well, Amira said. By the way, if you need supplies and support, just come and ask me. I might be able to have my husband provide city resources and help fund your school. Sarah is happy to hear that. Sharpe has helped, but he is busy with the war and dealing with the girls, and that is where she wants him to stay focused. She thought about going to the government, but decided against it, wanting to keep her school to herself. Thank you, Sarah replied. The thing is, I don't want the Department of Education to come knocking on my door and ruin a good thing. I am doing this for the kids. I understand and respect that, Amira said. Well, if you ever need anything, you have a friend in the Department of Commerce. Ohio, Mansfield Military Prison Camp. Date, April 28, 2026. It took far longer than Pina expected to get permission to go to the Ohio Mansfield Military Prison Camp. It seems the Americans have a personal hatred towards these soldiers, probably because they were attacked and recent events have not helped them. After 2 days in Fremont waiting for the president's permission, she was finally allowed to visit her people at the prison. She is hoping to turn many of them against the Empire and build an army against her brother. As she walks through the prison, she definitely can feel a different mood compared to Fort Alness. She sees most of Alness, and while it is a military base, there is a sense of positivity, honor, friendship in the air. Here, she feels only hate. Don't expect much from these people, Princess. They are animals, Brigadier General Miles Graham said. Pina caught how Graham said that. He considers her people animals. I am hoping to give them an alternative. They might join me and fight against the Empire. In a cold day in hell where it would be a good idea to let these people out of the pain, Graham said. You can't keep these soldiers here forever, Pina replied. They have lived for their people. People don't cross the galaxy just to burn us, Graham said with much disdain in his voice. They think they are healthy because they are defiant. I would love to toss these animals into a Taliban prison. Pina heard about this group before from the older soldiers like Young and Randy. She figured out they were the last generation's enemy before the Empire. They come out of the hallway and enter the main camp. The prison is an open facility. There is a roof that has heating units. The first thing Pina noticed was all the guards everywhere on the ramps. She saw 450 caliber positions, all pointed into the camp. She doubts she has seen all the defensive positions. You have much security, Pina points out. Have you had problems? Of course, Graham said. I want them to know that I can and the means to mow them down. He then walks to the railing. Prisoners, Princess Pina Colada wants to address you. You will form up to be addressed. Pina sees thousands of her people line up down below. Everyone is wearing these orange suits. She still considers the discipline among the soldiers, lined up professionally within ranks. There you go, Princess, Graham said. They are yours. Pina walks up to the railing so everyone can see her. My comrades, I am Princess Pina Colada of the Empire, your princess. My father sent you here with no chance of victory. He stained your honor, betrayed your trust, and more. As you know, my brother overthrew the Empire and is waging an all-out, senseless war against this world in a hopeless attempt of saving his pride. My brother will lead our once proud and mighty empire to destruction with this pointless war. I have vowed to overthrow my brother before there is nothing left. I call upon you warriors to join me and overthrow my brother. All will be forgiven if you join me. You will be freed from this prison and get to go home, to fight for your home. As soldiers, you must save the Empire from a madman and regain your honor. Pina takes a breath after her speech. She felt like she did a good job, that she got her message across. She looks down and sees soldiers looking at each other. However, she sees none of them reacting as she hopped. Then there is a loud, slow clap. This man walks out of the ranks and walks up to the front. Excellent, Princess, but I will have to reject your offer. Pina is shocked to hear this. What is the meaning of this? And what about everyone else? I speak for everyone here, the man said. Pina looks down, getting angry. This is how she imagined. She remembered seeing Crisis give a speech to his men, and they all celebrated, fielding loyalty. She thought everyone here would want to go home and want revenge against the people who sent them here. What? Who are you? My name is Algrando Altrona of the House of Alt, Altrona said. She closed her eyes while realizing who this man is. She could not get a good view of him from this height. Altrona is from a powerful house by the island sea, far north of Sadera. His house has been a long supporter of the Empire expansion. She remembers reading his name on the list Ambassador Willington gave her when she was selected prisoners to be released. She forgot all about him. Why do you reject your crown princess offer? Altrona waits to respond, smiling the whole time. I always found it fascinating how little women understand the word honor. You said many key words to a group of men, honor, duty, but your words are hollow. We have been here for over a year and a half, and this is the first time you came here. There is a war going on, and I have been battling my brother. This is the first time I came to Earth and dashed out. And nothing of your highness, Altrona said. I remember the first peace treaty you were going to sign. You only picked, what was it, 20 prisoners? All of them were your buddies from the Senate or Marquis, while the rest of us froze her. I was only allowed to pick a few prisoners, Pina replied. Once the treaty was signed, everyone else was going to be released. But that never happened, Altrona said. Your father might have sent us here with no hope of victory, but it was you who permanently sentenced us to stay here. Why should I swear loyalty to you after you abandoned us once already? Pina stands there speechless. unable to find an answer. Everything she had planned in her head, the opposite happened, and she does not know how to change it or get the results she wants. When she got the list to pick from, she did prioritize the most important and highest of ranks. They are the leaders of the Empire and should need to be prioritized. She hoped that most would support her peace attempts, but that failed. She has thought about these prisoners. However, she did not take an interest in the issue, believing that they were safe on Earth and that she did not see an opportunity to address the issue. Altrona smirks. We have been prisoners here for a long time. The ways of the Legion, proper, loyalty, pride, discipline, all kept us alive. So, you're going to stay here for my brother? I am offering you the freedom and a fresh start. I will not leave the place to fight for the Empire. As you said, they sent us here for nothing, and they care nothing for us. But you are nothing without the arm of the Americans, which makes you weak. You came here out of desperation, not strength. As I said to my princess, I gratefully reject your offer. Graham holds out his hand. The guards put their weapons on the prisoners. This is enough. Prisoners, go back to your camps until further notice. Pina glares at Altrona. She turns around and walks back into the facility. I cannot believe this. How dare he insult his princess like that? Pina said in a ferocious tone. She stops and looks at Graham. What is the meaning of this? How could he act in such a way? Graham stands there as he thinks. Permission to speak freely, princess. Of course, General. First, it is Brigadier General, not General, Graham said. If you're going to be in the army, you need to use our ranks properly, especially in front of them and the lower ranks. I am sorry, Brigadier General. Pina replied, trying to calm herself down. I don't understand what I did wrong. If that were my brother Crisis who made that speech, all those soldiers would be begging to go to war with him. If it were Sharpe, they would have fallen in line. I don't know these people, only their names, Graham replied. I do know that they are veterans of war, and you are not. Your speech was pathetic, princess. I know that sounds harsh, but it is the truth. I never thought I would agree with Altrona, but your words were hollow. Pina looks at him, upset. She does not fully understand. After everything she has been through, she thought she could lead. She begins to cry, realizing that this is harder than she expected. Altrona is correct. I will never be a leader if all I have is you might. Graham shrugs, realizing he might have been too hard. I apologize, princess. There is a reason why I was given this command, and it is not because I am a snowflake. I can see you've come far, but not far enough. There is a reason why achieving a rank takes a long time. To give the soldier time to gain experience, learn, and be given mentorship, they are prepared to take over the responsibilities when they are promoted. Now, I have a business to do. Pina watches Graham walk away. She takes what he said to heart. Both Sharpe and Crisis are in their 30s, and both have fought in many battles. When they speak, she knows they are speaking from the truth, from experience. She realizes she needs more training, not just being a soldier, but to be a leader. Pina has vowed to overthrow Emperor Zorzal and replace him. She realizes in her current state, she would never be able to do it. Yes, NATO can win the war and topple the current regime, but afterward, once it is done, Stanford talked about having a plan for after the procedure, meaning what happens after that. With some thought, Pina decides she will go back to Sharpe and ask him to mentor her, so she could be a true empress, an empress with meaning besides a title. When she meets soldiers like Altrona, they will accept her besides seeing her as a joke. Czech Republic, Pardubice region, Svitovy district. Date, April 28, 2026. Mute looks around with amazement. She is looking at the countryside, finding it cute. Since coming to Earth, she has only seen the major cities. Seeing the countryside feels more at home. You have a cute home? Like the other country homes, Mute has seen Miloslav's home as a black and white two-story house for the past hour. The chimney for the fireplace. The small barn and farmlands all around. Mother would love to hear that, Miloslav said. Mute looks at him and smiles. She takes his hand and pulls him to his family door. After knocking, the door opens, and she sees this middle-aged woman standing there. The woman backs up, but then leans right into Mute. Milo, you lied to your mother. Excuse me? Mute asked, confused. She looks at Miloslav and back at his mother. I didn't lie to my mother. Yes, you did. She is far more gorgeous than I expected. Mother. Hearing that, Mute blushed, not knowing what to do. She did not expect this. She expected her boyfriend to be scared or curious, just like all the other humans on Earth. What were you expecting? Milo here said you were a bird lady. Hey, Igor, get off the couch and say hi to your son. That bird woman Mute is here. I am coming, Vera. Miloslav's father walks up behind Vera. He looks at Mute. Wow, she is far better than what you described her to be. What did he say? Mute asked, now wondering what Miloslav said. Milo here said you were a bird in a human body, the father said. Yeah. Vera points to one of the chickens that is walking around. We thought it was a chicken with human arms, legs, and head. Mom, I never said that. You're making me look bad. Nonsense, the mother yelled with joy. This is far better. Please come in and eat. Mute blinks, seeing the cause that is about to come. Vera grabs her arm and gets pulled into the house. Once inside, Mute gets a good view of everything. She sees a rich house full of antique foods. She sees plates hanging on the walls with different farm animals. Nice-looking wooden chairs everywhere. Nice looking at clothes everywhere. The first time being on Earth, she felt homey. This place is gorgeous. Mute yells, look at all the small little people. She sees these cute small glass people on a shelf. Ah, thank you, Vera said. Please sit down. I have something in the oven for you. You always have something in the oven, Mom, because you never know when Quest will arrive. You should know that, my sweet boy. Mute looks at Miloslav with an adorable look, finding his mother cute. She can see that he is embarrassed. Please sit down, Igor said. As Mute sits down, she notices that Igor is wearing a cowboy hat. Nice hat. I see some American soldiers wear that. My dad loves John Wayne, Miloslav points out. You should see the barn. When the wall came down, I got to see Western movies for the first time, Igor said with a chuckle. All he does not is watch those movies all day, Vera said as she brings over some tea and biscuits. How long are you two planning to be? A week if you don't mind, Miloslav said. Maybe longer. I am on leave because of my surgery. What happened? Igor asked. The government won't tell us anything. The news said there was an explosion at that hill. Mute thinks back to that night 6. The Hario tribe brainwashed Miloslav by a brain slug after the Earthshake 7. He helped them save Herm and kidnap children. He was going to kill himself with a grenade to protect his masters. However, she was able to stop him, not with weapons but with love. She did not realize how much she loved him until that moment. The MPs were going to kill him because he would kill everyone, but she used her wind magic to prevent that. She then reached out to his heart, forcing him to choose to kill her, and he could not do it. It has been a rough recovery for Miloslav. He gets headaches all the time, usually just minor ones, but sometimes major ones, but she has been there every step of the way. Mute was about to explain everything to them. However, Miloslav stopped her. There was an explosion at Alnus. We responded to the attack. During the attack, I got caught in an explosion and had to go into surgery. Mute remembers the Brain Slug and Hario tribe are highly classified. During her time in the Imperial Army, they never would have been able to keep a secret like this. Soldiers like to talk. She is impressed with how well secrets are kept. Vera walks back over. And that is when you figured out that you love our son? Mute nods with a smile. That is correct. I saw him lying on the ground, and I was helping him. We started as co-workers, but I guess things evolved from there. It just took a crisis for me to realize it. Ah, Vera said. Igor laughs. It sounds like how we met. Vera slaps her husband. You kidnapped me? Mute blinks, unable to believe what she just heard. She looks at her boyfriend, and she sees him rubbing his nose in embarrassment. I did not kidnap you. Yes, you did. You took me into the mountains, and there you have this adorable picnic all laid out. It was so lovely. You kidnapped your wife? Mute asked. Igor laughs. She kept turning me down. I figured if I didn't ask, she couldn't say no. Besides, how is it my fault she said yes when I proposed? It wasn't that big of a deal. Vera slaps him on the arm, but giggles as she walks away to pull a ham out of the oven. Mute giggles after witnessing that. She looks to Miloslav. Why didn't you ever kidnap me? Miloslav hesitates to reply. Whatever answer I give, I probably would get arrested. Besides, I never said I was not planning on it. Mute giggles again. Tell me about yourself, Mute, Igor asked. I understand, Mute replied. I got used to it. I wanted adventure, but I didn't want to become an adventurer, Mute said. Before Lelei, the blue-haired girl you had seen on your TVs discovered new uses for magic. I joined the army to try and enhance my magical wind abilities. I wanted to save it, 8. I also felt the urge to serve, like your son here, Mute said. My clan lived on one of the islands in the mouth of the Blue Sea. The Imperial Navy protects our islands from Avian pirates from the east. but I didn't want to live a life on the water. That is why I joined the Imperial Army. The Imperial Army, is that the name of the enemy? Igor asked. Dad, what? Igor asked. The American government and NATO refused to tell us the Empire name. They only call your people the Empire. So, I don't know what else to call them besides the enemy. Mute holds up her figure. Sir, that is their name. I understand the confusion. I met many of your soldiers who were confused by that. The Empire is called the Empire. They don't have another part of their name like in this world. I don't know why, or even considered it an issue until I met your people. Igor looks at her, confused. Huh, I always thought it was propaganda. To answer your question? That is very interesting, Igor said. What is it like being a bird human? Mute giggles, finding how he says things humorous. This was not how she expected to meet her boyfriend's parents. I feel birdie at times, Mute replied. She noticed that response amused Igor. It just feels like being a human. I still groom. I have feathers besides hair. I still eat like a human. I have bird feet. Can you fly? Vera asks. Sadly, no. I need wings to do that, Mute replied. But I can move very quickly if I need to. Enough of all that, Vera said after setting the table. How was your trip here? How was Prague? I find your country very lovely, Mute said. Prague was amazing. Everyone there was very nice. The mayor and president made a great speech. I think they were using us to promote their re-election, though. Politicians, Igor said, not feeling the need to finish this thought. I did notice one thing. Why are there so many gray buildings? Mute asked. I know, Milo, said an empire once occupied your country. The Soviet Union, Igor said. The communist hated expression because its expression is a sign of individualism. Color is part of that. They believed that if all the builders were the same color, everyone would feel equal and happy because everything was forced to be the same. Our country is still recovering from those times, but it is getting better. What did you see there? Mute then explains that they got a private tour of the city. They went to Prague Castle, a massive structure. They went on the Charles Bridge and saw the Prague astronomical clock. My favorite place was the Vicegrad, Mute said. That church is so beautiful, and the sights were amazing. That city is so pretty at night. Mute meant everything she said. While she liked the American cities, they felt too new for her. Coming to the Czech Republic, she feels how old the history and culture was and feels at home. Are you two planning on getting married? Vera asked. Vera, Igor said. Don't be rude. What? Vera asked. I want to know. He is our oldest son and yet to give me grandchildren. Our other son and daughter already had one kid and been married. Mom, Miloslav mumbles. It is a little early, but I am not against it. Mute responded as she lightly kicked her boyfriend in the leg. Good, Vera said happily. I left his bedroom the way it is upstairs. I did wash up the sheet and dust everything. Thank you, Mute said. Please tell me about your home. A few hours later, Mute walks around the Miloslav room. So, this is what an Earthchild room looks like. I see you were in a bat ball. It is called baseball, Miloslav replied. My family never had wealth, but we always had a rich family culture. One of the benefits of living on a farm, you have plenty of space to play games. Got to spend much time with my family out there. Your parents are nice and humble, Mute said. I was so worried that they wouldn't accept me, being a siren. Mute walks around looking at pictures, toys, games. How is your head? Hurts, Miloslav said. Thank you for not bringing that up. I would worry about my mother. I understand. My mother would worry too. I do like your home. I feel at peace here. Funny you say that, Miloslav said. Nations and empires have been fighting over these lands for 1,000 years. It is funny, Mute said. Two different worlds, but the same old problems still walk the lands. War seems to be a common path in life. Yeah, well, so, is this? Confused, Mute turns around. She sees her boyfriend standing there with something in his hand. I was planning on doing this next week, but Mother forced my hand, Miloslav said. He walks up to Mute and kneels before her and opens a small box. Mute looks down and sees an emerald ring shaped like a feather. It is pretty, but what is this? After all the things we've been through and many moments we have cherished together until now, so I ask you this. Mute Luna sighs. Will you marry me? Miloslav said. Yes, I do, Mute said and then jumped on him and started to make out. Falling on the bed, Miloslav takes off Mute's shirt while she takes his off. He then lifts her and flips her around the bed. Miloslav grabs the clip that holds Mute pants together. Because she is a siren with a bird fleet, regular pants do not work. This clip allowed her to wear pants by enabling them to wrap around and clip them on. Once done, both continue to strip. Miloslav then gets on top of her and moves her legs. He leans in close to her, hand lightly grip her breast, and kisses her. "Are you sure?" Miloslav said in an intense voice. "Your head, worth it." Miloslav then leans into her. Mute holds on him tight as she feels him enter her. His hand goes on her right breast as she lets out light, chipping moans. As Mute feels her lover enter her over and over, she kisses him. V16, Chapter 190. The Center Task Force, led by the 10th Mountain Division, has captured the recently built Imperial Dwarven Fortress. Storming the underground fortress at first proved to be complex as NATO troops were unable to figure out how to open the dwarven doors. Major General Brandon Chapman stated, "If we cannot use the front door, then I will make my own door." The Major General Chapman used 3 massive ordnance penetrators, MOP, at a weak point in the mountain. The 3 bombs were used one after another, creating an opening for NATO soldiers to invade. This opening took the enemy by surprise, preventing them to wage an effective counterattack. NATO troops took the main chamber of the fort. Once taken, the 10th Mountain was able to destroy the defenders. With the fort taken, the 10th Mountain can use the tunnel network to assault other underground forts, and the 1st Cavalry Division will be able to continue building the center highway network through the Dumas Mountains. This is considered one of 3 major obstacles for the center campaign needed to take to punch through the mountains. Free Alness News. Fort Minnick, Rose Order of Knights Barracks. Date, May 3, 2026. The Rose Knights who went to Earth finished explaining what they have learned and experienced while on Earth. Most Knights talked about how they liked the tall buildings, all the cars and technology they saw, the many different styles of merchandise, and more. Bozes went on about enjoying the roughness of the streets, how alive everything was over there. She also appreciated how no one stopped for her to acknowledge her nobility. For the first time, she felt free to be who she wanted and did not feel shamed by anyone around her. Panache surprised everyone by not saying anything negative about Earth. Up to this point, she only saw the US's war machine and the rest of NATO. Witnessing the much higher and more advanced society, she saw the otherworlders as far more civilized from that, and she even admits that she was absolutely wrong to judge them negatively from the beginning and before she came to Earth. She even went as far as to admit that the Empire never was a civilized society to begin with. Beefeater, a natural-born fighter, had an exciting outlook. She enjoyed how peaceful everything was, especially in Ohio. She pointed out that the only issues humans created were no fear of goblins, outlaws, monsters, demi-humans, and nothing naturally evil. Even the threats of armed criminals are considered to be highly tame compared to the harsh environment of Uros. Pina noticed that too. On Falmart, every moment could be someone's last, even in the major races. Before the Empire, humans were considered some of the weaker races, unable to rise among the other common races. She does not know what changed, but humanity was able to rise above the other common races and take over at some point. But Pina agrees with Beefeater the most. The people of Earth have no idea how lucky they are that their number one enemy is themselves. Pina walks up front, very impressive. "I'm glad everyone took something different. I was worried that everyone would just say the same thing up here." "What was yours?" Nikolasha asked. Pina thought the answer would be hard. She thought she would bring up her time at the ballroom, too, or meeting the president, or meeting the American version of the Senate. However, she can only think about what happened at the Ohio Mansfield Military Prison Camp 3. She learned a hard lesson in dealing with Brigadier General Miles Graham and Noble Algrando Altrona. "This is what I learned from the Knights," Pina said. "The importance of learned leadership." The barracks are silent. Everyone looks at each other, all wondering what Pina meant. "Let me explain," Pina said. "All this time, I've been learning to be a better soldier. However, training, following orders, I was not learning how to lead, just following the footsteps of others." "Come on, princess. Even the NATO soldiers call you princess," Bozes said. "You are overthinking it." "No, I am not," Pina replied. "While I was at the prison camp, I learned that while I might have a title, I don't command or lead with experience. When Sharpe leads, He leads from experience because he does what he is commanding others to do. When I was talking with Graham, he explained to me that the higher ranks come with age because the rank represents the tasks and knowledge, a stepping stone. Pina thinks back to where she became friends with Taiyul for. Taiyul has more of a reason to hate the Empire and everyone in it. However, they could put aside their past and move forward together. She knows she will have to do that with the Empire somehow. Ultrona showed her that it will be far harder than she expected. Until now, she assumed she would just replace Zorzal on the throne. However, she realized she would need to earn everyone's respect first. If she cannot convince Imperial prisoners to join her side, why would the Imperial army switch sides to her? My dealings with Ultrona showed me that while I have the title, I don't have the voice or experience yet to take over the Empire, Pina explained. To use an American military phrase, I am too green. Greens? Beefeater said, confused. After all the battles we've been through, how are we green? From what I understand, most of the Otherworlder soldiers rarely see combat until this war started. That isn't what she means, Gray said. There is a difference between fighting and leading. Being a leader isn't a choice or a title, but something that is earned. But you earn it through being mentored by someone who knows more. Americans have schools to teach leadership, programs to give the next generation mentorship, scrolls, and other resources. That is correct, Pina said. I remember Sharpe telling me that he had a mentor when he went to West Point. That was the only reason he got through school, got through his training. He became a skilled leader and warrior, not on his own, but because of others. I've been missing that. Okay, Boza said. What are you trying to say? That you're going to start taking these same lessons? That is correct, Pina said. But that isn't all. All of us need to step up. We can no longer play these half games of what side we are on, or hope the war will end so we can go home. We all need to embrace Western values, not the old ways. So, we have to give up everything our people did. Not a lot of people will like that, Ellison points out. That is why the war is still going on right now. Not entirely true, Panache corrects. Bozas and I traveled around Philadelphia. We saw many clothes from many cultures. Same with the food. I always thought we had to pick one culture or the other. That is correct, Pina said. And for us to shed the bad part of our traditions, we here must step up, starting with me. However, since we're going to shred the bad part of our traditions and evolve it, you all know what that means, right? Pina asks with much energy. We have to make ultimate sacrifices, even if we have to move over a lot of our people and loved ones' dead bodies. And worse off, many people live in the process. The knights start to sulk at Pina's words since they all know what she means when she and her knights who went with her told the rest of the knights about Earth's history and the further details of its advancement. After the Uros delegates visited and witnessed the wonders of industrial factories from food production to metalworks to advanced vertical farms. These advancements can forever change the ways the economy of Uros works to the next level and brighter era. The delegates visit several museums to learn about the development of many civilizations on Earth. During her time in the National Museum of Natural History, she, her knights, and the delegation learned about the many essential things that make the Earth so advanced and far better than Uros. What Uros could become. Pina learned that many cultures had to be collapsed for civilization to progress. Many government regimes have to be replaced to accommodate advancement and changes. Moreover, she also understood why Earth's people often said that no empire lasts forever. The best example is the collapses of the Roman Empire, strikingly similar to the Empire, which opened the way for many regions across Europe to advance without the tyranny and stagnation of the Roman Empire, leading to the Middle Age and many eras after that when one period expired, which gradually advancing the civilization of Earth over time. As Pina dug deeper into this matter, she realized why the Empire was so stagnant and backward, because it had never collapsed and was being replaced with something entirely new. When Pina and the delegates were shown the Industrial Revolution in the 19th century, and the fact that ancient Roman and Greek could have industrialized sooner, she realized that the people of the Empire limited their own thinking and lack of foresight because of power and greed. This is why Uros' technological, economical, and cultural stagnation has been the norm even though civilization has been around longer compared to Earth. Pina compares this to her own world history. 600 years of imperial history, plus the ancient elves and dwarves ages. Civilization has been on Falmart far longer than on Earth. This fact has always confused her on how Earth could be so powerful but now she understands. In essence, the Empire only knows conquests, enslavement, and pillaging to enrich and maintain their society, and are unable to think of anything else beyond those actions. The collapse of many dynasties showed and enlightened the people of Earth the power of creation, creativity, and innovation that went beyond the needs of bloody conquest and despicable enslavement, as it paved the ways for new ideas and ideology to emerge to inspire people to create the foundation and advancement of scientific understanding. The industrial, ideologic, and social economic revolution. At the moment, Pina saw the horrible truth that her country was collapsing on itself before waging war against the U.S. After claiming most of the valuable lands and wealth on Falmart, the Empire needed new lands to grow and maintain itself. Pina happily cried at her own revelation, since the opening of the gate and the entire war were actually a great blessing in disguise to enable her people to see the better ways of life and better means to maintain and move forward, but most of all preventing them towards self-destruction. Another fact of Earth history that made her want to talk to her knights about ultimate sacrifice was the Meiji Restoration. She had great fascination with the Emperor Meiji, as he was willing to go great length to advance his country and people to the point of willingly sacrificing and decimating many cultures and many of his own people that defined the Japanese as a whole, like he abolished the samurai class, the shogunate feudal system, and many backward ideologies, so Japan could become a top technological powerhouse like they are today. Through him, she learned about the concept of Japanese bonsai in terms of pruning the tree, is that in order for the trees to grow healthily, the old and rotten branches must be trimmed, which represents the stagnant and backward cultures and ideas that hold back society to advance better. In conclusion, for Uros to move forwards toward a brighter future, she and her knights have to cast away their tears and reluctance to eradicate a lot of resistance to changes, which includes killing someone close to you and eliminating the culture and things that they and their people once held dear in the name of the greater goods. It was hard for me when my father disowned me. I felt betrayed. I always honored and respected my father. However, no matter what, I will do it for you, princess. This world and our people deserve better. Panache bravely cries as she is willing to make a hard choice. Me too. Even if my child would not know their grandparents, at least the life within me will see a better. I am always behind you, princess. Hamilton cries as she accepts her own hard choice. Pina nods at Hamilton, always loyal. If you say so, everyone, from now on, we are not fighting this war to stop my brother, but the war for this world to see the brighter and better tomorrow. Pina rallies her knight. For the better tomorrow, for the brighter new era, all the knights cheer. Fort Minnick, VRTF, 2 Headquarters. Date: May 4th, 2026. Pina looks through the windows of the Vanguard Rapid Task Force 2, VRTF 2, Operations Center. She sees all the Rangers walking, talking, or at their desks walking to their teams. Pina heard that Vanguard 5 is in Ely's right now, fighting insurgents. Shandy walks by holding files. Pina bangs on the door and waves at her. Shandy walks out. Hi, princess. How was your new job? Shandy looks at Pina with an exhausted look. So much paperwork and so many terms. She then puts a smile on her face. But I like it. Lieutenant Hill is training me well, and I will be ready to serve my knights and your crusade. The U.S. Army has had to adopt specific age rules when working with local warriors, like some Rose Knights and Lelei. The Army gave everyone honorary ranks and status within the Army ranks as a loophole. However, Shandy is a red line, being 14 years old. The Army was not going to send a 14-year-old into battle, regardless if she is part of the Rose Order of Knights. Sarah found a compromise, employing her as a logistical officer within her staff. There, Shandy will not see combat and still be an influential member of the Rose Knights. Each Vanguard unit has a logistical staff that does the behind-the-scenes work like paperwork, operation planning, intelligence gathering, war updates, mission. Anything a field unit needs to be effective in combat. Pina has seen Sharpe and the other Vanguard 7 Rangers talk to Sarah over NW during missions, asking for any NATO support or new information off for enemy locations from the IRS. The goal is for Shandy to become the Rose Knights logistics officer, helping her during missions. Is there anything I should know about? Pina asked. Vanguard 5 found proof that Duke Medius Flagonix was aiding the rebels in Elis and executed him and his conspirators, Shandy said. They also found adventurers helping them and now becoming part of the Imperial Army. I have been in endless meetings explaining how the guild system works. While I don't know much about how it works, I know the more basic public information. I think NATO is planning a major operation against the adventurers. Pina finds the situation sad. The adventurers were once considered the people's heroes. They did the small work for the Empire, keep bandits, outlaws, hordes, and help maintain order throughout the land so the army could focus its resources elsewhere. They acted similarly to law enforcement services as she saw on Earth. It was an effective system that is beginning to crumble, and now they are fighting to maintain the status quos. Thank you, Pina said. A fairy flies over and addresses Pina. Princess Pina, the lieutenant colonel, will see you now. After saying goodbye to Shandy, Pina follows the fairy to Sharpe's office. Just like in the Empire, NATO has been using fairies for administration work. She has heard stories of some soldiers using them as scouts due to their tiny stature. However, fairies are not natural fighters. Pina sees Sharpe at his desk. She walks up to attention, waiting to be addressed. What can I do for you, princess? I was hoping to talk to you about mentorship, sir. Sharpe drops all his paperwork and pen. He stands up. Let's head outside, . Then the speakerphone goes off, sir, Sarah said. Do not leave that office until all those documents are signed. Pina sees this hateful look on Sharpe's face. Everything okay, sir? A word of advice, princess. Never get a desk job, Sharpe said as he sat down. I hate paperwork. I thought that this was the point of secretaries. Sharpe orders Pina to relax, so she sits down. What do you want with mentorship? Pina sits down and takes a deep breath. Colonel, I'd like you to mentor me. Like how you were? You were talking about Major Harper? Sharpe said. That is correct, Pina said. I realized on Earth that I need to be a better leader to replace Zorzal. But I cannot live without some guidance. I noticed that you give a lot of credit to Harper. I was hoping to meet him at some point, to see this man who you look up to so much. Sharpe is hesitant to reply. He is dead. Died in combat in North Korea. Pina has heard the rumors. Sharpe was forced to take command during a horrible operation. While she knows little about this country, she knows there was a coup, and a lot of American, South Korean, and loyalist North Korean special forces, the Storm Corps, died to protect the Regime 5. I am sorry, Pina said. It is fine, Sharpe replied. Harper was my commanding officer when I was in the Green Berets. When he went into Delta, he helped sponsor me when I became a captain. He was a soldier I never would be. I was a very raw officer, struggling to find his place. Sharpe continued. I don't know why Harper and General Holland got me into West Point and guided me through the service. But they helped me to become confident, to be able to turn my strengths into a weapon, how to turn my creativity into something useful. But most importantly, to believe in oneself. That one I have always struggled with because of my relationship with my parents. Through the program and his mentorship, he helped me move past issues and helped show me what was important. And what was that? To be ready when that moment comes, Pina. When both my commanding officers were killed, and when I was forced to take command, I knew Harper was preparing me for that moment. Leadership isn't just about leading soldiers into battle, Sharpe explains. Harper said mentorship covers many areas in your life. You will be forced to look deep inside you. Leadership will affect how you talk to people, how you see the world, how you wake up in the morning when you go to bed. It is a daily contest that you will have to face. You will have to grow as a woman. You're going to have to grow emotionally and mentally. That is why so few people choose to be leaders. Pina did not realize how intense this was going to be. She knew she was going to walk into a new world of knowledge. However, Sharpe is making it sound more than she expected. It sounds more like a lifestyle than a lesson. I understand. Sharpe stands up and walks to his bookshelf. He grabs 3 books and walks over to Pina and hands them to her. Pina looks at them. How More on Leadership. Developing the Leader Within You 2.0 by John Maxwell. Extreme Ownership by Jocko Willink and Leif Babin. What are these? Are they great warriors? 2 of them are. The other isn't, Sharpe replied. Hal Moore is an Army legend from Vietnam. He helped write the book on modern military thinking within the U.S. Army. He helped birth our mindset that we don't leave our people behind. He won battles because he went the extra mile in studying, training his men, always planning for the future, and most importantly, standing by his principles. From a bloody, dark war, He came out as one of the big bright spots, and his philosophy shaped the modern army. John Maxwell never served in the military. Then why should I read it? How can someone who never fought in battle help me lead? That is your brother's mindset, Pina, Sharpe said in his commanding tone, making sure she understands his point. Pina realized her mistake. She has seen Sharpe come up with ideas based on his cartoons or other random subjects with nothing to do with war. His mind is open to the world, and when he sees something, he might be able to use it. Regardless of what it is, he uses it. Sorry, I understand. While Maxwell isn't a soldier, he is considered the greatest leader of our time, Sharpe said. He will help you break the belief that leadership is based on a title or rank. He is a believer that leadership is your ability to insert influence over others. The more positive influence you have, the more people will follow you. To do this, you must build yourself up through personal growth. Only then can you develop into a leader. With the last book, it is written by a Navy SEAL who fought in the Battle of Ramadi. He applies the lessons he learned in that battle to the business world. His key lesson is how taking ownership of everything you do helps build you up, wins you respect with the people around you and yourself. If you want to be in charge, anything bad that happens is on you. In short, the buck stops with you. That is leadership. Pina looks at her books. She then looks back at Sharpe. All right, what do I do after I read them? What do you think? Sharpe asked. Return them. They're not cheap, and I would like them back. And I will give you another round of books. I know the saying is a bit cringe, but it is true. Leaders are readers. Pina stands up. Thank you, Sharpe. Sadera. Date: May 4th, 2026. Praetor Svinhard Lupus Moon, the head of the Oprichnina, looks around his men. Everyone is ready to do what needs to be done. Are you men ready? Moon looks over at Empress Famulus. However, a succubus is not any normal succubus. She is a force to be reckoned with. He usually must kill these demi-humans before they destroy the nobility. Without him, succubus and incubus would ravage Sadera and bring it to its knees in anarchy. That is why he does what he does, the nasty deeds the life demands. However, Moon has complete respect for Famulus. While he does not understand how her bloodline became so powerful, it has. He wonders what pact she made with the goddess Syphilis, the goddess of terror, corruption, evil, malice. But as a follower of the same goddess, she has proven her worth and loyalty. Yes, we are my empress, Moon replied. You have done good, Praetor Moon, Famulus said. You saved the Empire by discovering the enemy, Oprichnina. They are called the Central Intelligence Agency and MI6, Moon replied. Plus a dozen other groups. They thought that they could come here and rule this city with their technology and tricks. But this is my city. I know who to trust and not to trust, who to bribe and who to watch. Since the raid of Sadera, the Otherworlders had established a spy ring in Sadera. However, he suspected about it from the very beginning, and NATO's understanding and awareness of many clandestine movements and operations of the Imperial Army reinforced that. Moon has been impressed by their operations and technology, but it is his city and he won't let them do as they please in it. While the CIA has been placing their agents around the city, bribing local and government officials, and silencing his men to cover their tracks, he has assigned his agents around them. Moon knew respectable senators like Kiso ID Taiwali started working with the CIA, which would have been brilliant if he could keep it a secret. What Taiwali did not know is that he placed spies among their ranks. They intercepted many of his carrier pigeons and discovered he was trying to gather information for the CIA-6. He also knew Taiwali was not alone. Caesar L. Tiberius was dragged into the conspiracy against Zorzal, as Caesar has been stockpiling a lot of carrier pigeons for a while, and the fact that Caesar has been the voice for reformation in the Imperial Senate and government for many decades. So it is no surprise that he is willing to work with NATO, since they seem to match his visions. They were plotting against the Emperor and trying to find a way to end the war. They were going to use Zorzal's marriage with Famulus, a dark race, to help rule over the Empire against them. Moon stopped this by threatening Taiwali's daughter Sherry, forcing him to betray Tiberius' allies and publicly support Zorzal, the war, and the marriage, crushing all resistance in the Senate 7. With these victories, he started a misinformation campaign against the Otherworlders. He passed along disinformation to his puppets, some of them not knowing they are his puppets. A recent example being having the enemy special forces raid on old forts thinking that they are essential or have their slaves ate. Moon understands that NATO is a newcomer to this world and must rely on the natives to find their way. His objective is to use that fact against them, forcing them to waste resources on bogus targets, fake threats, anything to keep NATO chasing ghosts. But that time has come to an end. Based on recent pigeon messages, Tiberius and the few remaining pro-peace senators plot to take matters into their own hands. "All right," Famulus said. "Purge the traitors. As you command, my empress," Moon replied. He looks to all his men and gives them a signal. The Oprignina mission is to round up all the pro-peace faction and their supporters. With this, the goal is to purge all NATO forces hiding within sadera, especially the CIA and MI6. His target is Crown Prince Diabo El Caesar. Moon knows Diabo has been working with the CIA since the beginning. Diabo's personal fairy is his secret agent. The fairy has been telling him what the CIA has been looking for, like the location of their slaves, so he planted the information Diabo is looking for to give to the CIA, which is always fake. Diabo is an intelligent man, one of the smartest on Falmart. However, he is not a people person. That is what makes him weak and easy to manipulate. Moon marches through the streets, torch in hand. By his side is his daughter Nietzsche. "Are we finally purging them, Daddy?" "Yes, we are. Do you remember what I taught you?" Nietzsche thinks carefully as she walks. "Lay low. Let minions lay in the shadows, watch, then strike." Moon smiles. "Good. Tonight we strike." "What about brother?" Nietzsche asked. "He is with the group going after the Tywali clan. He will be kidnapping Sherry. Once we are done here, I want you to join your brother and do what I taught you. I want you to get any information out of the girl." Moon has been raising his kids to replace him, to be the followers of Silphus, because that is what keeps the Empire together. He introduced them to be ruthless, to do what has to be done. "What are you going to do, Daddy?" "Going to go make a prince squeal until he gives up his CIA and MI6 buddies." As the Oprignina approaches Diabo's palace, Diabo looks through the window with his hand squeezing his personal fairy. "Killing me won't solve anything. My master will see your head on the pole. Me and my kins owe a big debt to him," the fairy proudly mocks. "I know, Pharaoh. I know Moon is really good at making loyal dogs like you." Diabo then uses both his hands to crush Pharaoh's spine, killing him. While Moon is right about Diabo not being a people person, he does not realize the depth of the second prince's personality. Diabo extreme paranoia and overthinking. Pina always states that Diabo has the tendency to overthink and overcomplicate everything. Being a son of Molt, this has resulted in Diabo creating every possible contingencies when anything can possibly go wrong. His secluded nature and lack of social interaction make a lot of people in the Imperial courts, even the highly perceptive Moon, fail to see this and assume that the prince mostly thinks nonsense and mainly unable to think straight because they do not have a chance to dig deep into the prince's mind. Like they always say, those that are close to you are the ones you should watch out for the most. Diabo said as he threw away Pharaoh's corpse and rushed to his office and pushed a button underneath his desk. "Moon thinks he can outsmart me, huh? Too bad, he only dug half of the surface," Diabo mocks. "We need to escape now, my prince. They are coming," Diabo's trusted servant said. "There is nowhere to run right now, so running is futile at the moment. Do not worry, they are looking for me. Not you," Diabo said. "But they're going to kill you," the servant replies. "I will live. They need me to rat out CIA and MI6 members in the capital, and I am too precious for NATO to let me die." Moon is cunning, but like my idiot brother, he is too overconfident for his own goods, Diabo confidently said. "Sir, Inferno Protocol has been activated," Tyson said while watching the Black Hornet, two mini-drones monitoring the movement of the Imperial force toward the pro-peace senator's palace. "It is the time to pack everyone," Gracia orders. The CIA and MI6 teams start scrambling, packing their equipment, and evacuate. "Hello, boys. I brought some delicious stew for all of you for dinner," Neligia said as she walked into the room with a tray with steaming hot stew bowls. "No time for that, Neligia. We are under attack," Gracia replied as she put away his laptop. "I am activating Protocol Inferno. Remember what that is?" "You are kidding, right?" Nelisai said dreadfully as she dropped the tray. She takes a deep breath, realizing the situation. Do I look like I am joking? Gracia spat back. No, sorry, Lelei said. She then runs frantically outside with some agents and meets some Akusho people outside. Hey, Neligia, a group of prostitutes and crime lord thugs ask as she approaches them. What is going on? Everyone, Inferno! Inferno! Neligia shouts. As soon as the word Inferno is brought out, almost everyone in Akusho starts running frantically to their home and packs their stuff. The thugs of all three crime lord houses run as fast as they can to where the crime bosses are meeting about their recent businesses with NATO and within Akusho to inform their bosses of the scary word. Sire, a thug bangs in. What the hell is going on? Can you see we have an important meeting? Gonzori chides. Inferno, sire. Inferno, the thug shouts, causing all three crime lords to stand up and hastily give order. Gather all our assets, men, and prepare to move. Prepare the wagons for my family to move. All three crime bosses order their subordinates. You three order some of our men to make sure all our places in Akusho are properly turned into cinder when the Imperial army comes and raids the place. The Paramount family boss orders. Get the kerosene the CIA gave us from the warehouse, Gracia adds. You four follow me back to my estate with a hammer to smash the column to collapse the place. The Medusa boss orders. As the word Inferno covers the whole Akusho, the slum district of the capital of Sadran is starting to repeat the event of what the historian back on Earth called the Great Fire of Rome. This is Agent Gracia. Gracia radios. Inferno Protocol has been activated. I repeat, Inferno Protocol has been activated. This is actual. Protocol Inferno has been confirmed. Local assists are being assigned to your position. The extraction will be on the way. ETA, 5 hours.